What if you stopped waiting for someone to believe in you? What if, starting today, you stopped depending on approval, support, or applause, and finally took back your power? Let's be honest. There are moments when it feels like no one sees your effort. No one understands your dreams. No one claps for you. And in those moments, it's easy to wonder, am I wasting my time? You look around, hoping someone will say, "You've got this." But all you get is silence, doubt, rejection, or worse, nothing at all. But here's the truth the Stoics knew. You don't need anyone's belief to move forward. You don't need anyone's permission to build something great. And you definitely don't need the crowd to choose you before you choose yourself. This is your turning point. Today, you're going to hear 15 Stoic lessons that will reshape how you see rejection, silence, and doubt. These are not motivational quotes. These are weapons, armor, tools forged by minds who faced more silence, more criticism, and more resistance than most will ever understand, and still kept going. And by the time we're done, you won't care who believes in you, because you'll know exactly how to believe in yourself. So before we begin, I want you to make a simple but powerful promise in the comments. Starting today, I believe in myself. I am Stoic. This is not just a sentence. This is your new baseline. Every time you write it, you train your mind to stop waiting and start building, to stop begging and start becoming. So write it now, and let's begin. Number 1. Approval is an external currency. Spend internal wealth instead. Let's tell the truth. How many times have you held back because someone didn't clap for you? How many times did you question yourself because no one believed in your dream, no one supported your vision, no one said, "You're doing great"? It hurts, doesn't it? The silence, the doubt, the feeling that your effort doesn't matter unless someone else notices it. But here's the Stoic truth. You've been spending the wrong currency. You've been trying to buy confidence with applause. You've been trading your peace for approval. You've been waiting for someone to invest belief in you before you invest in yourself. The Stoics knew this trap. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his private journal, not for fame, not for followers, but just for himself. He said, "It's not what they say, but what you are." And that's the whole point. What you are, your discipline, your clarity, your focus, your values, is already enough. But you have to believe it. You have to stop waiting for outside validation and start living from inner wealth. Because here's the reality. Approval is an external currency. It's loud. It's unstable. It changes based on moods, trends, and other people's problems. One day, they praise you. The next day, they ignore you. If your self-worth is tied to their cheers, your peace will always depend on a crowd that might never show up. So stop borrowing your confidence. Own it. Build it. Spend from what you already have inside. Right now, you have internal wealth that no one can take from you. You have your effort, your discipline, your truth, your word, your habits. These things are your bank. They are your solid gold. When you wake up and choose to train even though no one's watching, that's internal wealth. When you write, create, build, or plan with no likes, no views, and no applause, that's internal wealth. When you hold your values strong even though the world doesn't care, that's internal wealth. You don't need anyone to validate your dream. The moment you decide that your effort is enough, your whole world changes. You become unshakable, because nothing outside of you can touch the wealth you build within. And let me tell you this, when you stop chasing approval, something powerful happens. You gain freedom, real freedom. because you are no longer owned by the crowd. You are no longer controlled by praise or silence. You are your own compass. Start seeing approval for what it is. Nice, but unnecessary. Helpful, but never required. Let go of the hunger to be seen. Instead, feed your soul with effort, with honesty, with your own quiet progress. Every day you show up, even when no one claps, you grow richer inside. So when the world is silent, when the people around you don't understand, when the belief is missing, don't panic. Smile. That's silence, that's space, that's your clean slate, that's your empty ledger. You don't owe anyone anything. You've got everything you need already. Inside, spend from within. Let your actions be your loudest voice. Let your habits be your applause. Let your soul be the audience. You don't need belief to begin. You only need the courage to keep going. That's Stoicism. That's power. That's wealth that never runs out. Number 2. The silent climb builds the strongest legs. Let's be honest. Doing things without being seen can feel frustrating. You put in the effort, the hours, the sweat. You stay up late. You wake up early. You keep moving forward. And no one notices. No one claps. No one even seems to care. It's easy to feel like the climb isn't worth it. Like maybe you're wasting your energy. Like maybe, just maybe, you should stop. But that's not how a Stoic thinks. That's not how a warrior climbs. Seneca, one of the greatest Stoic minds in history, believed something very few people understand today. Solitude is a forge. It's not punishment. It's purification. It's not the absence of support. It's the beginning of self-reliance. Because when you climb in silence, something powerful happens inside you. Your motivation gets sharper, cleaner. You stop doing things for applause. You stop working to be seen. You stop craving attention like it's oxygen. And that's when real strength is born. The silent climb tests you. It asks, can you keep going when no one watches? Can you train when the gym is empty? Can you study when the world is partying? Can you stay focused when nobody texts, nobody checks in, and nobody claps? And if you can, then you become dangerous. Not dangerous to others, but unstoppable in your own path. Think about it like this. Every step you take alone builds strength most people will never understand. Each silent repetition, each quiet sacrifice, each unnoticed improvement, that's your training. That's your character being built in the shadows. It's easy to look strong when everyone's watching. It's easy to act motivated when people are cheering. But what about when it's just you? No music, no motivation video, no applause, just the mountain and your will. That's when the strongest legs are built. And here's the beauty of it. When you finally get to the top, you'll realize you didn't need the noise. You didn't need the crowd. You didn't need the belief. You just needed to keep moving. What if you stopped waiting for someone to believe in you? What if, starting today, you stopped depending on approval, support, or applause, and finally took back your power? Let's be honest, your focus, your values, is already enough. But you have to believe it. You have to stop waiting for outside validation and start living from inner wealth. Because here's the reality. Approval is an external currency. It's loud. It's unstable. It changes based on moods, trends, and other people's problems. One day, they praise you. The next day, they ignore you. If your self-worth is tied to their cheers, your peace will always depend on a crowd that might never show up. So stop borrowing your confidence. Own it. Build it. Spend from what you already have inside. Right now, you have internal wealth that no one can take from you. You have your effort, your discipline, your truth, your word, your habits. These things are your bank. They are your solid gold. When you wake up and choose to train even though no one's watching, that's internal wealth. When you write, create, build, or plan with no likes, no views, and no applause, that's internal wealth. When you hold your values strong even though the world doesn't care, that's internal wealth. You don't need anyone to validate your dream. The moment you decide that your effort is enough, your whole world changes. You become unshakable, because nothing outside of you can touch the wealth you build within. And let me tell you this, when you stop chasing approval, something powerful happens. You gain freedom, real freedom, because you are no longer owned by the crowd. You are no longer controlled by praise or silence. You are your own compass. Start seeing approval for what it is. Nice, but unnecessary. Helpful, but never required. Let go of the hunger to be seen. Instead, feed your soul with effort, with honesty, with your own quiet progress. Every day you show up, even when no one claps, you grow richer inside. So when the world is silent, when the people around you don't understand, when the belief is missing, don't panic. Smile. That's silence, that's space, that's your clean slate, that's your empty ledger. You don't owe anyone anything. You've got everything you need already. Inside, spend from within. Let your actions be your loudest voice. Let your habits be your applause. Let your soul be the audience. You don't need belief to begin. You only need the courage to keep going. That's Stoicism. That's power. That's wealth that never runs out. Number 2, the silent climb builds the strongest legs. Let's be honest. Doing things without being seen can feel frustrating. You put in the effort, the hours, the sweat. You stay up late. You wake up early. You keep moving forward. And no one notices. No one claps. No one even seems to care. It's easy to feel like the climb isn't worth it. Like maybe you're wasting your energy. Like maybe, just maybe, you should stop. But that's not how a Stoic thinks. That's not how a warrior climbs. Seneca, one of the greatest Stoic minds in history, believed something very few people understand today. Solitude is a forge. It's not punishment. It's purification. It's not the absence of support. It's the beginning of self-reliance. Because when you climb in silence, something powerful happens inside you. Your motivation gets sharper, cleaner. You stop doing things for applause. You stop working to be seen. You stop craving attention like it's oxygen. And that's when real strength is born. The silent climb tests you. It asks, can you keep going when no one watches? Can you train when the gym is empty? Can you study when the world is partying? Can you stay focused when nobody texts, nobody checks in, and nobody claps? And if you can, then you become dangerous. Not dangerous to others, but unstoppable in your own path. Think about it like this. Every step you take alone builds strength most people will never understand. Each silent repetition, each quiet sacrifice, each unnoticed improvement, that's your training. That's your character being built in the shadows. It's easy to look strong when everyone's watching. It's easy to act motivated when people are cheering. But what about when it's just you? No music, no motivation video, no applause, just the mountain and your will. That's when the strongest legs are built. And here's the beauty of it. When you finally get to the top, you'll realize you didn't need the noise. You didn't need the crowd. You didn't need the belief. You just needed to keep moving. Every step was yours, every bruise, every lesson, every win, earned in silence. By the time they notice, you're already too high up for the noise to reach. The doubters? They're far below. The critics? They can't climb like you did. And the applause? It's nice, but unnecessary. Because now you stand on ground built by your own effort. So if you're climbing right now and no one sees you, keep going. Let that silence sharpen you. Let the loneliness teach you agility. Let the lack of applause strengthen your will. You are not being punished. You are being prepared. The Stoic doesn't ask for the path to be easy. He only asks for the strength to keep walking it. Climb in silence. Train without praise. Rise without being noticed. Because what's being built right now, inside your mind, inside your soul, is something unshakable. And one day, when the world finally looks up, it won't matter if they believe in you. Because you'll be standing somewhere only the quiet climbers reach. Number 3, obscurity is a fortress for virtue. Let's face it, everyone wants to be seen, to be recognized, to be told you're doing great. But when that recognition never comes, when your efforts live in shadows and your progress goes unnoticed, it's easy to think something's wrong, like you're falling behind, like you're being punished, like life forgot about you. But what if you've misunderstood obscurity all along? The Stoics saw things differently. They didn't chase fame, they avoided it. They believed fame wasn't a reward for virtue, but a threat to it. Because when too many eyes are watching, it's easy to start performing instead of becoming. Easy to act good instead of being good. Easy to live for praise instead of purpose. So when no one sees you, when your work is invisible and your name goes unspoken, you are not cursed. You are protected. You are being trained in a fortress that few recognize, a sacred space where real strength and real character can be built without corruption. Because the truth is, the world can't ruin what it hasn't touched. Right now, your obscurity is a gift. No expectations, no pressure to please, no spotlight to blind your focus. In this quiet season, you're not just surviving, you're sculpting. You're crafting the foundation of a life that will not crumble when the world finally turns its head. Ask yourself this: what if the thing you're calling loneliness is actually sacred privacy? What if this season of being unseen is the safest place for your soul to grow? The Stoic embraces this. He doesn't need applause to do what is right. He doesn't need the world's eyes to stay disciplined. He doesn't fear obscurity. He values it, because he knows that the deeper the roots, the stronger the tree. And roots grow in darkness. So if no one's watching, if no one's calling your name, if your inbox is empty and your follower count is frozen, don't panic. Don't chase the noise. Stay in the forge. Let the heat of repetition purify you. Let the silence harden your purpose. Let the solitude sharpen your clarity. Because this is your fortress, and in it you are safe from distraction, safe from ego, safe from the noise that pulls others off their path. Later, if the world ever sees you, you'll be ready. Not because you performed, but because you prepared. Not because you were famous, but because you were forged. So don't resent the darkness. Don't fight the silence. Obscurity is not a prison, it's protection. It's the sacred space where your virtue gets stronger than fame ever could. And remember, what the world can't see, it can't corrupt. Let them overlook you. Let them doubt. Let them miss it. While they look away, you'll be building something too solid to break, because the Stoic doesn't need to be seen. He only needs to be true. Number 4. Belief is a mirror. Let theirs stay empty. Let's tell the truth. When someone doubts you, it stings. When they laugh at your goals, when they question your path, when they roll their eyes or say, "That'll never work," you feel it. Deep down, there's a little voice that wants to fight back, to prove them wrong, to scream, "Just watch me." But the Stoic doesn't waste breath on noise. Epictetus said it best. What offends you only does so because you cooperate. In other words, their doubt only becomes your pain if you agree to let it inside. Let that sink in. Someone's belief, or lack of it, is not a reflection of who you are. It's a mirror of who they are, their limits, their fears, their history, their small frame of the world. If they can't see your potential, that doesn't mean it isn't real. It just means their mirror is foggy. So why spend your life trying to fix their mirror? Let them hold it, empty, blind, cracked. Let them reflect their own fears while you stay focused on your craft. You are not here to be seen. You are here to become. Think about sculptors. They don't shout at people passing by. They don't explain every hammer strike. They just keep chipping, quietly, repeatedly, focused only on the figure within the stone. That's what your journey should look like. Their disbelief, not your concern. Their confusion, not your burden. Their silence, not your signal to stop. Because becoming is not a public event. It's a private contract between you and your virtue. You owe them nothing, not a reaction, not a speech, not a single ounce of your energy. That energy belongs to your next step, your next rep, your next decision. Every time you choose to explain yourself, you pause your sculpting. Every time you defend your dream, you delay its birth. And why should you explain something they're not equipped to understand? The Stoic holds steady. He lets the crowd doubt while he builds. He lets the noise pass while he listens to his values. He lets the world misjudge him because he knows the only judgment that matters is his own. Let their mirror stay empty. It's not your job to fill it. You are not their reflection. You are your own. You're carving a life in stone, not fog. So the next time someone doubts you, don't flinch, don't fume, don't even respond. Let them keep their opinion. Let them cling to their disbelief. While they stare into an empty mirror, you'll be too busy sculpting your truth, one disciplined strike at a time. That's Stoicism. That's power. That's freedom. Number 5. The Stoic builds in private what others worship in public. We live in a world that loves to perform. Everyone is posting, sharing, broadcasting, trying to look successful before they are successful, trying to be seen before they're steady, trying to impress instead of improve. But a Stoic takes the opposite path. A Stoic builds where no one's looking, because real greatness isn't loud, it's not flashy, it's not something you need to shout about. It's built in silence, in private, in the hours no one sees. Think about Marcus Aurelius, one of the most powerful men to ever walk the earth, Emperor of Rome, a man with an entire empire at his feet. And yet, he didn't spend his time crafting speeches for glory or posing for statues. He sat alone, writing in his journal, questioning himself, grounding his thoughts, staying humble. Why? Because he knew something most people forget. The private foundation determines the public legacy. What you practice in secret is what you become in public. And if you skip the secret work, then the public praise is just an empty echo. So if no one's clapping for you yet, good. That means you're in the perfect place to build something solid, to develop your skills, to test your character, to strengthen your mind, not to show off, but to become undeniable. not to impress, but to be prepared. The Stoic doesn't crave the spotlight. He craves strength. He craves clarity. He craves truth. He trains in the shadows, not because he's hiding, but because he knows the real work isn't glamorous. That early morning routine, that late night study session, that long walk where you reflect instead of scroll, that's where the real progress lives. Not in applause, not in followers, not in compliments, in effort, in solitude, in repetition. Don't beg to be seen. Don't chase approval. Don't build for the camera. Build for your soul. Build for your future self. Build for the day when the results speak so loudly that you won't need to say a word. The Stoic prepares, not to show off, but to show up, day after day, quietly, strongly, with no need for praise, no hunger for validation. And when the time comes, when the world finally turns to look, they won't see noise. They'll see structure, discipline, presence, mastery. That's the difference between being noticed and being known. One fades, the other lasts. So today, don't ask, who's watching? Ask, what am I building? Let the crowd pass by. Let the spotlight swing somewhere else. You don't need it, because when you build with intention in the silence, you become a force too solid to ignore. That's not luck. That's not hype. That's Stoic architecture, unshakable, timeless, and completely yours. Number 6. Rejection is just another trial of endurance. Let's not sugarcoat it. Rejection hurts. Whether it's someone walking away, an opportunity slipping through your fingers, or a dream getting delayed again, it cuts deep. It makes the heart heavy. It makes the mind question. And it whispers a dangerous lie. Maybe you're not good enough. But that's not what the Stoic hears. The Stoic hears something different. This is the test, not the end, not the proof of failure, just another trial, another rep, another stretch of the road that must be walked to build endurance. Zeno, the man who founded Stoicism, didn't start as a philosopher. He didn't begin on top of a mountain with a perfect plan. He was shipwrecked, literally. He lost everything. His boat sank. His fortune vanished. And instead of drowning in misery, he found something far more valuable: philosophy. He turned his wreck into wisdom. So, what's your version of the shipwreck? A failed relationship? A job rejection? A dream that hasn't bloomed yet? Whatever it is, the Stoic lesson is simple. Rejection doesn't mean stop. It means grow. Every no is a weight added to your mental training. It's resistance. And just like in the gym, resistance is what builds strength. The more you face it, the more unshakable you become. But only if you keep moving. Only if you stay in the game. Think of it like this. Each rejection is just another checkpoint on your endurance course. You haven't failed. You've been asked, how bad do you want this? And the Stoic always has an answer. Enough to keep going. So the next time someone turns you down, turns you away, or turns their back, don't flinch. Don't break. Don't start doubting your worth. Instead, take a breath, tighten your grip, and walk forward anyway. Because the Stoic doesn't need everyone to say yes. He only needs one thing: the will to continue. That's the real test, not how many people support you, not how many doors open for you, but how you respond when they close. You have two options. You can see rejection as a stop sign or as a redirection, a chance to sharpen, a moment to build endurance, a reason to double down, not give up. And let's be clear, Rejection doesn't define your value. It reveals your resilience. The ones who succeed aren't the ones who never heard no. They're the ones who didn't let no become their story. So if rejection shows up today, welcome it. Say thank you. Add it to your training log and keep walking your path with steady steps and clear eyes. Because the Stoic doesn't quit when it gets hard. He doesn't fold when ignored. He doesn't beg to be chosen. He chooses himself. He keeps climbing. He finishes the course, not for the trophy, not for applause, but because that's who he is. Rejection is not the end. It's fuel. And the Stoic? He turns every setback into a stronger stride. Every time. Number 7. If the crowd must approve, the crowd also owns you. Let's be honest. Everybody wants to feel understood. Everybody wants support. We want to be seen, to be appreciated, to hear the words, "I believe in you." And when we don't hear them, when people don't get it, don't support it, or don't show up for it, it's easy to start questioning everything, to shrink, to second guess. But the Stoic doesn't chase approval, because the moment you need the crowd, you give the crowd power over you. Seneca said it best. He who needs no master is already free. Now think about that. If your confidence rises and falls based on who claps for you, you're not in control. If someone else's opinion can break your spirit or fuel your motivation, then it means you've handed them the keys to your emotional thermostat. That's not freedom. That's emotional slavery. That's letting your peace hang on a string held by people who don't even understand your path. So ask yourself, who really owns your mind? The crowd or your core? Because the more people you try to impress, the more pieces of yourself you have to hand out. You become scattered. You stretch yourself thin. You bend your values to fit expectations. And all for what? Temporary approval? That's not Stoicism. That's noise. The Stoic knows something better. Freedom comes when you no longer require anyone to understand. It's not bitterness. It's clarity. The fewer people that get you, the more space you have to grow without interference. You don't need to be admired. You need to be focused. Let their absence be your advantage. Let their silence become your sanctuary. Because without the noise of the crowd, you can finally hear yourself think. You can build without pressure, create without compromise, train without distraction. You can go deep, go slow, go strong. You don't need a fan base, you need a foundation. So if the crowd doesn't believe in you today, that's fine. Maybe they're not supposed to. Maybe their doubt is your doorway. Maybe their confusion is your clean slate. Why make belief a leash? Cut the rope. Walk alone. Grow in peace. Focus on mastery, not marketing. On discipline, not drama. On purpose, not performance. Because once you stop needing applause, something amazing happens. You become unshakable. No one can take away what they never gave you. You no longer rise with cheers or fall with criticism. You just keep going. So today, if you feel ignored, dismissed, or misunderstood, don't shrink. Smile. You're free. Free to grow. Free to move. Free to master your craft in silence. And when the world finally looks up, when they wonder where you came from, you won't need their belief. You'll already be beyond their reach. Number 8. Become the artist who needs no gallery. Let's be real. Everyone wants their work to be seen. Everyone wants to be noticed, celebrated, validated. Artists want galleries. Writers want publishers. Creators want an audience. And somewhere deep inside, it feels like until someone gives you a platform, your work doesn't really count. But the Stoic doesn't wait to be discovered. He doesn't wait for a spotlight, a deal, or permission. He creates anyway, because true creation doesn't need an audience. It needs commitment, it needs soul, it needs consistency, especially when no one's looking. You have to become the artist who doesn't need a gallery. That means writing when no one reads, speaking when no one listens, building when no one claps, training when no one's watching, not because it's easy, but because that's when it's real. The Stoic knows that the future version of yourself, the one others will one day respect, is being built right now, not later, not when the followers arrive, not when the money shows up. Now, in silence, in private, with unshaken hands. And here's the truth. The world doesn't make you great. The crowd doesn't give you skill. The gallery doesn't give your work meaning. All of that comes from what you do when nobody's watching. If you can create without needing praise, you are free, you are powerful, you are dangerous, in the best way. Because the moment you stop waiting to be discovered, you unlock something few people ever find: inner permission. The Stoic doesn't ask, will they like it? He asks, is this true to my values? He doesn't chase trends, he builds truth, slowly, quietly, daily. So if you're in a season where no one sees your effort, don't despair. Rejoice. That's your training ground. That's your sacred space. The spotlight is a distraction. Right now, your only job is to create like it already matters, because it does. Every word you write, every idea you refine, every hour you spend sharpening your craft. That's the real currency of mastery. And it doesn't need applause to grow in value. The world may not be watching yet, but the future version of you is. And that version, the one they'll eventually admire, it's being born in this exact moment, through your quiet discipline. So stop waiting for the gallery. Stop waiting for the deal, the break, the someday. Be the artist who paints because his soul demands it. Be the builder who builds because his hands were made for it. Be the Stoic who crafts in silence because he knows the world can't reward what it doesn't understand. And it doesn't have to. Because by the time they're ready to look, you'll be ready to show. Not because you chased them, but because you never needed them in the first place. Number 9. Their doubt is just a shadow. Stand where it can't reach. Let's be honest. Doubt from others can feel heavy. When people say, that's unrealistic, or you'll never make it, or be careful, don't aim too high, it can sting. Even if you act tough on the outside, that little voice inside starts to whisper, what if they're right? But the Stoic sees something most people miss. Their doubt is not truth. It's just a shadow. A shadow is not real. It has no weight. It can't touch you. It only appears when something blocks the light. And that's exactly what doubt is. A dark projection formed when someone else's fear stands between them and your potential. And guess what? That fear has nothing to do with you. People doubt what they don't understand. They doubt what's different. They doubt what they've never had the courage to chase themselves. But just because they can't see your path clearly doesn't mean your path doesn't exist. Epictetus wouldn't argue with a shadow, and neither should you. The Stoic doesn't waste time explaining his light to people stuck in darkness. He doesn't try to shrink himself to fit their limited view. He doesn't say, please believe in me. He just keeps moving, forward, upright, steady, because he knows the truth. You don't overcome doubt by convincing others. You overcome it by continuing. So let them doubt. Let them whisper. Let them cast their shadows. But don't stand in it. Stand in the sun of your own reason, the sun of your preparation, the sun of your discipline. When you live with purpose, when you build with clarity, when you move with inner conviction, their shadows can't reach you. The more they doubt, the taller you stand. You don't need to prove them wrong. That's not Stoic. That's ego. You're not here to fight shadows. You're here to master yourself. And in doing that, doubt fades on its own, because nothing silences disbelief like undeniable results. And those results? They don't come from arguing. They come from consistency. So when you hear doubt, don't take it personally. See it clearly. Understand it for what it is, their own limitation, disguised as advice, their fear, packaged as concern, their small world projected onto your vision. Smile at it, then step out of it. Because when you walk in your truth, when you hold your head high, when you take steady action in the direction of your values, you rise above the shadows. And up there, in the sunlight of your reason, their doubt becomes what it always was, a powerless ghost. Let it fade. Keep walking. Stand tall. Number 10. The strongest faith is self-faith without audience. Let's be honest. Sometimes it feels good to be told, "You're doing great." A compliment, a like, a pat on the back, a nod of approval. It can light you up, even if just for a second. But what happens when that applause disappears? What happens when the crowd goes quiet? Do you stop? Not the Stoic, because the Stoic's fire doesn't need wind to burn. His fuel is internal. His faith is self-fed. His confidence doesn't rely on clapping hands. It relies on consistent hands. When no one claps, the Stoic claps internally. When no one notices, he nods to himself. I showed up today. I did the work. I stayed the course. And that nod, that quiet internal validation, it's stronger than any standing ovation. The Stoic knows that the moment he depends on the crowd, he becomes a slave to it. So he detaches. He builds a life where praise is nice, but irrelevant. He doesn't train for applause. He trains for strength. He doesn't act to impress. He acts in alignment with his values. Because here's the truth. The loudest thing you can ever do is not speak. It's act. Applause is noise. Action is volume. Results are echoes. So instead of seeking approval, seek progress. Instead of waiting for someone to say, "Well done," say it to yourself every time you follow through, every time you finish what you started, every time you resist the urge to quit, to please, to explain, to beg. That is where true faith is born, not in public, but in private, not from others, but from within. You have to be willing to walk alone with your head high. You have to trust your vision when no one else sees it. You have to stay rooted in your mission, even when the world scrolls past without noticing. And that kind of self-faith, it doesn't come from words, it comes from action, from keeping your promises to yourself, from showing up when it would be easier to stay down, from making progress when no one's watching. Every day you follow through, your belief grows, not loud, but deep. And that deep belief, that's what makes you unstoppable. Because when your confidence comes from action, not audience, you're free. You don't flinch when people doubt. You don't break when they mock. You don't slow down when they're silent. You just keep moving, forward, grounded, lit from within. Let the world watch, or don't. Let them applaud, or don't. It doesn't matter. Because the Stoic walks with faith born from effort, built from action, proven through repetition. And that kind of faith, it can't be shaken, it can't be stolen, because it was never given to him in the first place. It was earned, alone, in silence, and that's what makes it unbreakable. Number 11. The empty stadium is the perfect training ground. Picture this. You're standing in the center of a massive stadium. The seats stretch into the sky, but they're empty. No cheers, no clapping, no lights, just silence. Most people would feel discouraged, alone, forgotten, but not the Stoic, because the Stoic doesn't train for attention, he trains for mastery. And an empty stadium, that's sacred ground. No distractions, no eyes to impress, no pressure to perform, just you and your discipline, just you and your craft, just you and the raw, honest truth. Do I love this enough to do it with no one watching? That's the question, and that's the test. The world trains people to chase performance for attention, but Stoicism flips the script. The Stoic doesn't perform to be seen, he performs to be excellent, quietly, consistently, without applause, without permission. Because the best work is often the work no one sees. The early mornings, the late nights, the boring reps, the writing sessions where no one reads, the workouts with no before and after photos, the deep thinking done in silence. That's where greatness is born. That's where your edge is carved. And when you can master your craft without the audience, without needing someone to clap or validate or witness, it means you've tapped into a different kind of strength, one that doesn't disappear when the crowd walks away. Because here's the truth. When the crowd leaves, most people stop trying. Their fire dies with the noise. Their drive fades when the attention fades. But the Stoic, he's just getting started. The empty stadium isn't discouraging. It's freeing. There's no one to perform for, so you can go deeper. No one to impress, so you can focus harder. No one to distract, so you can improve faster. That's where the sharpest skills are shaped. In silence, in stillness, in solitude. So if your life feels like an empty arena right now, no recognition, no applause, no good job, don't retreat, don't slack, don't question your worth, double down, lean into the silence. Treat every quiet rep, every unseen effort like it matters, because it does. And when the crowd eventually returns, you won't need them, because the work will already be done. And if they never come, you'll still win. Because the Stoic doesn't train for praise, he trains for progress, for principle, for personal greatness. So step into your empty stadium today, not with shame, but with pride. There's no better place to become unstoppable. Number 12. Use their silence as silence training. There's a kind of silence that speaks louder than words. It's not peaceful, it's not gentle. It's the silence of being ignored, overlooked, unseen. You send the message, but no one replies. You share the idea, and no one listens. You show your effort, and no one claps. That silence can feel like a wall. But Epictetus had a different view. He taught that a Stoic trains under all conditions, not just when it's easy, not just when it's loud, not just when people are watching. Even silence is part of the training, and for the Stoic, silence becomes the dojo. That's your new mindset. When no one believes in you, that's not emptiness. It's opportunity. When the world says nothing back, that's not a verdict. It's a mirror. And what you do in that silence, that's what reveals your discipline. You see, anyone can stay motivated when people are cheering. Anyone can stay consistent when there's feedback, encouragement, and applause. But what about when there's none? No replies, no likes, no validation, just the quiet. Most people shrink. They take it personally. They think, no one believes in me, so maybe I shouldn't believe in myself either. But the Stoic thinks differently. The Stoic hears silence and thinks, Perfect. Let's train. Because silence sharpens your intentions. It strips away ego. It asks you one clear question. Would you still do this if no one responded? If the answer is yes, then you've already won. Because now your effort is pure. You're no longer working for noise. You're working for growth, for peace, for mastery. And in that dojo of silence, you become fluent in the quiet. You learn to listen to yourself. You learn to find rhythm without applause. You develop a strange calm, not because everything's easy, but because nothing can shake you. The Stoic doesn't need noise to act. He doesn't need belief to begin. He doesn't require a crowd to show up, because he's trained himself to move through stillness, to work through silence, to stay true even when the world is absent. That's real strength. So, if you're surrounded by silence right now, if the phone doesn't ring, if the messages go unread, if the doors don't open, don't panic. Just nod to yourself and say, "This is silence training." And then keep going. Calmly, firmly, without complaint. Let the silence mold you, not break you. Let it stretch your patience. Let it purify your purpose. Because the one who can endure the quiet without needing noise, that person is free. That person is focused. That person is dangerous. The world's silence will either drive you mad or shape you into something unshakable. Choose molding. Become fluent in the quiet. That's where the Stoic grows. Number 13. You don't need a witness to make a promise to yourself. Let's be real. Most people only make promises when someone's watching. They say they'll start the diet, fix the habit, build the dream, but only when they can post about it, only when they can announce it, only when there's a witness to nod and say, "Wow, good for you." But the Stoic doesn't operate like that. He makes promises in private, and he keeps them in silence. Because to a Stoic, the most sacred contract is not made with the world. It's made with the self. It doesn't need witnesses. It doesn't need an audience. It doesn't even need a calendar date or a special moment. It just needs one thing: repetition. Daily, quietly, with intention. If you tell yourself, "I will be disciplined," then let that promise echo through your actions, not through your words. If you say, "I will rise early," then rise. If you whisper, "I will not quit," then keep going. You don't need to post it. You don't need to prove it. You only need to live it. Because every time you follow through on a promise you made to yourself, you're building something most people never develop: self-trust. And self-trust, that's rare. That's power. Most people are used to breaking their own word. They say they'll change, but they delay. They say they'll commit, but they wait for motivation. They need someone else watching to stay on track. But not the Stoic. The Stoic doesn't need permission. He doesn't need applause. He doesn't need anyone to believe in the vow except himself, because he understands, if you can't trust your own word, what can you trust? The Stoic treats his inner promise like a sacred bond. He doesn't swear by it. He simply becomes it, through repetition, through resilience, through quiet alignment between intention and action. And here's the magic. The more you keep your private promises, the stronger your inner foundation becomes. You don't need motivation. You don't need hype. You don't need anyone to check on you. You just show up, because you said you would. You become a fortress of follow-through. So if there's something you've promised yourself, maybe to show up, to stay sober, to stay calm, to finish what you start, then keep it. Not for them, not for a post, not for a quote, for you. And every day you honor that vow, especially when no one sees. You're building the kind of confidence that can't be faked, the kind of trust that doesn't waver, the kind of integrity that no one can steal. You don't need a witness. You don't need a badge. You don't need anyone to say, "I'm proud of you." Be proud of yourself, and then prove it, not with noise, but with consistency. The Stoic knows a vow is not made real by being spoken, it's made real by being lived. And the most powerful promises are the ones you keep when no one's looking. Number 14. The road without followers is the one worth mastering. Let's tell the truth. Walking alone feels strange. When you choose a path no one else is on, when you make decisions no one else understands, when you take steps that lead into silence instead of a crowd, it can feel like you're lost. But what if the quiet road is the one that matters most? What if no one following is not a warning sign, but a confirmation? The Stoic knows something most people forget. Popular paths are easy to find, but rare paths build legends, and rare paths by nature are lonely at first. When you walk where others won't, you have to face doubt. You have to face whispers. You have to walk without maps, without applause, and without followers. And that's exactly where your strength is born. The Stoic doesn't wait for someone to lead the way. He doesn't pause to ask, "Is this path approved?" He doesn't look over his shoulder to see if anyone is coming along. He walks. Why? Because he doesn't follow crowds. He follows virtue. And virtue isn't loud. It isn't trendy. It doesn't travel in packs. It calls you inward, deeper, sharper. And if you listen closely enough, it gives you direction. That's your compass now, not popularity, not praise, not permission. Your compass is your clarity, your values, your purpose. And when that compass points toward a quiet road, a strange road, a road no one else is on, that's when you dig in your heels and say, "This is it." Because if you only walk paths that are crowded, you'll only go where others have already gone. But if you want to build something rare, something unshakable, something truly yours, you have to be willing to keep walking when no one walks with you. You have to stop seeking confirmation from people who've never seen what you're building. The Stoic walks alone not because he's better, but because he's focused. He doesn't fear isolation. He welcomes it, because in that space there's room to think clearly, to act cleanly, to live deeply. So if your road is empty today, keep walking. If they don't understand you yet, keep walking. If you've been mocked, ignored, or told to turn back, keep walking. Because this road, the one no one follows, it's the one worth mastering. It's where you'll find peace, power, purpose. And one day, when others finally look up, they won't see someone who got lucky. They'll see someone who stayed the course. And you won't need to say a word, because you didn't need followers to find your way. You needed faith in your compass, in your mission, in your steps. The Stoic walks alone, not because it's easy, but because it's right, and that makes all the difference. Number 15. Let your silence be louder than their doubt. Let's face it, when people doubt you, the urge to respond can be overwhelming. To defend, to argue, to prove them wrong right now. You want to say, "Watch me, you'll see." You want to shout back through the noise. But the Stoic knows something deeper. Silence is the sharpest reply. We live in a world that never stops talking. Opinions fly like arrows. People shout to be heard, even when they have nothing to say. In that kind of noise, silence isn't weakness, it's control. When they mock you, be silent. When they ignore your effort, be silent. When they question your dream, laugh at your ambition, or brush off your progress, stay silent. Not because you have nothing to say, but because you've chosen something stronger to speak with: results. The Stoic doesn't waste energy proving himself with words. He puts that energy into action, into building, into becoming, into perfecting his craft, so that one day, when the world circles back and asks, "How did you do it?" he won't need to explain. He'll just smile, because silence shaped into outcomes is louder than any speech. Your silence becomes your shield. It becomes your fuel. It becomes your edge. When everyone else is distracted by trying to be heard, you will be quietly stacking proof, quietly building legacy, quietly mastering what they said you couldn't. And when you arrive, because you will arrive, it won't be noise that announces you. It will be presence, unshakable, grounded, earned. That's the Stoic's way. No tantrums, no Twitter debates, no energy wasted on the crowd's opinions. Just work, just discipline, just relentless movement forward. The Stoic's revenge is never petty, it's never loud, it's quiet success, built brick by brick in silence, delivered with grace, lived with strength. So let them doubt, let them whisper, let them scroll past your progress. You don't need to correct them, you don't need to convince them, you just need to keep going, because in the end, the only thing louder than their doubt is your silence turned into victory. And that silence, it speaks volumes. If no one believes in you, good. Now is the perfect time to build, in silence, in discipline, in truth. You don't need applause to keep going. You don't need validation to rise. You don't need the crowd to see your value, because you see it. And that's what makes you dangerous. The Stoics never waited to be believed in. They believed in themselves through action, through solitude, through private promises kept without an audience. Let their doubt be your fuel. Let the silence be your training ground. Let every step you take become your proof, not for them, but for the person you're becoming. The world may not see you yet, but you're not here to be seen. You're here to become undeniable. So write in the comments right now, "I don't need belief. I have discipline. I am Stoic." Let that be your vow. Let that be your beginning. And if this message hits something real inside you, subscribe to the channel. Because around here, we don't chase noise. We train in silence. We walk with purpose. And we rise without permission. Have you ever experienced a moment of such intense anger that you felt completely out of control? Perhaps when someone said something hurtful or acted in a way that deeply upset you. Have there been days when even a simple glance or a passing remark made it feel as though the entire world was against you? In today's rapidly moving and pressure-filled world, it's incredibly easy to become overwhelmed by negative emotions, from minor irritations to full-blown rage. But is there truly a way to remain steady in the midst of emotional chaos? Is it possible to live a life of calm and composure, untouched by the actions or words of others? Can we really protect our inner peace from external disturbances? Stoicism, an ancient yet deeply relevant school of philosophy, offers profound and enduring wisdom for this very challenge. Thinkers like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca endured unimaginable hardships, yet they managed to preserve a state of inner calm by embracing the principles of Stoic thought. Today, we'll delve into 7 practical approaches designed not just to help you manage your emotions, but to truly master them, to gain unwavering control over your inner world. What I'm about to share goes far beyond theoretical musings. These are timeless lessons drawn from the depths of Stoic philosophy, carefully transformed into practical insights that you can apply immediately. So I encourage you to stay with me throughout this journey, because even embracing just one of these approaches can lead to a powerful and immediate shift in your life. Let's begin by talking about the idea of embracing willingness in life. One of the foundational principles of Stoicism that leads to deep inner tranquility is the practice of fully accepting whatever life brings our way. Now, this doesn't mean we have to enjoy every situation or agree with everything that happens. Instead, it calls us to meet each circumstance with openness and a lack of resistance. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, encourages us to accept the things to which fate binds us and to love the people fate connects us with, but to do so wholeheartedly and sincerely. This type of acceptance is essential for breaking the cycle of anger and frustration. Picture yourself performing a mundane task like washing the dishes. If you do it begrudgingly, each plate becomes a source of resentment. But if you engage in the task with a willing spirit and a sense of gratitude, even this simple act becomes peaceful. Epictetus, in his Discourses, teaches us not to wish for events to happen as we want them to, but to want them to happen as they do. Because in doing so, life begins to flow more harmoniously. This is the essence of willingness, moving with the current of life rather than resisting it. Practically speaking, this mindset can shift how we respond to uncomfortable moments. Imagine being stuck in traffic. If you allow yourself to dwell in irritation over the delay, your frustration only grows. But if you view the situation as an opportunity to listen to an audiobook, a favorite podcast, or to simply reflect, you instantly take back control over your experience. When we begin to accept life as it is, stress loses its grip on us. A critical part of developing willingness is clarifying our purpose. Instead of chasing fleeting desires or short-term goals, we can focus on a higher vision, a guiding purpose that informs all our actions. Ask yourself, what is the life I am striving to build? What vision am I aligning with? Unlike personal ambitions that might bring momentary satisfaction, a true vision encompasses the entirety of your being. When you live with a grand, meaningful purpose, each action becomes voluntary. You understand that even the hard or unpleasant moments are contributing to something greater. You're no longer just reacting, you're choosing. Think about the difference between doing something out of obligation versus doing something from the heart. If you're meeting a deadline at work under pressure, the task can feel heavy. But when you volunteer to help someone or support a cause you believe in, even the most difficult tasks feel fulfilling. The action may be the same, but the intention transforms your experience. I choose to do this becomes your sanctuary. I have to do this becomes your torment. Try applying this perspective to your daily life. When someone says something offensive, you face a fork in the road. You can let that comment dictate your emotions and lash out in anger, or you can see it as a moment to practice acceptance and inner strength. Remind yourself, this person is acting according to their own character, but I choose not to let it disturb my own. Accepting life's circumstances as they unfold does not mean giving up on self-improvement or letting go of the drive to better your circumstances. Rather, it means recognizing that while some things are beyond your control, your response is always within your power. This understanding is incredibly freeing. It reduces stress and empowers you to focus your energy where it matters most. For instance, if you're criticized at work, you can take it as a personal attack, or you can see it as an opportunity for growth. Your peace of mind isn't determined by what happens to you, but by how you interpret and respond to it. Embracing willingness is a process. It doesn't happen overnight. Start small. Accept when you make a mistake. Welcome life's little challenges as opportunities to strengthen your character. Learn to greet inconveniences with calm and patience. As you gradually develop this mindset, you'll find that anger has less power over you. External circumstances won't shake you as easily. Instead, you'll discover a growing, quiet power within yourself, the kind of power that allows you to live life by your own design. Now let's talk about the second principle, the importance of stopping the habit of judging others. Have you ever paused to reflect on why it's so easy to feel annoyed, frustrated, or angry with the people around you? It often comes down to a simple truth. We are constantly judging others. Think about how many times a day you tell yourself that someone is rude, selfish, slow, or untrustworthy. These judgments don't just affect how we view others, they create emotional turmoil within us. From a Stoic perspective, letting go of judgment is one of the most effective ways to free ourselves from unnecessary emotional suffering. Humans naturally interpret the world through their own subjective lens. When someone acts in a way that doesn't align with our expectations, our instinct is to label them, to assign blame, fault, or flaw. Let's say someone is driving slowly in front of you. The first thought might be that they're being thoughtless or stupid. But what if they're a new driver? Or what if they're driving carefully because they have children in the car? The reality is that external events do not dictate our emotions. It's our interpretation that does. Judging others adds an unnecessary emotional burden. These judgments aren't just passing thoughts, they are seeds that grow into frustration, anger, and resentment. Take, for example, a coworker who often arrives late. If your judgment is that they're lazy or inconsiderate, your irritation will build with each passing day. But if you take a moment to consider that they might be caring for someone who's unwell or facing struggles you don't know about, your attitude softens. This shift in perspective doesn't mean you're excusing poor behavior. It means you're choosing not to let it rob you of your peace. You begin to see that judging others does more harm to you than to the person being judged. By releasing the need to label others, you unburden your mind and heart. When we stop judging, we open the door to greater compassion, not just for others, but for ourselves as well. Stoicism teaches us that we can't control other people's actions, but we can always choose how we respond. When we judge less and understand more, we create space for patience, empathy, and emotional resilience. This doesn't mean abandoning discernment or allowing others to walk over you. It means stepping back from the reflex to immediately categorize someone as good or bad based on a single action. People are complex, just like you. Everyone has struggles, insecurities, and reasons behind their behavior. Ultimately, letting go of judgment is about choosing peace over irritation. It's about freeing yourself from the emotional chains that come with trying to control or define others. When you stop judging, you stop absorbing unnecessary negativity. And in that space of neutrality, you find clarity, calm, and strength. Stay with me as we continue exploring more powerful Stoic practices that can transform not only your emotional world, but your entire life. These teachings aren't just about philosophy. They're about creating a life of stability, depth, and enduring inner peace. Stoicism doesn't instruct us to ignore our problems. It teaches us to see them with greater clarity and understanding. Marcus Aurelius wisely observed that we always possess the option of withholding our opinion. There is never a true necessity to become agitated or to disturb your inner peace over matters beyond your control. No one is entirely virtuous or completely flawed. People are a blend of actions, influenced heavily by their life experiences, surroundings, and level of awareness. Think back to a time when you didn't show up as your best self. Maybe you were exhausted, overwhelmed, or just having a particularly rough day. In the same way, others' actions are rarely a reflection of who they are at their core, but more often a response to the situations they're facing. In the right environment, even someone with many faults can demonstrate surprising kindness. On the flip side, even those who are usually composed and kind can falter under pressure. Consider this. You're at a restaurant and the server accidentally spills water across your table. Your immediate reaction might be irritation or anger. How careless! But if you take a moment to pause and reflect, considering the possibility that they might be having an exceptionally difficult day, your emotional response changes. You feel lighter. This is the quiet but profound power of releasing judgment. Not only does it lift the burden of discomfort from your shoulders, but it also deepens your empathy toward others. To be clear, letting go of judgment doesn't equate to justifying wrongdoing. It means choosing not to let the actions of others take control of your inner world. You can still recognize poor behavior and distinguish right from wrong without allowing negativity to poison your mind. As Marcus Aurelius also noted, the best form of revenge is to remain unlike the one who committed the harm. The most dignified and powerful response to being wronged isn't retaliation. It's maintaining your grace and self-control. So how do we put this principle of non-judgment into action? The first and most essential step is awareness. When you notice yourself beginning to form a judgment about someone, ask yourself honestly, is this thought necessary? Is it helping me in any meaningful way? Then try to shift your point of view. Put yourself in the other person's situation. What might they be going through that you don't see or understand? Remember too that the richness of life comes from diversity. The fact that someone behaves, thinks, or reacts differently than you doesn't automatically make them wrong. It simply makes them different. And not every difference needs to be analyzed or emotionally charged. Often, it's not worth your energy or your peace. Letting go of judgment is ultimately about freeing yourself from carrying unnecessary emotional burdens. It's about learning to release the weight of irritation and resentment. The next time someone gets under your skin, pause, breathe deeply, and ask yourself honestly, is this emotional reaction really worth it? You'll begin to notice that by choosing empathy and perspective over assumption and judgment, you not only become more compassionate toward others, but also extend greater kindness to yourself. In the end, ask yourself this fundamental question: do I want to cling to my anger, or do I want to live with freedom and peace? The answer lies within your control. When you release the habit of judging others, you naturally begin to loosen your grip on the desire to control. This opens your eyes to a powerful truth. Much of the tension and disappointment in life comes from our expectation that others should behave according to our preferences. But life doesn't function on our terms. People, with all their complexities and unique circumstances, act based on their own motivations, many of which we may never fully comprehend. This brings up a deeper question. Is control truly the path to peace? Or does peace arise when we let go of the need to control? This question strikes at the very heart of Stoic philosophy. Instead of expending energy trying to reshape what lies beyond our reach, we can choose to accept things as they are, and in doing so, free ourselves from much of life's unnecessary stress. You can't dictate the direction life takes, but you can always govern how you respond. Imagine you're driving during peak traffic hours. The roads are jammed, the horns are blaring, and you're about to be late. You feel frustration bubbling up. Why can't people drive better? Or, why is the traffic always like this? But the truth is, you can't alter how others drive or instantly clear the roads. What you can control, however, is your mindset. You can choose to become agitated, or you can take a breath and accept that this situation is simply outside your influence. Though it might seem straightforward, the act of letting go of control can radically transform your daily experience. Think of a mother who constantly worries about her child's academic performance. She wants the best and fears failure. But no matter how deeply she cares, she cannot take the exams for her child. Or picture an employee frustrated with their boss's decisions. No matter how much they disagree, they can't force their boss to think differently. Much of our emotional distress arises from pinning high hopes on things we can't control. When those expectations go unmet, disappointment and resentment naturally follow. I once knew a young entrepreneur who poured his soul into developing a new tech product. His vision was ambitious. He wanted to revolutionize an entire industry. But when he finally launched the product, the market response was lukewarm at best. He was crushed. He blamed the customers for failing to grasp its brilliance and suspected rivals were sabotaging him. This mindset kept him trapped in bitterness. During a conversation, I encouraged him to shift focus. Instead of brooding over what others weren't doing, what could he do differently? Slowly, he began to refine his approach, adjusted the product, and embraced the slow, often humbling journey of growth. By focusing only on what was within his control, he found new clarity, regained his creative spark, and eventually surpassed his earlier goals. This is the essence of Stoicism in practice, recognizing when you're placing energy into the unchangeable and choosing instead to focus on what you can influence. In moments of stress, ask yourself, is this within my control? Am I improving the situation by reacting this way, or am I making it worse? These aren't just philosophical questions, they're practical tools for emotional clarity. Letting go of control doesn't mean you give up or resign yourself to passivity. It means directing your energy wisely toward your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. Imagine rowing a small boat down a river. You can't stop the current, but you can learn to steer with precision, adjusting to the flow and moving forward with ease. A valuable Stoic practice for this mindset is premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of adversity. Each morning, spend a moment imagining potential setbacks, a delayed train, a cancelled meeting, a friend letting you down. By anticipating these possibilities, you make peace with them before they even occur. When they do, you'll find yourself far more prepared to accept them calmly. Letting go of control isn't a weakness. It's an extraordinary act of strength. It's a form of freedom. When you stop clinging to what you can't hold, you create space for peace, creativity, and inner power. Begin with small steps. Resist the urge to argue someone into agreeing with you. Stop replaying the past. Stop grasping for guarantees in life. Life is like a river, always flowing, often unpredictable. But when you learn to stop resisting and instead navigate with grace, you discover that peace isn't something you need to chase. It's something you create, moment by moment, choice by choice. When people don't act the way we expect them to, it's easy to feel upset or disappointed. But have you ever paused to wonder why we even expect perfection from others or the world around us? According to Stoic philosophy, this expectation of perfection is not only unrealistic, but also a major source of emotional suffering. The idea that everything should go according to our standards is an illusion, and by recognizing this, we begin to free ourselves from the negative emotions that arise when reality doesn't meet our demands. Reflect on your experiences. Have you ever been let down because a coworker didn't do their part, causing setbacks in your own work? Or maybe you felt hurt when someone close to you didn't keep a promise or said something unkind. These situations are not rare, yet we often react with the assumption that people should be flawless. But is that a fair expectation? The Stoic philosopher Epictetus teaches that it's not the events themselves that disturb us, but rather our judgments about those events. Our anger and frustration don't come from what people do, but from how we choose to view their actions. The world is naturally messy, unpredictable, and flawed. It was never meant to function according to our preferences. Trying to mold it to our will only leads to suffering. Let's consider a specific case. Imagine you spent days preparing for a vital presentation. You gave it your all, but right before it began, the colleague in charge of the supporting materials made some critical mistakes or left out important content. The initial reaction might be overwhelming frustration. You might think, how could they be so careless after all my effort? But from a Stoic viewpoint, this reaction doesn't serve you. The mistake has already happened, and blaming someone else only increases your distress. A more empowering response would be to ask, what can I do right now to make the best of this situation? Accepting that people make mistakes allows you to stay calm and think clearly, which in turn helps you find better solutions. Stoicism teaches that our focus should remain on what we can control. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, advised that we begin each day by reminding ourselves we will likely encounter rudeness, ingratitude, arrogance, betrayal, hostility, and selfishness. These aren't exceptions to the rule, they are part of life. He explained that such behaviors stem from ignorance, from a lack of understanding about what is truly good or bad. By anticipating these imperfections, we mentally prepare ourselves to respond with patience and strength. This isn't about being negative, it's about being realistic and equipping ourselves emotionally to handle life's unpredictability. Embracing the world's imperfections can also change the way we handle everyday conflicts. When someone fails to keep a promise, rather than immediately feeling betrayed, you can remind yourself that everyone is fighting battles you can't see. If you're feeling misunderstood, resist the urge to become defensive. Instead, calmly try to clarify your thoughts. Perhaps the other person didn't mean to offend, but simply didn't grasp your perspective. If someone is rude or critical, ask yourself whether their words truly injure you or whether it's your own interpretation that's creating the pain. To accept imperfection doesn't mean we stop trying to grow or improve the world around us. On the contrary, this mindset liberates us. When we stop demanding that others meet our personal standards, we free ourselves from constant disappointment and can instead invest our energy in what truly matters. Take personal relationships, for example. We often expect our partner to understand us completely, to instinctively know our feelings and needs. But even the most loving person can't read your mind. When you stop blaming them for not meeting your unspoken expectations and instead ask yourself whether you could express your needs more clearly, you not only reduce frustration, but also strengthen your relationship through better communication. When we truly embrace imperfection, we begin to find beauty in flaws. The coworker who forgets deadlines, the friend who lets you down, the stranger who speaks harshly. All of these become chances to practice compassion and resilience. Ask yourself, have I ever made mistakes? If you desire understanding and forgiveness from others, shouldn't you be willing to extend the same to them? This shift in thinking reminds us that every human being is flawed, just as we are, and most are doing the best they can with the circumstances they face. Seneca, another great Stoic thinker, said that true freedom belongs to the brave. Having the courage to face and accept imperfection is not only a sign of compassion, it is a key to inner peace. You don't need a perfect world to be happy. When you stop expecting perfection from people or from life, you take a massive weight off your shoulders. Marcus Aurelius noted that your life's happiness depends on the quality of your thoughts. By training your mind to accept life as it is, not as you wish it to be, you begin to find peace amidst the chaos. This approach doesn't mean settling for less or tolerating harmful behavior. Rather, it's about mastering the art of living, one based on clarity, patience, and wisdom. As we start to accept the world's flaws, we arrive at a deeper realization. The way we feel about life's events is not dictated by the events themselves, but by our internal responses. This leads us to an even more personal challenge, learning to take responsibility for our emotions. The outside world is full of disorder, and people will often fail to meet our expectations. Things will rarely go exactly as we plan, but must these things shake us to our core? Accepting life's external imperfections is one part of the equation. The more difficult and more rewarding part is learning to regulate how we respond emotionally to what happens around us. This brings up a vital question. Who really controls your feelings, you or the circumstances you encounter? Stoic philosophy urges us to confront this truth head-on. Picture yourself standing in a crowded supermarket line on a hectic weekend. The place is buzzing with noise and stress. Suddenly, someone cuts in front of you without saying a word. No apology, no acknowledgement. Almost immediately, you feel a surge of irritation. You might think, how rude. The impulse to speak up angrily or to stew in frustration is strong. But here's where you can take a pause and reflect. Is this person's inconsiderate action really worth disrupting your peace? They may have acted poorly, but your emotions are still your responsibility. Why should you allow their behavior to take charge of how you feel? If you choose calmness, you'll notice something powerful. The irritation begins to melt away. That person may continue without ever realizing what they did, but their behavior no longer has any control over your mood. The cue may take a few minutes longer, but your inner stability remains untouched. What could have been a spark for hours of negativity turns into just another moment in the day, easily forgotten. Every day, we unknowingly give others control over our emotions. A harsh comment, a dismissive look, or a forgotten favor can make us feel hurt or angry. But why do we give other people such power over our emotional state? Marcus Aurelius, emperor and philosopher, reminded us that we have complete control over our minds, even if we can't control outside events. In that control lies our strength. His insight reveals a timeless truth. While you can't determine how others behave, you always have the power to choose how you respond. Think back to a time when you were unjustly criticized, maybe at work or by someone close to you. The natural reaction might have been anger, maybe even a desire to defend yourself. But imagine if, in that moment, you had reminded yourself that your value doesn't depend on one person's opinion, and that your peace of mind is not up for negotiation. That would change everything. How can we begin to develop this level of emotional mastery? The answer lies in simple but powerful practices. Start by learning to harness the power of the pause. When something upsets you, resist the immediate impulse to react. Instead, ask yourself a few key questions. Am I overreacting? Or, is this moment really worth disturbing my peace? This brief pause, though seemingly small, creates a vital gap between the trigger and your response. In that space, you gain the ability to make a conscious choice, to choose calm over chaos, wisdom over impulse. Another deeply effective approach, one rooted in ancient Stoic tradition, is to keep a daily journal of your emotions. Each evening, take a few quiet moments to reflect. Ask yourself, what stirred my emotions today? What situations challenged my inner balance? How did I respond, and could I have chosen a wiser response? This daily practice is more than just writing. It's a mirror into your emotional life. Over time, it reveals patterns, moments where you consistently lose your composure, and gives you the clarity and discipline to change your reactions. Slowly but surely, this builds a resilient mindset. Owning your emotions is the cornerstone of a more peaceful life. The truth is, no one can truly make you angry or upset unless you give them that power. The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius captured this timeless wisdom when he wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." These words are not just theory, they are a call to action. They remind us that emotions, while powerful, are our possession. They are not the result of what someone else says or does, but of how we interpret and internalize the situation. Your peace of mind is your responsibility. When you learn to protect it, fiercely but calmly, you will find that very little in this world can truly disturb your inner spirit. So ask yourself, does this way of thinking resonate with you? If it does, take a moment to like this message and share your own thoughts in the comments. I'd truly love to hear your personal stories and reflections. And if you see things differently, I welcome your perspective as well. Your insights might ignite a meaningful and enriching conversation that helps us all grow. Let's keep growing together as we move forward into the next timeless principle. Lesson number 6. Practice non-reaction. In life, unexpected moments often catch us by surprise. A colleague might publicly criticize you during a meeting, leaving you stunned and embarrassed. A stranger may rudely cut in front of you in a line you've been patiently standing in. Or someone might throw a sharp and careless remark your way, leaving you feeling offended or even angry. These types of encounters, though they may seem small, can easily shake your mood and stir up feelings of resentment and frustration. But is there a better way to handle such moments? Is there a way to remain grounded and composed, even when others act out of line? The answer lies in mastering the ancient yet powerful art of non-reaction. Epictetus, one of the great voices of Stoicism, once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This simple truth holds immense power. When you pause and reflect on it, you begin to see that your emotional state is not determined by other people's behavior, but by how you choose to perceive and respond to it. Take the earlier example of being criticized during a meeting. Your initial reaction might be to feel embarrassed or irritated, especially if the criticism is public and unexpected. You might feel the urge to immediately defend yourself or push back to protect your pride. But what if you paused instead? What if, in that brief space between stimulus and response, you asked yourself, why should I let this define my mood or my worth? That colleague's hasty or insensitive words don't actually diminish your capabilities. They only reflect their own mindset in that moment. By choosing not to react emotionally, you protect your peace, maintain your professionalism, and show strength, not weakness. Consider an alternative and more stoic approach. You smile calmly and respond, "Thank you for the feedback. I'll address that after I finish presenting my ideas." With that single response, you seize control of the situation. The colleague, expecting a defensive reaction, is instead met with grace and composure. And you, rather than being flustered or rattled, walk away from the meeting with confidence and inner calm. This is the quiet power of non-reaction. Seneca, another towering figure of Stoicism, once advised, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." One of the most effective ways to master non-reaction is to give yourself time. When someone insults you or challenges you unfairly, resist the temptation to fire back immediately. Instead, take a breath. Reflect. If the conflict is over email, delay your reply by an hour or even a full day. Time grants you clarity, and clarity allows you to respond wisely rather than impulsively. Sometimes the strongest response is silence. Choosing not to retaliate doesn't mean you are weak. On the contrary, it means you are in full control. By refusing to be provoked, you remain the master of your inner state. There's a wise old saying, "If a donkey kicks you and you kick back, you're both donkeys." This humorous yet profound parable teaches that reacting to negativity with more negativity only pulls you down to the same level. But when you rise above it, when you choose not to engage, you preserve your dignity and your peace. Picture a heated argument. Each word adds fuel to the fire, but then imagine one person stops speaking. They no longer react. Eventually the flames die down. Without fuel, anger cannot survive. The one who steps back from the conflict emerges not as weak, but as wise. They have chosen peace over pride and have protected their emotional balance. Take a moment to reflect. When was the last time you lost your temper over something that in hindsight was trivial? Was the anger worth it? If you could return to that moment, would you respond differently? These are powerful questions that invite us to become more self-aware and more in control of ourselves. Marcus Aurelius captured it best when he wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." This wisdom isn't abstract, it's practical. It means that even in the chaos of life, you always have the power to reclaim your peace. Mastering non-reaction doesn't mean you accept mistreatment or remain passive in the face of injustice. It means you become discerning, choosing where your energy is best spent and refusing to waste it on meaningless provocation. By embracing non-reaction, you gain emotional mastery. You protect your peace. You develop a strong, grounded soul that cannot be easily shaken by outside forces. Remind yourself every day, you cannot control the actions of others, but you can always control your response. In a world full of noise, calmness, silence, and an unshaken heart are your greatest strengths. This is the essence of Stoicism. Now, let's explore the next vital teaching. Lesson number 7. Find joy in selflessness. As we learn to stay calm and resist the urge to react hastily to the world around us, something remarkable begins to happen. our inner world begins to lighten. The burdens we once carried, anger, irritation, resentment, begin to lift. The things that used to trigger us now feel like minor ripples in the vast river of life. And in that space where bitterness used to reside, something new and beautiful takes root. A quiet, radiant joy. The joy of understanding, of compassion, and of giving without expectation. As our hearts soften and open, we make room for empathy and love. We begin to see that sometimes the most powerful way to protect our peace is to simply forgive, to let go, to offer kindness even when it is not returned. This is not weakness, it is transcendence. It is the mind finding clarity and the heart expanding to embrace others, even those who fall short. Marcus Aurelius beautifully reminds us in his writings that when we wake in the morning, we should take a moment to reflect on the privilege of being alive, to think, to experience joy, and to love. These are gifts that each new day provides. These simple yet profound words serve as a gentle reminder of the blessings life offers us. Every morning is an opportunity to love, to help others, and to live with a heart that is more open and receptive than it was the day before. Through the lens of Marcus Aurelius, forgiveness is not something distant or difficult to attain. It is simply an awareness that helping others brings joy, not just to them, but also to ourselves. I recall a story about a friend who worked in a highly stressful environment where he was frequently criticized, sometimes unfairly, by his colleagues. Instead of responding with anger or frustration, he chose to pause and reflect. He asked himself, "Are they going through something that I don't know about?" One day, he learned that a colleague who had been particularly critical was facing severe financial struggles. This revelation changed his entire perspective. Rather than retaliating, he chose to remain silent, to listen, and even offered help when he could. Over time, this approach not only improved their relationship, but also created a more positive and less tense atmosphere in the workplace. The same principle can be applied to our family lives. Minor disagreements in families often have the potential to escalate into major arguments. Imagine having a relative who constantly criticizes you, no matter what you do. Their words might hurt deeply, but it's important to remember that their criticism often comes from their own insecurities or struggles, rather than from a genuine desire to hurt you. When you understand this, it becomes much easier to disarm your own anger. Choosing forgiveness doesn't mean you accept wrongdoing. It means you choose not to let it dictate how you feel or control your emotional state. Anger frequently arises from our expectations of others. We expect people to behave according to our standards, but life is inherently imperfect. Everyone carries unseen burdens, and recognizing this fact allows us to let go of our expectations. Once these expectations fade, there is no longer a reason for anger to take root. The beauty of forgiveness is that it not only helps us move beyond anger, but also brings a deep sense of joy and relief. Reflect for a moment. Can you recall a time when you helped someone without expecting anything in return? How did it feel? It was likely a peaceful, fulfilling experience, one that brought a sense of purpose and joy that surpassed any material reward. Epictetus once wisely stated, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Practicing forgiveness is not only about giving to others, it is about reclaiming control over our own emotions. It is a form of spiritual freedom, a state of peace that cannot be bought with material wealth. Modern research supports this idea, People who regularly engage in acts of kindness and selflessness report higher levels of happiness. The teachings of Stoicism, which have endured for millennia, understood this truth deeply. Forgiveness is not merely a moral virtue, it is a path to a fuller, more meaningful life. Take a moment to ask yourself, can I see this situation from the other person's perspective? What might be driving their behavior? These questions, when practiced regularly, can help ease discomfort and foster understanding. When was the last time you helped someone without expecting anything in return? How did it make you feel? Reflecting on such moments can guide you toward practicing forgiveness daily. It doesn't have to be a complicated or difficult process. Sometimes, it's as simple as showing patience with someone's carelessness or refraining from trying to control things that are beyond your power. Instead of clinging to anger, focus on bettering yourself. When you extend kindness to someone, be grateful for the opportunity to do so and let go of any resentment. Seneca, in his timeless wisdom, beautifully said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness. Wherever life places us, we have the chance to offer compassion. Choose forgiveness, not just for others, but also for yourself." Through giving and understanding, we build a better world for both ourselves and those around us. Forgiveness is not just an action. It is the key to living freely and peacefully. In conclusion, we have explored 7 methods for maintaining inner peace and remaining unaffected by the anger or annoyance caused by others. These principles are not merely philosophical musings. They are practical tools that guide us toward true inner freedom. By embracing acceptance, we learn to align with life itself. By letting go of judgment, we free ourselves from the burdens of bias. By relinquishing control and embracing imperfection, we take responsibility for our emotions and practice non-reactivity. All of these steps bring us closer to genuine self-mastery. Along this journey, finding joy in compassion becomes the greatest gift we can offer, not just to others, but to ourselves as well. You're exhausted from dealing with problems that feel overwhelming. What you truly desire are straightforward, effective ways to handle 93% of the challenges that confront you every day. In this video, we'll introduce you to a powerful set of transformative phrases that can empower you to face any difficulty with courage and clarity. These inspiring statements are designed to give you the mental boost you need to navigate adversity with strength, make wiser decisions, and gain greater mental clarity. I encourage you to stay with us until the very end, because that's where you'll find some of the most valuable insights, lessons that can fortify your plans and help you stand strong no matter what life throws at you. If this is your first time visiting the channel, I kindly ask you to support us by subscribing and liking the video. Your support helps me continue sharing more content like this, rooted in the art of facing life's challenges with calm, learning how to live in harmony with nature, and cultivating virtues that elevate our inner lives day by day. Every teaching shared here takes you on a deeper journey of self-awareness and personal evolution. Discover the timeless wisdom of Stoic philosophy and learn how to apply it meaningfully in the modern world. If you want to dive deeper, check out our ebook, Stoic Mindset, a guide to contemporary life. The link is available in the first pinned comment. Each insight gives us the chance to awaken a higher consciousness about ourselves and the world around us, pushing us to rise above the mundane and strive toward a richer, more purposeful life. Let's begin with a truth. Being honest won't win you a crowd, but it will connect you with the right people. Don't waste your time worrying about what others think. Most people are only focused on themselves anyway. Every second you spend comparing your life with someone else's is a moment lost forever. Let go of emotional attachment. People don't always change. Even your closest friends can become strangers over time. Find contentment within yourself. If your happiness depends on someone else's presence, then you're placing your strength in something fragile. Share your growth. Set your own goals. That way, motivation will follow naturally. Don't be afraid of solitude. Being alone with yourself is far more rewarding than surrounding yourself with mediocrity. Often those who expect the most from you are the ones who give the least in return. Take your responsibilities seriously, but don't take yourself too seriously. Fear isn't your enemy. It simply reveals what truly matters to you. Never make lasting decisions while you're trapped in temporary emotions. If you place someone on a pedestal, they'll only be able to look down on you. People offer advice based on their limited viewpoint. You don't have to voice every thought you have, and don't do anything you'll need to lie about later. Light travels faster than sound. This is why some people appear intelligent until they start talking. Stop chasing happiness outside yourself. It has always been within you. You owe nothing to your past self, but you owe everything to who you are right now. Self-care begins when you realize that you are your own greatest hurdle. Your parents may not have had academic credentials, but that doesn't mean their advice lacked wisdom. Stop rejecting their guidance with pride. Move through life with quiet confidence. Don't overthink. It complicates situations, heightens worry, and makes things worse than they actually are. Before letting anger control you, ask yourself if what's upsetting you will matter in 10 years. Your body is the only one you'll ever have. It's incredibly strong, but it can only return what you give to it. If someone makes a big show of telling the truth, you can bet they're not being honest. Your power lies in what you choose to do with your time. You'll never mess up your role in life by being authentic. Don't compare your behind the scenes to someone else's highlight reel. Missing someone doesn't mean you need to bring them back into your life. Sometimes missing them is just part of letting them go. You may first be drawn to a partner's appearance, but one day you'll realize it's their character that shapes the life you share, especially the kind of children you raise. You can't have everything. Life requires sacrifice. To find out who your true friends are, pay attention to who speaks positively about you behind your back, and truthfully, to your face. Letting go is incredibly hard, but it's also one of the most liberating things you'll ever do. The more you confront fear and collect victories over it, the more fearless you'll become. Don't make someone your priority if they treat you as an afterthought. If you try to be everyone's friend, you'll end up betraying yourself. You were born with 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them accordingly. The most powerful truth you must embrace is change. You don't live just once. You live many lives within this one lifetime. Life becomes more beautiful and fulfilling when you learn to see the good in others. You can cut down all the flowers, but you can't stop spring from coming. Let people's actions speak louder than their words. They will always show you more through what they do than what they say. Everything you do connects to something else. Those dots will one day form a pattern that gives you understanding and direction. Commitment gets you started. Consistency moves you forward, and persistence ensures you don't stop. You can fall in love more than once. So don't fall apart when someone leaves. Sometimes, that's life's way of making space for something better. If someone tries to bring you down, it's a sign you're above them. Don't make promises you don't intend to keep. What means little to you might mean everything to someone else. Going back to an ex is like showering and then putting on your old, dirty clothes. Keep your mind open and act like an artist, but learn and adapt like a scientist. Your purpose isn't something you find in a distant place. You create it right where you are by pouring meaning into your present life. Everything can change in a single moment, so rather than coasting through life, appreciate every moment and do as much good with it as you can. You become truly rich, not through possessions, but through meaningful experiences. Don't overthink. Act. Clarity is born from movement, not endless contemplation. You can't think your way into a new life. You must live your way into it. Your life reflects your mindset. Chasing happiness leads to disappointment until you realize that happiness is the path, not the destination. All you have is now. What you do with it matters. Be wise enough to ask for guidance, but even wiser in choosing who you ask. If you want to leave something behind, let it be your ego. Gratitude transforms the way you see the world. The more grateful you are, the more beauty you'll notice, the more generous life becomes, and the happier you'll feel. You may not forget all the painful moments, but eventually you'll stop letting them trouble you. Until that day comes, don't stress over them too much. Success isn't about having all the resources. It's about how creative and resourceful you are with what you have. Fear dictates most people's lives and creeps into their decisions. Learn to conquer it, manage it, and celebrate your strength every time you overcome it. You can't reach new shores without leaving the safety of the shore. It's never too late to pursue the things that matter most to you. Don't let pessimistic voices discourage you. Most of the time, they're reflecting their own limitations, not yours. Whether you or someone else caused a situation, don't dwell in anger. Meet the challenge. Others will always project their own fears and doubts onto you, so build mental armor to protect yourself from their noise. Never share your past with those who can't understand it. It holds meaning only you truly grasp, and some people might misuse it. Your future can be completely different from your present if you take action. But if you keep crying about what's not working today, tomorrow will be no different. Sometimes life forces you to confront your identity. But if you never stop to reflect, you may never discover who you truly are. Life won't go as planned, and that's not just okay. It's often the best thing that can happen. I remember sitting alone, feeling like I had completely hit rock bottom. But it was in that dark moment that I crossed paths with people who shared powerful lessons with me, lessons that helped me rise again. And perhaps these same lessons are what your heart needs right now. People aren't necessarily for you or against you, they're simply for themselves. What lies ahead is often better than what's already behind you. Sometimes you have to walk away, let go of certain people, and allow relationships to come to their natural end. Your real friends? They show up when you're at your lowest. The only way out of pain is through it. And believe me, you're much stronger than you give yourself credit for. You've made it through every hard day you've ever faced, undefeated. No one will ever take care of you the way you can take care of yourself. Once you confront your fears, you'll see they were never as terrifying as you imagined. Challenges will arise. Miracles will too. If you believe you can, you're already halfway there. Not every person you meet will have pure intentions. On the days when motivation escapes you, those are often the days you need to push yourself the most. The only things truly within your control are your thoughts, actions, and emotions. Trying to change others rarely works. Difficult experiences often mold ordinary people into extraordinary versions of themselves. The future belongs to those who hold on to the beauty of their dreams. Sometimes the only way to discover your true path is to let the winds of change carry you. Never stifle your own growth for the sake of anyone else. Pain is a part of life, but suffering is something we choose. You are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and far wiser than you know. Trust yourself. You've survived so much already, and you will survive whatever comes next. Often, we don't realize how strong we are until being strong is our only option. Change isn't something to fear. It's an invitation to really live. Whether we grow stronger or more miserable, both require effort. So choose the effort that uplifts you. Set expectations only for yourself. Life doesn't always play fair. Sometimes liars and cheaters seem to get ahead, but even when it all looks hopeless, keep fighting, keep hoping, keep wishing. Change doesn't happen by chance. It happens by making new decisions and putting in the hard work. Honesty is a rare and valuable gift. Don't expect it from people who treat life cheaply. When your patience is rewarded, you'll look back and realize the wait wasn't long at all. You must learn to love yourself before you can truly love others. When pain comes, it's there to teach, not to torment you pointlessly. Wisdom often stems from experience, and experience often comes from making poor choices. Don't allow your past memories to confine your future potential. The only limits in life are the ones we believe in our minds. Rather than wishing obstacles away, we need to face them with courage. Letting go isn't a one-time decision. It's a daily practice. The hardest roads often lead to the most beautiful destinations. Eventually, you'll reach a point where you'll need to either turn the page, write a new story, or close the book completely. When you emerge from a storm, you won't be the same person who walked into it. Courage is the foundation of all virtues. Without it, you can't consistently practice any other. Most people will disappoint you the first chance they get. It's not falling into the water that drowns you, it's staying there. There is only one risk in life that should truly terrify you: the risk of doing nothing. Every new chapter in your life will demand a new version of you. Take the first step with faith. You don't need to see the whole staircase. Just trust in the next step. Don't let anyone convince you that you don't deserve what you want. Life's biggest danger is in being too cautious. The most crucial lesson: learning how to push through bad days so that better ones can be built. Let your self-improvement consume you so much that you have no time to criticize others. Many people unnecessarily complicate their lives, as if life isn't already complicated enough. One of the hardest lessons is accepting that not everyone wants what's best for you. True happiness doesn't come from having no problems. It comes from learning how to manage them. Sometimes we must experience absolute despair before we can truly feel overwhelming joy. Hard times are often hidden blessings, even though they bring suffering. But eventually, they make us wiser and stronger. Running through imagined scenarios in your mind is futile. Reality will always be different. People will enter and leave your life, and often those you thought would stay forever become fleeting memories. Healing happens at the pace of your forgiveness. A little madness helps us enjoy life, while a little wisdom helps us avoid mistakes that could make it harder. Tough times don't create heroes. They reveal the hero already inside of you. Happiness isn't the absence of difficulty, it's the resilience to face it. The most courageous thing any of us can do is to step out of our old stories and into the lives we were meant to live. Nothing will ever change for you unless you change. You may think you know someone, but often you only know the version you want to believe in. It takes time, but eventually you learn. Life doesn't give you anything without expecting something in return. Instead of wasting energy on what you can't control, focus on what you can build. Maturity is when you stop blaming, stop making excuses, and start making real changes. You won't always understand everything right away, and sometimes it's the goodbyes that set you free. The person you're meant to become is the one you choose to be. When you have a clear purpose, no one needs to push you. Your passion will drive you forward. Life changes for the better when you accept that you don't need all the answers, and you can drop the act of pretending you do. Knowing you are the reason behind someone's smile, or the reason someone believes in love again, that's everything. It's never too late to reinvent yourself. Some actions, no matter how persistent, bring bitter results. Sometimes you have to release parts of yourself in order to feel whole. Obstacles aren't dead ends. If you hit a wall, find a way to climb it, break through it, or walk around it. You might not always get what you want, but if you try, you just might get what you need. The first step to progress is deciding that you can't stay where you are. One of life's toughest lessons is knowing which bridges to cross and which to burn. Pay attention. Life sends you lessons when you're ready to receive them. Facing your emotions brings lasting peace, far more than suppressing them ever will. If you believe in something deeply, protect it. Be mindful of your thoughts when you're alone, and of your words when you're with others. If you don't live your life, someone else will try to live it for you. Be thankful for what you already have while pursuing what you want. If life teaches us anything, it's that wishing alone won't make something real. Sometimes you won't fit in, no matter how hard you try, and that's okay. Being alone is better than being somewhere you don't belong. Every journey has a final chapter. Don't rush. When one door closes, another opens. But if you stare too long at the closed one, you'll miss the one already open for you. Trust your instincts, even when everyone else is trying to change your mind. Never take people for granted. You never know how much they mean to you until they're gone. Never walk away from a real challenge. It's in those moments that life teaches you its most powerful lessons. You are the only one who can be both your biggest ally and your worst enemy. And that choice is yours. You can't control how others behave, but you can always control how you respond. Don't cry because something ended. Smile because it happened. Sometimes losing everything is what helps you discover who you truly are. People grow through experience if they're open to learning from their mistakes. Difficult moments show us that we're far more resilient than we imagined. Speak up for yourself. No one else will do it for you. And as much as you may want to help others grow, you can't force it. Eventually, a day will come when you realize it's time to stop trying and simply let go. There is no grand design, only the outcomes of your decisions. Be cautious even with your good intentions, for kindness has its limits, and some may exploit your generosity. You can choose to be a victim of your struggles, or you can rise above them and become the hero of your own life. The most valuable thing in this world is the time you share with those you love. Yet we often overlook that happiness doesn't stem from acquiring what we lack, but from recognizing and cherishing what we already have. Your future is simply your past that you've come to understand. You must be the one to help yourself. No one else can do it for you. Once you realize this truth, you will begin to feel a greater sense of control over your life. Worrying changes nothing about what's to come. and the quality of your thoughts is what determines the happiness in your life. To me, there is no better indicator of a sound and well-organized mind than a person's ability to pause and be content in their own company. The strongest defense against stress is our ability to choose one thought over another. I only speak when I'm certain that silence would not be a better option. All Hellenistic schools of philosophy, though differing in details, seem to define wisdom similarly, as the attainment of a tranquil and peaceful state of mind. From this perspective, philosophy serves as a healing agent for the human soul, addressing the fear and sorrow that plague us. For cynics, the burden lies in societal norms and restrictions. For Epicureans, it's the pursuit of false pleasures. For Stoics, it's the chase after selfish desires. And for skeptics, it's the reliance on mistaken beliefs. Even if each philosophy claims roots in Socratic thought, they all agree with Socrates that humanity is entrenched in misery and confusion, not because of external evils, but due to ignorance. Evil is not found in things themselves, but in the judgments we make about them. Healing comes only when individuals are persuaded to transform these value judgments. That is why all these philosophical paths aim to be therapeutic. Simplicity, patience, and compassion, these are your greatest treasures. When your actions and thoughts are rooted in simplicity, you return to your essential nature. When you're patient with both friends and foes, you adapt to reality. When you're compassionate with yourself, you reconnect with all life. What harms the hive cannot benefit the bees. Therefore, living justly in your own actions means acting in ways that serve the common good. This is what it means to fulfill your true purpose. Most people are not concerned with living nobly, but with living long, even though every person has the power to live with virtue, while no one has the power to extend life indefinitely. Just like a runner must give their best to win the race, it is wrong to trip a fellow competitor. Similarly, in life, it's acceptable to seek personal benefit, but it's unjust to take it from someone else. To be human is to struggle with injustice, cruelty, and indifference. Virtue, on the other hand, is expressed through love, kindness, justice, charity, and a genuine concern for others. Whether in exile or at home, the brave face adversity without fear. That's why they possess the courage to speak their minds freely, regardless of where they are. True philosophy doesn't promise to secure anything external, because doing so would acknowledge a force beyond one's control. Just as a carpenter works with wood and a sculptor with bronze, the raw material of life is the very life each person is given. We are all bound by fortune, some with golden chains that are long and polished, others with short, rusted ones. Yet the nature of the prison remains the same. Even those who have imprisoned others are themselves imprisoned. Don't think that a chain on the left is any lighter. Honor, wealth, and nobility bind some, while humility weighs on others. Some are held by outside forces, while others are enslaved by their own inner tyrants. All lives contain an element of bondage. The key is to become accustomed to your circumstances and complain as little as possible. Find and hold on to the good that is close at hand. Nothing is so bitter that a peaceful mind cannot find comfort in it. Small, cleverly arranged spaces have served many needs. Likewise, a limited situation can become bearable, even fulfilling, through thoughtful arrangement and skillful adjustment. Apply reason to your difficulties. Tight boundaries can be expanded and heavy burdens lightened if carried wisely. If you've given in to anger, understand that beyond the harm it causes, it also strengthens a damaging habit and feeds the fire. If you surrender to physical temptation, you haven't just suffered a lapse, you've reinforced destructive behaviors. Just as a person recovering from fever remains weakened even after recovery, so too does the mind retain marks from harmful choices. Unless healing is thorough, repeated failures will leave wounds, not just blisters. If someone tells you that another has spoken ill of you, don't rush to defend yourself. Instead say, "They didn't know the rest of my flaws, otherwise they'd have mentioned more." A good person doesn't act for appearances, but because it is right. Live each day as if it were your last. Learn as if you were to live forever. Only a fool insists on learning from their own mistakes, while the wise learn from the mistakes of others. When you light a lamp for another, it also lights your own path. If you can do what you love and find joy in it, you're already far ahead. When your work speaks for itself, it doesn't need to interrupt or seek validation. Progress lives just beyond the boundaries of comfort. I've realized that while words about your suffering may cause pain, silence from those who care can wound even deeper. An arrogant person always looks down on others and, in doing so, fails to appreciate anything above them. If it's not proper, don't do it. If it isn't true, don't say it. Master your impulses. Cruel words may sting, but silence can break the heart. A wise person controls their emotions in 3 situations: in the face of ignorance, during personal victories, and in times of deep disappointment. We often admire most what we least understand. If you want others to think well of you, resist the urge to speak well of yourself. Distraction comforts us during suffering, yet, ironically, it is often the cause of our greatest misfortunes. To understand life, one must dream, because something far greater lies ahead than anything we leave behind. Each morning, we are born anew. What matters most is what we do today. Do not seek refuge in others. Even when you choose to speak, ask yourself, is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? No one can save us but ourselves. No one may and no one can. We must walk the path on our own. The secret to physical and mental well-being lies not in regretting the past or fearing the future, but in living wisely and earnestly in the present. Just as a jar is filled drop by drop, the wise fill themselves with goodness little by little. There is nothing as unruly as an undisciplined mind, and nothing as obedient as one that is trained. If you find no one to support you on your spiritual path, then walk it alone. Peace comes from within. Do not seek it outside yourself. Show compassion to all beings, both rich and poor, for each person carries suffering. Some carry too much, others too little. If your compassion doesn't include yourself, it's incomplete. Hatred does not end with more hatred. It ends through love. That is the timeless truth. Nothing causes us more harm than our own unchecked thoughts. Look to the sky. There is no true east or west. These are boundaries created by people, not nature. These boundaries are inventions of the human mind, constructed, believed, and clung to as reality. If we turn our backs on others in their time of need, who will be there for us in ours? It is a generous spirit, gentle words, and a life devoted to service and empathy that revitalize the human soul. We accumulate knowledge by adding things daily, but wisdom is gained through subtraction, by removing the unnecessary each day. Those with true understanding often remain silent. Those who constantly speak often lack understanding. Quiet your speech, shut off distractions, dull your sharpness, loosen the binds within, soften your gaze, settle the unrest in your heart. This is how you return to your original nature. That which flows with the Tao cannot be grasped, taken, harmed, or glorified. It simply gives continuously and thus endures. All you must do is rest in non-action, and transformation will unfold on its own. Abandon the idea of self as fixed form. Spit out what binds your senses. Forget the illusion of separateness from the world around you, and you may begin to merge with the vast unity that holds everything. The boundless, the infinite, is found in surrender. An idea that is nurtured and carried out has more power than one that merely stays as thought. When you came into this world, you cried and the world smiled. Live your life so that when you depart, you smile and the world mourns your absence. In time, you may look back and find the years of hardship to be the most beautiful. Wherever fear exists, that is where your purpose lies. Those who are most difficult to love are often the ones who need it most. If your heart can dream it, then your hands can work toward it. Don't seek validation except from your own sense of striving to do better. It is wiser to remain silent and seem foolish than to speak and confirm it. Success is not the final destination. Failure is not the end. It is the courage to continue that truly matters. Time is sufficient for anyone who knows how to use it wisely. The act of thinking is perhaps the most challenging thing of all. Maybe that's why so few are willing to do it. Do what you can, with what you have, exactly where you are. We tend to love ourselves more than others, yet we often value the opinions of others more than our own. Let us stand up and be thankful. Even if we didn't learn much, we learned something. And if we didn't learn, at least we weren't ill. And if we were sick, at least we didn't die. So let us be grateful. Who we are is shaped by what we think. We are rooted in our thoughts, and our lives are molded by them. When a person speaks or acts with ill intent, suffering follows close behind, just like the wheel follows the hoof of the beast that pulls the cart. When one speaks or acts from kindness, joy follows like a faithful shadow. Holding on to anger is like gripping a burning coal with the intention of throwing it at someone else. Only you get burned. A single moment can change an entire day. A single day can transform a life, and a life can leave a mark on the world. Be present wherever you are, or else you will miss the essence of living. Kindness should be a natural part of our existence, not an occasional exception. Anyone who can anger you has in that moment become your master, for you've allowed yourself to be disturbed by them. Nothing is out of reach for those who persist. Time crawls when you chase it and races when it chases you. A goal without a plan is just a dream. The future approaches slowly, the present rushes past, and the past stands still. The highest human endeavor is to understand, because true understanding is liberation. Write your sorrows in the sand, where the winds of time can erase them. Etch your joys in stone, where they remain unshaken. Don't postpone today's actions to tomorrow. Love others as you love yourself. Don't measure your greatness by the length of your shadow at sunset. Never interrupt your adversary when they are in the midst of error. To be a friend to everyone often means to be a true friend to no one. Even a broken promise can be more meaningful than silence. Both the optimist and the pessimist have their place. The optimist invented the airplane, the pessimist the parachute. A woman's intuition may often outmatch a man's certainty. Ignorance is the root and trunk of all suffering. He who isn't content with little will never find peace with more. Shadows appear on sunny days and vanish when the skies are grey. Search for them, and you will not find them. Understanding a question is already half of the answer. What we know is a single drop. What we don't know is an ocean. Become the change you want to see in the world. Perfection isn't reached when there's nothing left to add, but when there's nothing left to take away. Simplicity is a sign of maturity. He who controls the past holds sway over the future. He who controls the present rewrites the past. Feign weakness when strong, and strength when weak. Time, like money, must be spent wisely. If you want to forget something, just remind yourself it must be remembered. Ironically, that's the surest way to forget. At some point, everyone must face the banquet of consequences. The value of a gift lies not in what is given, but in the intention behind it. In what we fear, we act like mortals. In what we desire, we act like we'll live forever. If a man doesn't know where he is sailing, no wind will be favorable. We live as though we have endless days ahead, rarely acknowledging our frailty. We squander time as if we have unlimited reserves, though any day we devote to something could very well be our last. The soul reflects the color of its thoughts. We often carry resentment and disappointment with the world around us, its people, its history, its systems. But the world simply is, not how we wish it to be, but as it exists. When we resist this reality and impose our expectations on it, we encounter internal friction, and from this, suffering is born. The greater the gap between our reality and our expectations, the greater the tension we experience. Learn to accept life, to embrace fate and all that it offers. This is the Stoic principle of amor fati, to love one's fate. After all, it is destiny that grants us the gift of life and experience. Attachment is the root of suffering. Your purpose is to discover your own path, and then give yourself to it completely. No fire burns hotter than passion. No predator is more dangerous than hatred. No trap is as binding as ignorance. No flood is as destructive as greed. Do not dwell on the past. Do not chase dreams of the future. Keep your mind grounded in the present, and joy will never be far away. Gratitude is the gateway to contentment. Beneath it all, you are simply a part of the very fabric of existence. I've come to understand that both the past and the future are illusions, constructs that only exist in the now. The present is all there is. You are the universe, observing and experiencing itself. The only way to navigate change is to flow with it, to become one with it, to dance with it. The scholar accumulates knowledge daily, but the one who seeks awakening unlearns something every day. The hermit knows, if you retreat into the silence of nature, far from distraction, you will discover your deep connection with everything that is. If my awareness of the past and future reduces my awareness of the now, then I must question whether I'm truly alive in the real world. Meditation teaches that the essence of life is always available in the present moment. The only wisdom you'll find at the top of the mountain is the wisdom you brought with you. Cloudy waters settle best when left undisturbed. Every intelligent person seeks to understand what drives them, yet we're all mystified by how hard it is to truly know ourselves. When questions remain forever unanswerable, we must suspect that they were wrongly asked. You'll be less anxious once you stop fearing anxiety. The same is true for guilt. If your goal is only to make money, you'll waste your life doing things you dislike, just to continue doing more things you dislike. That is a senseless way to live. When you try to control another, you simultaneously give that person power over you. Things are simply as they are. When we look into the night sky, we do not criticize stars for being misplaced. We do not judge constellations for being disordered. Philosophy arises not from cosmic order, but from humanity's restless curiosity about existence. It is the product of our yearning to understand life through the lens of reason. Yet, the concept of amor fati, the love of fate, is often misunderstood. Many confuse it with passive surrender, believing it means accepting the world's evils without resistance, silently tolerating the injustices around us. But this misrepresents the essence of Stoic wisdom. To accept reality is not to submit to it. Rather, it is to train ourselves to see the world clearly, free from personal bias or illusion. Acceptance is not passivity. It is the cultivated ability to see things as they are, not as we wish them to be. When we learn to observe life without the haze of our own prejudices and expectations, we begin to grasp the truth of our circumstances. This clarity enables us to discern what lies within our control and what does not. Armed with that understanding, we can direct our will where it matters, first inwardly, to shape our character, and then outwardly to influence the world if and when it is possible to do so for the better. If you truly wish to free yourself from the burdens that trouble you, you don't need to be in a different place. You need to become a different person. Genuine contentment lies in embracing the present moment, unburdened by anxious dependence on what may come. Rather than being carried away by hope or crippled by fear, we must learn to be satisfied with what we already have. That suffices. The one who lives this way desires nothing more. The deepest treasures of humanity are not external. They are found within and are within reach. A wise person accepts their fate, whatever form it takes, and asks for nothing beyond it. What then is a happy life? It is a state of mental freedom, a mind that is unshaken by fear or temptation, elevated in thought and firm in purpose. It is a mind that regards virtue as the only true good, and cowardice or corruption as the only real evil. All else, fortune, fame, material gain, is merely the shifting dust of existence. They may come and go, but they neither add to nor take away from a man's happiness. A willing spirit is always accompanied by an enduring joy, a joy born not of possessions or achievements, but from a deep harmony within, an appreciation for one's own character, and a desire for nothing beyond that. When someone wrongs you, pause and reflect on what beliefs or values led them to act as they did. If their understanding of good and evil resembles yours, then you'll find it easy to forgive, for you might have acted similarly in their place. If their moral framework differs greatly from yours, it becomes even easier to show compassion, recognizing their confusion and ignorance. In this light, offenses lose their sting. Wealth isn't about amassing possessions. True richness is found in having few desires. Don't preach your beliefs before living them. Decide first who you wish to become. Then let your actions follow that intention. If someone can provoke your anger, they've gained power over you, but only because you granted it. No one can disturb your peace unless you allow them to. There's only one sure path to happiness. Stop worrying about what lies outside your control. If something external distresses you, remember, it's not the thing itself that causes pain, but your judgment of it. And you always have the power to change that judgment. The greatest obstacle to fully living is our fixation on tomorrow. We spend our days waiting for life to begin while it passes us by. We fret over the whims of destiny and neglect what we can actually influence. Instead of wasting energy on what lies beyond us, Direct your attention toward your present purpose. The future is uncertain. Life is now. Circumstances do not create a person. They reveal them. Don't hope for life to bend to your wishes. Instead, learn to welcome whatever unfolds, and you will find peace. If you want to rid yourself of anger, starve it of attention. Don't nurture the habit. Catch it in its infancy. Remain silent at first, and keep count of the days you go without losing your temper. Perhaps you'll begin by enduring 1 day, then 2, then 3. And if you reach 30, offer thanks to the divine. When rising from bed feels like a burden, remind yourself, you were born for this. You were made to fulfill your purpose, not to lounge under blankets and hide from duty. We fail to realize how little we truly need until we give up the excess. We often hold on to things not because they're necessary, but because we've grown accustomed to them. The words of philosophers, the ones we quote and admire, shouldn't remain on the page. They're meant to be lived. Seek out what's practical, what inspires and uplifts. Avoid what is unnecessarily ornate or archaic. Let the words you study become actions. What's most disheartening is seeing those who teach philosophy as if it were a trade, but live in contradiction to its principles. It doesn't matter what suffering you face, but how you endure it. You could leave this life at any moment. Let that fact guide everything you do, say, and think. Life, at its core, is this: separating what is within our control from what is not, so we can focus our energy wisely. Good and evil do not reside in external things, but in our own choices. That is where power lies. True happiness is found in the present, without obsessively clinging to what may or may not happen. Be content with what is. He who is satisfied in this way lacks nothing. Don't wish for events to unfold as you desire. Instead, desire that they unfold exactly as they do. That shift will bring serenity. Taoism teaches us the art of being present, rooted in the moment. Within us lies the divine, nature, and the bridge between yesterday and tomorrow. The present is infinite in motion, the sacred space of transformation. To live wisely is to adapt. Be at peace with what you have. Rejoice in what is. When you see that nothing is missing, you realize the entire world is yours. No one can possess all they want, but everyone can choose not to crave what they lack and find joy in what they already hold. Earn the respect of others by first respecting yourself. Don't expect goodness from others if you haven't cultivated it in yourself. One of humanity's greatest realizations is this: we can change our lives simply by changing our attitudes. Excellence is never an accident. It results from deliberate intent, honest effort, and intelligent execution. It is born from choosing wisely among many options. We often fear what we hear more than what we experience. Much of our suffering lives in imagination, not reality. To master the world, you must first master yourself. Don't be swept away by external events. If you truly understand this, strength will rise within you. If something isn't right, don't do it. If it isn't true, don't say it. Live with such integrity that even your enemy could know your life story without giving you cause for shame. Awakening to who you are demands letting go of who you imagined yourself to be. A person of virtue must care more about what is right than about what others think. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Let us listen more and speak less. The obstacle to action becomes the path of progress. What stands in your way becomes your way. Don't promise twice what you can achieve once. If you've made a mistake and failed to correct it, that's a second mistake. The one who has a purpose can endure almost anything. Remember that everything in existence has always followed the same patterns, endlessly repeating. And it makes no difference whether you witness these patterns play out again in 100 years, 200 years, or across infinite time. Whether someone lives a long life or dies young, they both ultimately lose the same thing, the present moment. That is all anyone can ever truly give up, because it is all anyone ever possesses. And what we do not own, we cannot lose. There are hardships that affect even the wise, such as physical pain, illness, the loss of loved ones, or the destruction of one's homeland through war. I acknowledge that even a sage feels these things. I do not demand that a person be as unfeeling as stone or iron. There is no virtue in enduring what one does not truly feel. They say this is where the fool and the wise man differ. The fool accepts such visions or experiences at face value and is deeply shaken by them. He affirms them as terrifying and worthy of fear. But the wise man, though he may initially flinch or change expression slightly, quickly regains his composure and holds fast to the principle he has always believed, that such appearances are not to be feared. The terror they inspire is based on illusion and false alarms. Life is like a military campaign. One person is assigned to guard duty, another to scouting, another to fight at the front lines. Likewise, every human life is a kind of battle, long, varied, and demanding. You must stay alert, just like a soldier, and fulfill the duties you've been given. You have not been placed in a lowly or brief position. You've been assigned a crucial post for the duration of your life. Do not wish for events to unfold the way you want them to, but instead want them to unfold just as they do. In this acceptance, your life will find harmony. The primary task in life is simply this: to learn how to clearly distinguish and separate the things under your control from those that are not. This clarity allows you to know where to seek good and avoid evil, not in the external world, which you cannot control, but within yourself, in your own choices and responses. True virtue must be pursued for its own sake, untouched by fear, hope, or any outside influence. That pursuit is the essence of happiness. What then is the art of being good? How is it achieved? It lies in understanding universal principles and in shaping one's own constitution accordingly. Of all the things within our control, the most precious and noble is this: the right use of our impressions. We should concern ourselves only with what lies within our power, and entrust all that lies beyond our grasp to the natural course of the universe. It is not things that disturb us, but the beliefs and judgments we form about them. The uninstructed person blames others for their own suffering. The one who has begun to be instructed blames only themselves. And the one who is truly wise no longer blames anyone, not others, not even themselves. Man should not go about asking what the meaning of life is. Instead, he must realize that life is asking him for a response. Every person is questioned by life, and the only valid reply is found in the way we live. We answer life through responsibility, by taking full ownership of our actions, thoughts, and responses. Let your eyes see only what they see, not what others would have you see. Let your ears listen freely to what they naturally hear, not to what others demand you hear. Let your mouth express your thoughts, without being shackled by the fear of approval or disapproval. Allow your mind to think independently, free from the pressure of others' expectations. If your senses and your mind are denied the ability to function naturally, then they are being robbed of their essential rights. If you are unable to think, feel, or act freely, then your body and soul are being wounded. Cast off these burdens, and you will begin to truly live. Be careful what you nourish your dreams with. If you feed them with fear and worry, you will grow weeds that choke the life out of them. But if you nurture them with hope, optimism, and solutions, you will cultivate success. Stay ever aware of how problems can be transformed into opportunities. Stay vigilant in finding ways to support and feed your dreams. The nature of life itself is transformation. From the first shifts in the universe, the simplest elements joined to form clouds, which became solid bodies, which eventually produced the building blocks of life. These elements created living forms, and the cycle of birth and death began. Over countless ages, they configured into the precise form needed to bring you and me into being. Our lives are the crest of a wave in the ongoing cycle of formation, experience, and dissolution. And when we dissolve, the atoms of our being reorganize to make room for new life to come into existence and enjoy this experience. And so it continues, forever. The nature of the cosmos is change, from the vastness of galaxies to the tiniest particles. Most lives are improved not by grand achievements or the acquisition of luxury, but through the small daily changes in habit. Waking a bit earlier, stepping outside more often, going for a walk, dusting off that neglected book, or simply being more present with the people and things we love. Though major accomplishments can also bring meaning, happiness is usually born of steady, mindful habits built over time, not fleeting moments of excitement. There's a delicate balance in how we engage with the future and the past. The future is useful for planning and preparing, but if we gaze too far ahead, we risk missing the very life we've been preparing for. The past is a powerful tool for learning, but if we dwell on it too long, we risk missing the life we were meant to live after the lesson. The future helps us plan, the past helps us learn, but life only ever happens now, in the present. When death comes, as it must for us all, the time and place will not be in my hands. If it's tomorrow, I'll meet it tomorrow. If it's in a year or 20, I'll face it then. It is in the very nature of all living things to die, regardless of our resistance. But for now, I live. And while I do, I will use the power I have, my choices, to determine how I spend the time I've been given. I do not speak to console you or to downplay your grief. If fate could be overturned by tears, then let us weep endlessly. Let each day be spent mourning and each night in restless sadness. Let your chest be beaten and your face be struck until the pain is fully expressed, if doing so would change the reality. But if the dead cannot be returned to life, no matter the extent of our grief, and if fate is fixed, beyond the reach of sorrow, then it is time to stop our mourning. Let us take hold of the wheel and guide our course. Let us not allow misfortune to steer us off course. A poor sailor is the one who lets the storm tear the rudder from his hands and surrenders the ship to the sea. But the sailor who grips the wheel and holds on, even as the waves rise and crash over him, deserves praise, even in shipwreck. Never allow anxiety about the future to disturb you. When it arrives, you will meet it with the same strength of reason and understanding that supports you today. True strength must always be tempered with gentleness. Resist too harshly, and you will snap. The wise person knows when to stand firm and when to yield. Often, success and failure hinge on our ability to bend without breaking. Those who cannot endure are the ones who suffer most. Sometimes the only choice we have is to bear our burdens patiently and wait for a better day. Solving a problem requires addressing its root, not merely its symptoms. True wisdom lies in recognizing what we do not know, not in pretending to have all the answers. To know that we do not know is clarity. To falsely believe we understand is affliction. To understand others is intelligence. To understand oneself is truth. To control others is strength. To master oneself is true power. And a branch that becomes too stiff and snaps, those who resist life without learning how to yield will ultimately break. Survival belongs not to those who serve the interests of the empire, but to those who are entrusted with the truth rooted deep within their core. The real answer lies within you. You already know who you are and what you want. Life unfolds as a series of natural and spontaneous transitions. Trying to fight against that only brings sorrow. Allow reality to be as it is. Let events unfold naturally, following the direction that resonates with your inner being. When kindness is expressed through words, it builds trust. When kindness is embedded in our thoughts, it brings depth. And when kindness is shared through generosity, it creates love. A person consumed by constant mental chatter is trapped in layers of concepts. These mental constructs act as barriers, keeping them from truly experiencing the world. That's why someone constantly lost in thought may never truly understand anything on a deeper level. No amount of anxiety will ever alter the course of what is destined to happen. Be at peace with who you are now. Don't yearn for radical change, nor fear the moment of your last breath. Don't anxiously await its arrival. Instead, reflect on this truth. In a short while, you will no longer be anyone, anywhere, or anything. All that you see around you will fade away, and those who exist now will also vanish. Everything is created by nature to transform, to shift, and to pass on, so that new things may emerge in an endless flowing cycle. Ultimately, whether there is a divine force guiding it all or everything is governed by chance. Everything remains as it should be. Do not let the randomness of life control you. Instead, learn to rise above it. So, I strive for the best while staying prepared for anything. Whatever happens, I accept it as sacred, natural, not something foreign or hard to handle, but something familiar and manageable. There is only one true path to happiness. Stop worrying about what lies beyond your control. A fulfilling life is only possible when we learn to tame our desires and see how fleeting and shallow they truly are. No person is truly free unless he governs himself. True wealth isn't found in having many possessions, but in needing very little. If someone doesn't appreciate what they already have, even owning the whole world won't make them happy. When your thoughts, your words, and your actions are aligned in harmony, life becomes simpler, and anxiety and fear begin to disappear. It is time to stop being idle. If you aspire to become someone extraordinary, then you must commit to growth. If your aim is wisdom, then clearly define the type of person you want to become. If you're truly in search of truth, you won't chase victory by any means necessary. And once you've discovered truth, you won't fear being proven wrong. Let silence be your default setting. And when you do speak, let it only be what is truly needed. Above all, begin by knowing who you are. Then, guide yourself toward the person you desire to become. Take the necessary steps to align your life accordingly. Circumstances don't define a person. They merely expose who we really are. Freedom is the only worthy pursuit in life. It is attained by releasing concern for things that lie outside our control. While we may not have the power to choose our external conditions, we always hold the power to decide how we will respond to them. Don't talk endlessly about your beliefs. Live them. In a world overflowing with health tips and wellness advice, very few people pause to reflect on something as fundamental as water. Drinking water might seem like a simple act, right? But the reality is that the vast majority, about 99% of people, aren't even aware that there's a right way to do it. I invite you to stay with me until the end of this video, because what you're about to discover could enrich every area of your life. If this is your first time on my channel, I kindly ask you to subscribe, give a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and share this video with others. Your support helps me continue creating content like this, dedicated to your growth and well-being. Drinking water isn't only about quantity, it's also about the timing, the manner, and the awareness with which we do it. These seemingly small factors can have a significant impact on our energy, our health, and our overall well-being. Together, we will explore how something so basic can carry such a deep influence on our lives, if only we learn how to approach it correctly. I encourage you to listen closely from the beginning, letting your mind gently settle into each word. It's important to watch this video all the way through, as every part holds insights essential to your personal development. In this episode, we present an illustrated story to help you truly understand the power of water and how drinking it the right way can bring about positive transformation in your life. Through this story, you'll find yourself relating to everyday situations as we dive deeper into the meaningful lessons behind how our water drinking habits affect our well-being. These teachings aim to help you reconnect with the act of drinking water, not just as a necessity, but as a conscious ritual that opens the door to a healthier, more balanced, and more mindful life. Let's begin. It was a hot, sun-soaked day, the kind where the sky stretched endlessly in a brilliant blue and the sun stood tall above the city. The towering concrete buildings seemed to blur into the skyline, while a public park emerged like a peaceful oasis amid the chaos. Majestic, old trees bordered the pathways, their wide branches forming a protective canopy that cast dappled shadows along the ground. At the heart of the park stood an old stone fountain, its crystal-clear streams of water glittering beneath the sunlight. Luis, a man in his 30s, arrived at the park, already drenched with sweat from the intensity of his morning workout. His dark, curly hair stuck to his forehead, and his grey tracksuit clung damply to his back. Luis lived his life in a constant loop. Wake up, hit the gym, rush to work, grab a quick bite, repeat. Free time for him was just another opportunity to get ahead on emails, meetings, or his endless to-do list. As he entered the park, he was still glued to his phone, replying to work messages, planning his next steps, barely noticing the peaceful world around him. He settled onto an old, worn-out wooden bench next to the fountain and sighed. Without looking up, he reached into his backpack and pulled out a plastic water bottle, hastily purchased from a nearby shop. The faint sound of the cap twisting open was lost in the ambient hum of the fountain and distant birdsong. As always, Luis drank in rushed gulps, barely tasting the water as it coursed down his throat. Not far from him, a man stood silently, observing with eyes that missed nothing. He wore a simple white linen shirt and loose-fitting brown pants, perfect for the warmth of the day. His hair, snowy white, caught the sunlight, and a short beard framed his gentle, time-worn face. His deep-set eyes, shadowed by countless wrinkles, radiated an unshakable serenity, as if the world could not unsettle him. This man was Don Esteban. He had been watching Luis, not judging, but noticing. The hurried way Luis drank water, disconnected and mechanical, reminded him of something he had long since learned, something few people still remembered. He stood there for a moment, thoughtful, and then walked toward the bench, his movements slow and purposeful. When he was close enough, he spoke, not loud, but clear enough to be heard over the hum of the city. "That's not the way to drink water," he said gently, cutting through Luis's mental fog. Startled, Luis looked up, setting his phone aside. His eyes met the older man's calm, steady gaze. For a brief second he didn't know what to think. Who was this stranger, and why did he care how Luis drank water? "Excuse me?" Luis asked, more puzzled than offended. "The water," repeated Don Esteban, his voice kind and even. "It's not something to consume in a rush, like a task to be checked off your list. Drinking water is an art. It's one of the most vital ways we nourish not only our bodies, but also our spirits. It's not just about quenching thirst." Luis raised an eyebrow. He had heard his share of unusual philosophies in his time, but this, calling water, drinking an art, sounded like something lifted from the pages of a self-help book. Still, something about the old man's presence made it hard to dismiss. He wasn't dramatic or eccentric or trying to preach. He simply seemed to know something that Luis didn't. "I didn't know there was a right way to drink water," Luis replied, his tone skeptical but open. "That's exactly the problem," Don Esteban said with a small smile. "In today's world, we've forgotten the simple things. Everything has become rushed and transactional. But there is deep wisdom in the basics, and water, it is the most essential of them all. It deserves our attention and respect." Luis listened, not entirely convinced, but also not turning away. Something about the words struck a nerve. Maybe it was true. He lived fast. Too fast. He didn't stop to appreciate the small things anymore. But wasn't that normal? Wasn't that just life? "And what do you suggest?" Luis asked, unsure why he was continuing the conversation. "I suggest something very simple," the old man said, his voice as calm as ever. "Come with me, just for a little while. Let me show you what many have forgotten about water." Luis blinked, caught off guard. The whole thing felt a little strange, random even, but a part of him, a quiet inner voice, told him he had nothing to lose. There were no urgent meetings, no looming deadlines, and curiosity, long buried under daily grind, flickered inside him once more. "All right," he said finally, slipping the bottle back into his bag. "But if this gets too weird, I'm out." Don Esteban chuckled, a warm, inviting sound. "Don't worry, young man. I won't take you far. Just far enough for you to discover something new." With those words, the old man turned and began walking. Luis glanced around the park one last time, then stood up and followed. As they moved away from the fountain and down a more secluded path, Luis wondered what this journey would reveal. Could there really be more to something as ordinary as water? Don Esteban led the way through a tree-lined path, the noise of the city fading behind them with each step. After a few minutes of peaceful walking, they reached a small wooden cabin nestled at the edge of the park. Nature wrapped itself around the structure, with moss-covered walls and a lush garden of medicinal herbs growing in tidy, intentional patterns, clearly cared for by a skilled hand. Inside, the cabin radiated a comforting warmth. A stone fireplace glowed in the back, above which rested an antique ceramic teapot. the rich scent of herbs blended with the aroma of firewood, enveloping the room in a sense of timelessness and calm. It was as if the modern world had been left far behind. Luis looked around, taking in the shelves lined with glass jars full of dried plants and the vintage kitchen tools hanging neatly on the walls, relics of a slower, more deliberate era. Something in the air made him feel like he had stepped into another world, one where every detail mattered and every action carried meaning. And here, in this space of stillness, he began to understand. Maybe water really was more than just water. Don Esteban invited him to sit at a rustic wooden table, aged and weathered by time, but still standing firm. Luis, however, remained silent and did not take a seat. The old man calmly prepared 2 glasses of water, one filled with warm water that released a delicate steam, and the other with water so cold it gathered tiny droplets of condensation on the outside of the glass. Luis watched quietly, intrigued by what was about to unfold. "Drink the cold water first," Don Esteban said, pointing to the frosted glass. Luis, slightly skeptical, yet obedient, reached for the cold glass. The crisp liquid slid quickly down his throat, bringing a momentary sense of relief. But almost immediately, he noticed a slight discomfort in his stomach. Something didn't feel quite right. "Now try the warm one," Don Esteban said, his voice soft yet firm with conviction. Luis set down the cold glass and picked up the warm one. This time he sipped more slowly, allowing the gentle warmth of the water to flow through his body. It didn't deliver the immediate refreshment that the cold water had, but as it went down, he experienced an unexpected calm. His entire body seemed to relax, as if each cell welcomed the soothing temperature. "Do you notice it?" asked Don Esteban, his eyes watching Luis with quiet intensity. "It's different," Luis replied thoughtfully. "The warm water feels gentler, more comforting. The cold one refreshed me at first, but now my stomach feels a bit unsettled." The old man nodded, clearly satisfied with the response. Water, like many things in life, has its time and its manner of being received. Cold water, though it may seem like the invigorating choice, can actually shock the body. Warm water, however, moves in harmony with your system, helping it find its balance, especially in the mornings when your body is just waking up. It's important not to jolt it abruptly. Luis nodded as the lesson began to sink in. He recalled the many times he had gulped down ice-cold water after a run, only to feel uncomfortable moments later, like something inside didn't sit well. He had never really considered how water temperature might affect his body. "So, should I stop drinking cold water altogether?" Luis asked, still slightly confused. "There's no need to avoid it entirely," Don Esteban responded. "But it's essential to know when and how to drink it. In the mornings, when your body is most open and sensitive, warm water is your ally. During hot days, cold water can have its place, but always in moderation. The key lies in knowing what your body needs at any given moment. And that," he added gently, "requires attention and respect." Luis leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the fire crackling in the hearth. Something as simple as drinking water, something he had always done without a second thought, suddenly felt deeply meaningful. A quiet sense of gratitude welled up within him, directed toward this old man who had, with just a few gestures and words, opened a doorway to something so fundamental yet so overlooked. "It's strange," Luis murmured after a while. "I always thought water was just water, something we drink because we need to. I never imagined there could be so much behind it." Life is full of small details we overlook. Don Esteban replied with a faint smile. And it's in those small details that true wisdom often hides. When you start paying attention to the basics, like water, you'll begin to discover a vast realm of knowledge waiting to be understood. A comfortable silence settled between them, different from earlier. Luis stared at the glass of warm water before him, feeling a new and unexpected connection to it. This simple element he had always taken for granted. Deep within him, something began to shift. A small spark of awareness, long dormant, was now stirring. Don Esteban stood up slowly and walked to a nearby window, looking out into the garden where medicinal plants swayed softly in the morning breeze. His voice grew gentler, almost as though speaking to himself, yet clearly meant for Luis. Water is life. It surrounds us, nourishes us, and sometimes, if we listen, it teaches us. Never underestimate its power. If you can begin to understand something as simple and essential as water, you will find yourself understanding much more about who you are. Luis, still holding the warm glass in his hand, couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter, this seemingly ordinary moment, was the beginning of something far greater than he had anticipated. This meeting with Don Esteban and the lesson of water felt like the threshold of a new perspective on life. The next morning, Luis awoke to the gentle sound of birds singing just outside the cabin. A cool morning breeze drifted through the open window, carrying with it a scent that was fresh and revitalizing. Still feeling the traces of sleep, he slowly sat up in the wooden bed Don Esteban had offered him for the night. Despite the rustic setting, he had slept better than he ever did in his city apartment. As he stood up and peered into the small adjoining room, he saw Don Esteban engaged in what appeared to be a daily ritual. Before a small altar made of intricately carved wood stood a single glass of warm water. Candles flickered softly around it, casting a warm glow, and smooth river stones formed a protective circle around the base. The old man, dressed in a simple linen tunic, stepped toward the altar with quiet reverence. He paused for a moment, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then, with steady hands, he lifted the glass and took a slow, measured sip, as if the water contained something sacred. Luis watched silently, captivated by the deliberate grace of the act. To him, water had never been more than a way to quench his thirst, something done mindlessly. But watching Don Esteban, he saw something else. There was purpose, there was reverence, and there was meaning beyond the physical act. "Why do you do that?" Luis asked, his voice rough from just waking up. Don Esteban turned to him with a slight smile, then looked back at the water, holding it up to the light pouring through the window. "Water," he began in his calm, slow tone, "is life. Without it, nothing survives. But it's not only the act of drinking that matters, it's when and how you drink it. This is the first glass I have every morning. Before anything else enters my body, I offer it thanks. It's my way of preparing for the day." Luis furrowed his brow, stepping closer to the altar. Something about this ritual fascinated him. He gazed at the glass, as though it had suddenly acquired a significance he had never noticed before. "Why is it so important to drink water right after waking up?" he asked. "Because after hours of sleep, your body is dehydrated," Don Esteban explained, gently placing the glass back on the altar. "Your organs need to be gently reawakened. Warm water helps to do that without shocking the system. Drinking it on an empty stomach not only hydrates you, but also aids in cleansing the body. It jumpstarts your metabolism and helps remove toxins." Luis stood quietly, taking in the old man's words. He recalled all the rushed mornings when he left his apartment without a drop of water until much later, usually at the office or while hurrying through the day. "I always figured I'd just drink water when I felt thirsty," he admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. "That's what most people do," Don Esteban replied kindly. "But the body doesn't always know how to ask for what it truly needs. Thirst is often a sign that you're already dehydrated. What I'm trying to show you is how to be one step ahead. Drinking water at the right times isn't just about satisfying thirst. It's an act of care and intention." He gestured to the glass still glowing in the morning light. "This glass, the one I drink upon waking, it's the most important of the day. But it's also crucial to drink water before meals. Doing so prepares your digestive system and helps the body process food more efficiently. Water works like a lubricant, helping your organs function smoothly. If you wait until after eating, it can actually dilute the digestive juices and interfere with digestion." Luis nodded slowly, each word adding to the growing realization. He thought of all the times he had downed large glasses of water right after meals, thinking he was helping his body, when in reality he might have been making digestion harder. "So when should I avoid drinking water?" he asked, hoping to avoid repeating past mistakes. "It's best not to drink large amounts during meals," Don Esteban answered. "A few small sips are fine, but ideally, drink before you eat. It's all about timing and balance." He reflected on all the times he had consumed large amounts of water immediately after eating, believing he was aiding his digestion, when in reality he may have been doing just the opposite. Curious and determined not to repeat the same mistake, he asked, "So, when should I avoid drinking water?" Don Esteban answered with calm clarity, "It's better to avoid drinking large quantities of water during meals. Small sips are fine, but ideally, water should be taken before eating, as I mentioned earlier. The same goes for bedtime. It's best not to drink too much water before sleeping. Your body needs to rest, not work, to process it through the night." Luis sat in thoughtful silence, taking in what he had just heard. He had never really stopped to consider these small details. To him, water had always been something routine, simply a necessity to quench thirst. But now, he was beginning to realize that there was much more to this daily act than he had ever imagined. The quiet in the cabin was only broken by the gentle crackling of firewood in the fireplace. Don Esteban turned to Luis with a knowing look. "Satisfaction isn't just about when you drink water," he added, "but how you drink it." The old man's tone was filled with meaning. Each sip should be taken with care. Water is a reminder that the simplest things in life can carry deep significance if we learn to appreciate them. Luis nodded slowly, recognizing that he still had much to learn. What had initially felt like an unusual meeting was now starting to bring him answers to questions he hadn't even known he carried. The connection between the body and the mind, something as simple as drinking water at the right time, had unveiled a whole dimension of life he had never explored. He rose from his seat and walked over to the altar, his face thoughtful as he looked at the glass of water Don Esteban had placed there. He picked it up slowly, mimicking the way he had seen the old man do earlier. This time, instead of drinking hastily, he took a small, deliberate sip, feeling the warm water slide gently down his throat. For the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to be fully present in that moment. No rush, no distractions, just him and the water. The morning sun filtered through the trees, casting soft, dancing shadows on the moist earth. Esteban and Luis stood in the back garden of the cabin, a place alive with color and movement. The garden was a testament to natural harmony, with plants of all sizes and shades, some thriving in full bloom, while others were just beginning to bud. Every part of it seemed to have been tended with care, as if each plant was essential to the balance of the whole. With his usual calm presence, Esteban handed Luis a watering can. The metal was warm from the sun, and although the can appeared small, it felt heavy with water. Luis looked at the old man with a curious expression, unsure of what he was about to be taught next. "I want you to water these plants," Don Esteban instructed, gesturing toward the rows of vibrant vegetation that spread out before them. "But do it with care. Observe how much water each one needs." Luis nodded, trying to follow the instructions. He knelt before the first plant, a small succulent, and let a stream of water fall over its thick leaves. The plant seemed content, letting the water glide over its surface without absorbing much. Then he moved to a bush with delicate white flowers, and later to a taller plant. When he watered that one, he noticed how quickly the water vanished into the thirsty soil around it. "Do you see the difference?" Don Esteban asked from nearby, watching him closely. Luis nodded, captivated by what he was observing. Some plants only needed a little water, while others seemed desperate for more. The difference was subtle, but crucial. "Each plant is different," Esteban continued. "Some have deep roots, some shallow. Some are used to dry conditions, others need constant moisture. If you water them all the same way, some will drown, while others will dry out. Our bodies are the same. Not everyone needs the same amount of water. It's important to learn how to listen to the signs your body gives you." Luis paused, absorbing the wisdom. He had always believed that everyone needed a set amount of water each day, as if human bodies followed identical rules. But now, seeing how each plant responded differently, he began to understand the complexity of the human body in a new light. "How do I know how much water my body needs?" Luis asked, as he carefully continued watering the plants. Don Esteban smiled gently, as though he had been waiting for that question. "Your body will tell you," he said, "but only if you are willing to listen. Thirst is an obvious signal, yes, but it's not the only one. Your skin, your energy levels, even your digestion can reveal whether you're drinking enough. It's not about a fixed number. It's about paying attention to how your body feels." Luis paused, watching the water seep into the earth, nourishing the hidden roots beneath the surface. He realized how often he had ignored his own body's signals, simply following a behavior pattern that seemed normal. Drinking water had always been a habit, but never a conscious one. "Look at this plant," Don Esteban said, pointing to a young sprout with bright green leaves. "If you overwater it, the roots will rot. If you don't give it enough, it'll dry out. Everything in life needs balance, and water is no exception. You are like this plant. If you learn to understand what you need, you'll live in harmony with your body." Luis tilted the watering can and let the water flow gently this time, watching as the soil slowly absorbed it. The air around them felt fresh, revitalized. It was as if every drop held a deeper meaning, each act of watering a small contribution with unseen significance. "So there's no exact amount to follow?" Luis asked, seeking more clarity. "Not for everyone," Esteban responded. "Yes, there are general recommendations, of course, but your body is unique. Some people need more water, others less. It depends on your activity, your diet, even your emotional state. Drinking water with awareness isn't just about satisfying thirst. It's about nurturing every part of you." Luis set the watering can down and looked around. Every plant in that garden was a reflection of Don Esteban's teachings, that life, in all its forms, had specific needs. Water, which he had once taken for granted, now carried a deeper, almost sacred meaning. "It's strange," Louis said after a quiet moment. "Before I met you, I never thought of water this way. Drinking it was automatic, just something to do and move on. But now I see it differently. It's about balance. It's a connection between the body and the world around us." Don Esteban nodded, pleased by Luis's insight. "That's what many people have forgotten. We live in a world of excess, where we believe more is always better. But sometimes, what we truly need is less. Less quantity, but more mindfulness. Less urgency, but greater attention. If you understand this with water, you'll begin to understand it in many other areas of life as well." Luis knelt down and touched the cool, moist soil beneath him, feeling its texture against his skin. The garden, with its stillness and vitality, had become a living metaphor, a reminder that every drop of water, every plant, every deliberate act held a purpose deeper than he had ever realized. "So," Louis said thoughtfully, "the key is to listen to my body and to my surroundings." "Exactly," Esteban replied. "And remember, it's not just about how much water you drink, but also how and when you do it. If you can learn to pay attention to those subtle signs, you'll find yourself becoming more in tune, not only with your own body, but also with the world around you." Louis smiled softly, experiencing an inner peace that had long eluded him. In that garden, surrounded by the vibrant presence of life, the simple act of watering plants had become something deeper, a lesson about harmony and mindful presence. He knew that this moment, this teaching, would linger with him far beyond the confines of that day. It had changed something in him, altering the way he would see something as ordinary yet vital as water. 5. The right way to drink water. The sun was beginning its descent, casting golden light across the garden as Luis and Don Esteban returned to the quiet cabin. Their walk among the plants had left Luis deep in thought. Each creak of the wooden floor beneath his feet as he stepped inside made him feel like he was entering a sacred space. Don Esteban's earlier words still lingered in the air, echoing the peaceful energy of their surroundings. Inside the cabin, there was a stillness that felt almost sacred, soft and enveloping. Only the gentle song of birds and the whispering wind slipping through the nearby trees broke the silence. Don Esteban motioned to a carved wooden chair beside a rustic table. The chair looked sturdy, almost ancient, yet it gave off a warm feeling, as if its surface, worn by time, held many stories. On the table, a single glass of water sat, positioned perfectly where a shaft of sunlight from the window bathed it in gentle light. The glass sparkled, casting delicate flickers that lit up the space with an almost otherworldly glow. Luis couldn't take his eyes off it. From the window's glow down to the glass itself, the once simple object now carried a profound sense of significance. "Sit," Don Esteban said gently, his voice as calm and steady as ever. Luis did as he was told, easing into the chair. The glass of water seemed as though it had been waiting just for him. Don Esteban sat down nearby, his calm gaze steady and grounding. "Today," he began, "I want to share with you one of the most important lessons about water." His tone was soft, almost ceremonial. The way we drink is just as important as how much we drink and when we do it. Many people consume water without a thought, mindlessly, like it's nothing more than a tool to quench thirst. But water is life itself. It deserves our respect. Luis nodded slowly, recalling earlier teachings about balance and listening to the body's cues. But now the atmosphere had shifted. Don Esteban wasn't just speaking about water in terms of health. He was speaking of it as something sacred, a deeper experience, almost a ritual. "I want you to drink this glass of water," he said, pointing to it. "But do so slowly, with full awareness. Don't drink just to quench your thirst. Drink to feel, to truly experience." Luis picked up the glass, feeling its weight and the coolness of the water within. The chill of the glass contrasted with the warmth of his fingers. He marveled at how the water shimmered in the light, each tiny movement sending soft ripples across the surface. He brought the glass to his lips and took a careful sip. The sensation was different. It wasn't just the coolness or the taste, it was the texture, the smooth flow of the water down his throat. Each sip became a full-body experience, a sensory encounter from the moment the water touched his lips to the instant it disappeared within him. He took another sip, this time closing his eyes to deepen his focus. The water moved gently through him, not just hydrating him, but bringing a sense of mental clarity. For the first time, drinking water wasn't something automatic. It was a practice in mindfulness, a way of anchoring himself fully in the present. "When you drink water like this," Don Esteban said, "you're remembering your connection to nature. This water has journeyed through rivers, fallen as rain, flowed beneath the earth. Before arriving here in your hands, every drop reminds you that you're part of a greater cycle, the same life-giving rhythm that sustains all living things." Luis opened his eyes, meeting Don Esteban's gaze. The old man's words struck a chord within him. Water was no longer just a necessity. It had become a gesture of reverence, a moment to honor the miracle of life. "Why have I never thought of it this way before?" Luis asked in a whisper, almost afraid to disturb the sacred silence of the moment. Don Esteban gave a gentle smile, his expression full of warmth and understanding. "Because we live in a world that's forgotten how to appreciate the small things. We chase after the grand, the visible, and we overlook the details that carry the deepest truths. Breathing, water, touching the earth. These are simple acts that bind us to life itself, if we are only willing to notice." Luis nodded slowly, feeling a shift within himself. With every sip, something in him was realigning. Water, once taken for granted, had become a vessel for something greater. As he drank, sunlight played through the glass, casting shimmering patterns into the air. The soft sound of swallowing mingled with birdsong outside the cabin, forming a quiet symphony of peace and presence. "Water is also a teacher," Don Esteban continued. "It teaches us to be patient, to move with grace. No matter how many obstacles it meets, it finds a way forward, slowly, steadily, without force. If you can learn to drink water with awareness, you'll also learn to live with that same mindfulness." Luis took the final sip, setting the now empty glass gently on the table. But this time, the act didn't bring the usual feeling of physical relief. Instead, he felt gratitude, deep and humbling, for every drop that had passed through him. A sense of fullness washed over him, not of the body, but of the spirit. "Why does everything here feel like it holds a deeper meaning?" Luis asked, gazing at Don Esteban. The old man leaned back in his chair, folding his hands serenely in his lap. "Because that's what life is. When you look closely, everything, every moment, every action, every object holds meaning. What seems simple, like drinking a glass of water, can become a doorway to a greater understanding of yourself and the world. Luis looked once more at the empty glass, but it no longer appeared as it had before. Something in him had changed. He now saw how life was revealed in the little things, in those small yet powerful acts that connect us to what truly matters. Drinking water, an act he had done countless times without thought, had now become sacred. The silence that filled the cabin wasn't awkward or empty. It was a stillness that invited reflection, a silence full of meaning. Luis understood now that he hadn't just drunk a glass of water. He had absorbed a lesson about presence, awareness, and above all, a deep respect for the essence of life. 6. What you never imagined about water. You never imagined water could hold such power. The air of the forest was cool and clean, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp soil. Don Esteban walked quietly ahead of Luis, guiding him along a narrow, barely visible path through the trees. Every step seemed to echo through the woods, as though nature itself was acknowledging their presence with a reverent hush. Leaves rustled underfoot, while golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting glowing patches onto the forest floor. Luis couldn't shake the feeling that they were entering a sacred realm, something beyond the ordinary world. "We're almost there," Don Esteban said softly, not bothering to turn around. Luis nodded instinctively, even though he knew the old man couldn't see the gesture. He continued forward, a calm anticipation building within him. He felt as though something deep, something long hidden, was waiting just ahead. After several quiet minutes, they stepped into a secluded clearing, hidden deep within the forest. There, surrounded by moss-covered stones, flowed a small spring of crystal-clear water. The sound of water gliding over smooth stones filled the air with a gentle, unbroken whisper. The space radiated peace, a stillness so complete it felt sacred. "This spring has been here for generations," Don Esteban explained, stopping near the edge of the water. "Its purity remains untouched by human hands. The villagers come here, not just to draw water, but to find peace." Luis stared at the water as it flowed with a serene, almost hypnotic rhythm. Sunlight played across its surface, creating luminous reflections that danced over the rocks. There was something deeply mystical about the spring, as if it held secrets passed down through time, just waiting to be uncovered. "This is the perfect place," Don Esteban continued, kneeling beside the spring, "to teach you something many have forgotten." He gestured for Luis to join him. "Water doesn't just nourish our bodies, it can also nourish our souls, if we learn how to truly connect with it." His knees sank gently into the soft earth as he stood still, watching Don Esteban extend his hands toward the spring. The old man allowed the water to run over his fingers before lifting it slowly to his lips. "Did you know that water has memory?" Don Esteban asked, his gaze serious. Serena and Luis exchanged glances, and Luis looked at him with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. "I've heard something like that," he admitted, "but I never really believed it." Don Esteban offered a soft, knowing smile. "That's understandable in the world we live in today. We've forgotten that nature has its own language. The ancient ones understood something we've lost, that water can hold intentions, that it can respond to our emotions and thoughts. It's not just poetic or mystical thinking. Even modern science is beginning to investigate this idea. But beyond the scientific aspect, it's a deeper way to connect with the world around us." The old man dipped both hands into the spring again, lifting them full of fresh, cool water. He held it gently before Luis, asking him to feel its energy before taking a sip. "Take a moment to give thanks," he advised. Luis hesitated, but mimicked the gesture. At first, the water felt simply cold and fresh, but as he paid closer attention, he sensed something else, a softness in its flow, a vibrant quality he hadn't noticed before. It was still water, yes, but it seemed to possess its own quiet presence, a kind of awareness. It felt alive. "When you drink water," Don Esteban continued, "you're not just hydrating your body, you're taking in life energy itself. And that energy is influenced by your mental state, your thoughts, your emotions. That's why it's so important to fill the water with positive intentions before you drink." Luis said nothing, simply watching the old man, sensing he was on the edge of a new understanding. "How do you do that?" he asked, his curiosity deepening. Closing his eyes briefly, Don Esteban held the water with reverence. "You speak to it, not necessarily with words, but with your heart. Thank the water for what it's about to do for you, for its purity, for its ability to nourish you. Tell your body that it will receive this energy in a healthy, renewing way. In doing so, you build a deeper relationship with what you consume, a connection that reaches far beyond the physical." Luis closed his eyes as well, following the old man's lead. Holding the water in his hands, unsure if he was doing it right, he simply let his thoughts come. "Thank you," he thought silently. "Thank you for this moment, for this purity. Let this water nourish me and fill me with life." When he opened his eyes, he looked at the water still cupped in his hands and, for the first time, felt a genuine connection to it. He drank slowly, feeling the coolness slide down his throat. But this time, it wasn't just water. It felt like energy, a direct link between himself and the natural world surrounding him. "Did you feel it?" Don Esteban asked with a warm, approving smile. Luis nodded, unable to fully put into words what he had just experienced. "It felt strange," he confessed. "I never imagined water like this. I always saw it as something basic, necessary. But now, it feels like something more." "That's because it is," said Don Esteban. "Water is life, not just for your body, but for your spirit as well. This spring, for example, has been here for centuries, offering not only water, but a sacred space for peace and reflection. What the ancients believed wasn't mere superstition, it was wisdom. They understood that everything in nature is connected, that energy exists in all things, even in something as ordinary as water." Luis remained quiet for a while, watching the stream as it continued to glide effortlessly over the rocks. Each word from Don Esteban felt like an echo from some ancient truth, something long forgotten by the modern world, but still quietly present, waiting to be remembered. "So, you really think our emotions can change the water?" he finally asked. Don Esteban nodded slowly. "I don't just believe it. I've seen it. When we drink with gratitude, when we form a conscious connection with what we consume, something within us transforms. Water becomes a mirror of that intention, and its power is heightened. It's not magic, it's nature responding to awareness." Luis turned to look at the spring once more. It no longer appeared to be just a natural feature. He saw it now as something more, an ancient teacher, a source not only of hydration, but of wisdom and energy. He felt a wave of deep gratitude for being here, for learning something he had never even considered before. As they rose to head back to the cabin, Luis looked at Don Esteban with new respect. He realized that this was only the beginning of a far deeper connection with life and with the world that surrounded him. The sun had begun its descent, casting golden and amber hues across the horizon as Luis and Don Esteban made their way back through the forest. What had once felt like an unknown and mysterious place now seemed to embrace them, a warm refuge, a sanctuary of peace. The trees swayed gently in the evening breeze, and the steady murmur of the nearby stream accompanied them like an old, familiar song. Upon reaching the cabin, Don Esteban settled onto a worn wooden bench beside the stream. Without a word, Luis sat beside him. The gentle sound of the flowing water filled the air, a soothing reminder of the stillness he had recently discovered within himself. Both remained silent for a time, simply listening to the continuous flow of the water as daylight faded. The silence was finally broken by Don Esteban's voice, as soft as the stream itself. Water never stops. It never resists. It adapts, finds its path around obstacles, and keeps moving forward. That's how we must be. Luis turned toward him slowly, listening intently. He sensed that this was the heart of everything Don Esteban had been teaching him. "What do you mean exactly?" he asked, although deep inside he was already beginning to understand. "Look at the water," said Don Esteban, gesturing to the stream at their feet. "It doesn't complain when it meets a stone. It doesn't stop or turn back. It simply adjusts, finds its way over or around, and continues onward. Water is soft, yet constant. That's its real strength." Luis watched the stream with new eyes. The water flowed on, unconcerned by the pebbles, roots, or turns in its path. Every obstacle was navigated with grace, not resistance. It was as if the water understood that, regardless of the twists and turns, it would eventually reach its destination. "Life," Don Esteban continued, "is filled with obstacles. But how we respond to them, that's what determines our journey. If you meet challenges with rigidity and a closed mind, they will break you. But if you learn to flow like water, to adapt without losing your essence, then you can overcome anything." Luis remained silent, letting the old man's words settle inside him. He knew they were true. He had spent so much of his life resisting, fighting circumstances, trying to control outcomes. But now, watching the endless current of the stream, he realized there was another way to live. "How do you do that?" he finally asked, barely above a whisper. "How do you learn to flow?" Don Esteban gave a gentle smile, as if the answer were both simple and profound. "Listen, observe, and let go," he said calmly. "Water doesn't cling to any shape, and it doesn't try to force a result. It just moves. In the same way, you must learn to accept what life brings. Be present, without holding on to how you think things should be. Keep your heart and your mind open." Luis remembered everything he had been taught: the mindful way of drinking water, the precise amount his body truly needed, the sacred bond with nature. It all seemed now like threads in a much larger tapestry, a message about life itself. Life, like water, is fluid, ever-changing, ever-moving. "The key," Don Esteban said, "is to live in the present. When you cling to the past or worry about the future, you lose your ability to flow. You end up swimming against the current. But when you learn to be here, now, to accept what is, then you become like water, able to move through life with grace." Luis felt a deep, unfamiliar peace settle within him. For the first time, he truly grasped that all of Don Esteban's teachings wasn't solely about the nature of water. It was always about something deeper, something greater. His lessons were metaphors for life itself. Water, in its simplicity and strength, had become a mirror for how I should approach existence, with fluidity, with grace. In the gentle flow of the stream, I began to understand the importance of adaptability and the quiet power of gratitude. The silence that followed our conversation wasn't awkward or empty. It was serene, filled with understanding. The men remained still, gazing at the ever-moving stream, a steady, living symbol of nature's rhythm, of time pressing forward, and of life's relentless journey. Luis, standing there, experienced something profound within himself. Something shifted. What had started as a simple day of learning about water had become something transformative. He was no longer the same man who had begun the morning. Life, he realized, wasn't about trying to control every detail. It wasn't about resisting the winds of change or battling every twist of fate. "Sometimes life takes you down paths you never expected," said Don Esteban gently, as though he were speaking directly to the thoughts forming in Luis's heart. "And in those moments, you must remember, like water, you will always find your way, even if it's not the path you imagined." Luis closed his eyes, letting those words sink deep into his spirit. The wisdom of the old man wasn't just heard, it was felt. He understood now that true strength didn't lie in standing firm against the current, but in learning how to move with it. Life, like water, was wild, unpredictable, and full of unknowns, but it was also rich with potential. If he could learn to flow with it, to move without force, without clinging, without fear, then perhaps he could find peace, even when life grew difficult. The sound of the creek played on, soft and unwavering, like the gentle pulse of nature itself. Luis opened his eyes and looked at Don Esteban, his gaze filled with quiet gratitude and newfound respect. He didn't need grand words to express what he felt. A simple, heartfelt "thank you" was enough. Don Esteban nodded, his expression calm and knowing. He could see that Luis had finally grasped the last lesson. Without another word, they rose from the wooden bench and began walking back to the cabin. The day was drawing to a close, the sun slowly retreating behind the trees, but for Luis, what he had learned that day would remain with him always. He had come to understand how to drink water, but more than that, he had learned how to truly live. To live with awareness, with deep appreciation, and most importantly, with the ability to move through life like water. Not clinging, not resisting, simply flowing. The sound of the stream stayed with him, not just in his ears, but in his heart, a constant reminder that would echo through every step of his journey. If this story touched your heart, don't forget to like the video, subscribe, and leave a comment. It helps YouTube recognize that content like this truly makes a difference, and it allows us to continue creating more videos that inspire, uplift, and guide people just like you. Do you ever feel like the weight of others' judgment tries to pull you down? That silent force of negativity, whether it comes as subtle digs, cold indifference, or outright disrespect, can linger in the air like a storm waiting to strike. For many, it can feel overwhelming, draining, even paralyzing. But what if there was a way to rise above it? A way to not only hold your ground, but to make those who doubt you question their own beliefs without uttering a single word. This is not about revenge. This is not about being louder, stronger, or more aggressive. It's about mastering a quiet power that shifts the balance without breaking your calm. The kind of power that grows from within, that others sense without you needing to explain it, and that makes you untouchable to their doubts, scorn, or jealousy. At the heart of this journey is the philosophy of Stoicism, a timeless guide that has taught countless individuals how to remain steady amidst life's turbulence. It's not just a set of rules, but a mindset, a way of living that allows you to turn challenges into fuel for growth and adversity into opportunities for greatness. Stoic wisdom teaches us that our greatest strength isn't in controlling others, but in mastering ourselves. When you embrace this philosophy, you'll discover a truth that will shift how you view those who oppose you. Their opinion of you is irrelevant. What truly matters is the opinion you hold of yourself. Think about this. What if every insult became a stepping stone to your growth? What if every setback made you stronger? And what if you could carry yourself with such quiet confidence that those who once underestimated you could no longer deny your strength? These aren't just abstract ideas. They are skills, habits, and perspectives you can cultivate starting today. And once you do, you'll experience the profound liberation of living untethered to the judgments of others. It begins with a choice to stop reacting impulsively to every slight or insult, a choice to build yourself in silence while the world watches in awe, a choice to turn inward for validation instead of chasing approval from those who may never give it. These choices may seem small, but their impact is monumental. They create ripples that will reshape how you walk through the world, calm, composed, and unstoppable. You might be thinking, but what about when they push too far, when their words cut too deep? That's where the magic of silent strength comes into play. It's not about suppressing your emotions. It's about channeling them into something productive. It's about realizing that reacting to every provocation only feeds the fire of negativity. Instead, you learn to respond with poise, or not respond at all, and let your actions speak louder than any words ever could. Picture this. A person hurls insults, expecting you to flinch, to defend yourself, to retaliate. But instead, you stand firm. You don't give them the satisfaction of seeing you falter. Your calm, unshaken presence says everything that needs to be said. I am beyond your reach. This is not arrogance. It's a quiet assurance rooted in knowing your worth. Over time, their efforts to provoke you will lose their power, and you'll find yourself walking through life with a sense of peace that no one can take away. This approach doesn't just make you stronger, it makes you wiser. When you're not consumed by the need to prove yourself, you gain clarity. You start to see things for what they are. Petty jabs become opportunities for growth. Criticism becomes a mirror to refine yourself, and rejection becomes redirection towards something greater. This clarity is a gift that allows you to rise above the noise and focus on what truly matters: your goals, your growth, your peace. But there's more to this journey than standing tall. True silent power isn't just about resilience, it's about transformation. It's about taking the negativity thrown your way and turning it into fuel for self-improvement. When others see you thriving despite their efforts to bring you down, it shakes them to their core. Why? Because it's proof that their opinions, their doubts, their scorn hold no sway over you. And that, my friend, is a power they cannot touch. It's not just about the external changes others see, it's about the internal shift you feel. There's a quiet confidence that comes from knowing you're in control of your own narrative. When you set boundaries without needing to explain them, when you elevate your standards without asking for permission, when you choose to walk away from toxic situations without regret, you reclaim your life in ways that ripple through every area of your existence. You'll find that the less you chase approval, the more respect you command. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. It's a practice, a commitment to yourself. There will be moments when it feels easier to give in, to react, to let their words seep into your mind. But every time you choose to remain calm, to focus on your growth instead of their judgment, you strengthen a muscle that will serve you for a lifetime. And here's the beauty of it. With time, this way of being becomes second nature. You no longer feel the urge to prove your worth to anyone, because you've already proven it to yourself. As you walk this path, you'll discover something remarkable. The people who once doubted you, who tried to tear you down, will begin to fade into the background. Their power over you diminishes, replaced by a quiet strength that radiates from within. You don't need to win them over or make them see your value. Your actions will speak for themselves. And for those who still hold on to their disdain, your silence will be deafening. There's nothing more unsettling to those who despise you than realizing they have no power to affect you. So, as you take your first step on this journey, remember this. You are not defined by others' opinions. You are defined by the choices you make, the strength you cultivate, and the peace you protect. Let their negativity be noise, not a narrative. Let your life be proof of what's possible when you focus on growth instead of grudges. And let your silent actions become a testament to the unshakable power that lies within you. Now, the question is not whether you can rise above, it's whether you're ready to. The tools, the wisdom, the strength are already within your reach. All that's left is for you to claim them and let the world see, without a single word, just how unstoppable you truly are. The power of tranquility is like an unshakable anchor in the storms of life. Criticism and negativity often strike with the force of a tempest, testing your strength and resilience. But what if every insult, every disparaging remark could become fuel for your growth rather than a weapon to bring you down? The ability to turn criticism into calm strength isn't just a skill, it's a form of mastery that few ever achieve. Those who do, however, become untouchable, not because they evade challenges, but because they rise above them with a quiet, immovable presence. This chapter will unfold the path to mastering emotional tranquility, a state of inner peace so profound that it disarms even the harshest detractors. It's not about suppressing emotions, but cultivating a mindset that transforms turmoil into clarity, reaction into reflection, and anger into strength. Here, you'll discover how tranquility can be your greatest asset, a source of unyielding power that silences the noise around you without a single word spoken. Emotional tranquility begins with understanding the nature of criticism. Words meant to hurt often reveal more about the critic than the target. Criticism is rarely about you. It's a reflection of the other person's insecurities, fears, or frustrations. Knowing this shifts your perspective. You stop personalizing every remark and start viewing negativity as noise that doesn't deserve to penetrate your peace. This shift alone can be life-changing. It grants you the space to evaluate words without the sting of emotional reaction, allowing you to assess whether there's value in what's being said or if it's simply an attempt to provoke. The key to disarming criticism lies in detachment. When you detach yourself from the need for approval, you free yourself from the burden of others' opinions. This detachment isn't indifference, it's clarity. It allows you to see criticism objectively, sifting through the rubble to find any useful feedback while discarding the rest. Detachment is cultivated through intentional practices such as journaling, where you reflect on your interactions without judgment. Writing about what was said and why it affected you can help untangle emotional reactions from logical understanding. Over time, this habit strengthens your ability to respond calmly rather than react impulsively. Mastering tranquility also involves regulating your physiological responses to stress. Criticism often triggers a fight-or-flight response, an instinctive reaction that floods the body with adrenaline and clouds judgment. Grounding techniques like deep breathing can counteract this response. Slow, deliberate breaths signal to your brain that you're safe, calming your nervous system and helping you regain composure. Pair this with mindfulness practices that keep you rooted in the present moment, and you'll find that external provocations lose their power to unsettle you. An often overlooked aspect of tranquility is the power of perspective. Adopting a broader view of life's challenges puts criticism into context. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, reminded himself daily of life's transience, understanding that both praise and blame are fleeting. When you see criticism as a momentary occurrence rather than a defining event, it loses its sting. Perspective allows you to zoom out and focus on the bigger picture, reminding you that a single person's opinion is insignificant in the grand scheme of your journey. Tranquility is not passive. It requires proactive effort to maintain. One of the most powerful ways to protect your inner peace is to set clear boundaries. This doesn't mean building walls to shut people out, but establishing limits that safeguard your energy and focus. When someone criticizes unfairly or crosses a line, responding with calm assertiveness signals that their behavior is unacceptable without escalating the situation. This could be as simple as saying, "I appreciate your feedback, but I don't find it helpful in this form." Such responses demonstrate strength and self-respect, effectively neutralizing hostility. Turning criticism into calm strength also involves cultivating empathy, not for the purpose of excusing bad behavior, but to understand it. When you see criticism through the lens of compassion, it becomes easier to remain composed. You start to recognize that harsh words often stem from pain or insecurity. This doesn't mean tolerating disrespect, but it does allow you to respond with grace rather than defensiveness. Empathy transforms interactions. It can de-escalate tension and leave critics questioning their approach. Another cornerstone of tranquility is building self-trust. The more confident you are in your values, skills, and intentions, the less impact others' opinions will have on you. Self-trust comes from consistently aligning your actions with your principles. When you know you've acted with integrity, criticism becomes less about questioning your worth and more about reaffirming your path. Building self-trust requires honest self-assessment. Take time to reflect on your choices and evaluate whether they align with the person you want to be. This self-awareness becomes a shield against external doubt, reinforcing your sense of purpose. A quiet but powerful tactic for maintaining tranquility is the art of non-engagement. Not every criticism requires a response. Sometimes the most impactful reaction is no reaction at all. Silence can be disarming. It denies the critic the validation they seek and demonstrates that their words hold no sway over you. This doesn't mean ignoring all feedback, but choosing your battles wisely. Reserve your energy for conversations that add value or lead to growth, and let the rest fade into the background. Tranquility is also nurtured by gratitude. While it may seem counterintuitive, finding something to appreciate even in the face of criticism can shift your mindset from defensiveness to openness. Gratitude shifts focus away from what's wrong and toward what's right, reminding you of the abundance in your life that no critic can take away. It might be as simple as appreciating the opportunity to learn resilience or valuing the clarity that criticism brings to areas of improvement. Gratitude turns every encounter, good or bad, into a stepping stone toward growth. Resilience is a natural byproduct of tranquility. Each time you navigate criticism with calm strength, you build emotional muscle. Over time, what once felt overwhelming becomes manageable, even trivial. This resilience extends beyond criticism. It equips you to face all forms of adversity with grace. Life will always have its storms, but with tranquility as your foundation, you can weather them with unwavering confidence. Tranquility isn't just about enduring criticism, it's about thriving in spite of it. When you embrace calm strength, you reclaim your power. Critics lose their ability to define you, and you become the architect of your own narrative. This freedom allows you to focus on what truly matters: your growth, your goals, and your peace. It's not about silencing others. It's about amplifying the voice within you that says, "I am enough." Criticism will always exist, but how it affects you is entirely within your control. By mastering tranquility, you transform negativity into a catalyst for strength, turning every challenge into an opportunity to rise higher. This isn't just a lesson in emotional resilience, it's a blueprint for living with unshakable peace and purpose. Tranquility is a foundation, but resilience is the structure you build upon it. While emotional calm helps you face criticism without flinching, silent resilience ensures you can stand tall in the face of negativity without being drawn into its trap. When the world tests your resolve, the ability to maintain composure, not as an act of suppression, but as a deliberate choice, becomes a mark of strength that leaves others in awe. Non-reaction isn't passivity. It's an assertion of control over yourself and a refusal to let anyone dictate your state of mind. Silent resilience begins with cultivating an inner confidence that does not depend on external validation. When you understand your worth, you are less likely to seek acknowledgement from those who doubt you. This confidence grows from consistently aligning your actions with your values. When you know you've acted with integrity, the noise of negativity becomes irrelevant. To build this kind of inner confidence, commit to daily reflection. Assess your decisions, ensuring they reflect your character and long-term goals. With this clarity, external negativity starts to feel insignificant, like a breeze brushing past instead of a storm knocking you down. One of the most powerful aspects of resilience is learning the art of de-escalation. When negativity comes your way, it often thrives on engagement. A sharp retort, an emotional response, or even visible frustration fuels the fire, giving the other person exactly what they seek. Silent resilience denies them this satisfaction. By refusing to engage, you take the wind out of their sails. Non-engagement isn't about ignoring the situation entirely, but about choosing a measured response, or choosing none at all. This can be practiced through controlled body language. A calm demeanor, steady eye contact, or even a neutral facial expression can communicate strength more effectively than words ever could. Non-reaction also involves managing your internal dialogue. It's natural to feel anger or frustration when faced with negativity, but silent resilience means not letting these emotions take control. Start by acknowledging the feelings without judgment. This simple act creates space between the emotion and your response, allowing you to act intentionally rather than react impulsively. Techniques such as mindfulness can be invaluable here. By staying present and observing your thoughts without attaching to them, you can maintain your composure even in challenging situations. Over time, this practice rewires your brain to respond to negativity with calm and clarity. Another aspect of silent resilience is recognizing that negativity often reflects the other person's struggles rather than your shortcomings. When someone lashes out, it's usually because of their own frustrations, fears, or insecurities. This awareness shifts your perspective, making their words feel less personal. Instead of viewing negativity as an attack, you see it as noise from a wounded source. This perspective fosters compassion, not to excuse the behavior, but to understand it. When you can approach negativity with empathy, it loses its power to unsettle you. Resilience is also strengthened through preparation. Knowing that negativity is inevitable allows you to develop strategies to handle it before it arises. Visualize scenarios where you might face criticism or hostility and plan your responses. Practice rehearsing calm and confident reactions, both in your mind and with trusted allies. This kind of mental preparation makes you less likely to be caught off guard, giving you the upper hand in maintaining composure. Your environment plays a crucial role in building silent resilience. Surround yourself with individuals who uplift and inspire you. When your support system reflects positivity and encouragement, it becomes easier to withstand the negativity from others. This doesn't mean you avoid challenges or difficult people entirely. It means balancing those interactions with ones that replenish your strength. Additionally, create physical spaces that promote calm. Whether it's a clutter-free desk, a peaceful corner for reflection, or even a routine that includes moments of stillness, these habits reinforce your ability to remain grounded. Silent resilience isn't about avoiding negativity. It's about reframing how you view it. Challenges, setbacks, and criticism are inevitable, but they're also opportunities for growth. When someone doubts you, let it ignite a quiet determination within. Use their skepticism as motivation to improve and achieve, not for their approval, but for your own sense of accomplishment. The best form of resilience is progress. When you channel negativity into action, you turn adversity into momentum, silencing critics with the undeniable evidence of your success. Setting boundaries is another essential component of resilience. Allowing unchecked negativity into your life drains your energy and undermines your resolve. Establishing clear limits on what you will tolerate protects your peace and reinforces your strength. These boundaries don't always need to be verbal. Actions often speak louder. For instance, distancing yourself from toxic conversations or declining to engage in unproductive arguments sends a clear message without the need for confrontation. Over time, others will come to understand that your silence is not a weakness, but a declaration of self-respect. Resilience also involves mastering the art of delayed response. In heated situations, the urge to react immediately can be overwhelming, but silence can serve as a powerful pause, giving you time to assess the situation before responding. This pause is not a sign of hesitation, but of strength. It shows you're in control of your emotions and not ruled by the heat of the moment. During this pause, consider the long-term impact of your response. Will it escalate the conflict or diffuse it? Will it align with your values or compromise them? This deliberate approach ensures that your actions reflect your resilience rather than your frustration. Another layer of silent resilience is focusing on what you can control. Negativity often stems from factors beyond your influence, other people's opinions, behaviors, or emotions. Trying to change these external elements is futile and exhausting. Instead, direct your energy inward, toward your own actions, thoughts, and reactions. This focus not only strengthens your resolve, but also empowers you to navigate challenges with clarity and purpose. When you concentrate on what's within your control, negativity from others becomes a mere distraction rather than a defining force. Building resilience requires consistency. It's not a skill you develop overnight, but a practice you cultivate daily. Small, intentional actions add up over time. Whether it's starting your day with a moment of gratitude, taking a walk to clear your mind, or setting aside time for reflection, these habits reinforce your ability to remain composed in the face of adversity. Each moment of calm you create becomes a building block for a more resilient self. Ultimately, silent resilience is about reclaiming your power. When you choose not to respond to negativity, you deny it the ability to affect you. You become the master of your emotions, not a slave to the whims of others. This power is liberating. It frees you to focus on your goals, your growth, and your peace. It allows you to walk through life with confidence, knowing that no words or actions from others can shake your foundation. Negativity may always exist, but its impact on you doesn't have to. Through silent resilience, you learn to stand tall, not as a shield against the world, but as a beacon of strength and composure. You don't need to prove your worth to those who doubt you. Your calm, steady presence speaks volumes. As you continue to cultivate this resilience, you'll find that the noise around you fades, leaving space for the clarity, purpose, and strength that truly define who you are. Standing tall in silence is a strength, but observation turns that strength into strategy. When you speak less and observe more, you begin to see what others miss. Listening deeply, not just with your ears but with your attention, uncovers truths hidden beneath words. Strategic silence is not about withdrawing, it's about positioning yourself to understand, anticipate, and act with precision. The ability to quietly observe can be transformative, shifting dynamics in your favor without confrontation or effort. Observation is a discipline, one that sharpens your awareness of people's intentions, patterns, and unspoken emotions. It begins with quieting your own internal chatter so you're fully present in the moment. Too often, conversations are a battlefield where people fight to be heard, but listening with intent allows you to win without engaging. By focusing on others rather than preparing your next response, you learn more than words can reveal. You notice the subtleties, the hesitation in their voice, the shift in their posture, the flicker of doubt in their eyes. These small cues hold immense value, offering insight into their thoughts and motivations. The art of observation requires practice in slowing down. In a fast-paced world, pausing to absorb your surroundings can feel counterproductive, but this stillness is where clarity lives. Begin with simple exercises like watching a conversation unfold without interrupting. Pay attention to what's said, and more importantly, what's left unsaid. Notice the rhythm of the dialogue, the tone of each participant, and the dynamics of their interaction. Over time, this practice sharpens your ability to decode unspoken messages, giving you an advantage in any setting. Listening more and speaking less doesn't mean muting your voice. It means choosing your words with purpose. When you observe first, you can respond with precision, ensuring your words carry weight. Each response becomes deliberate, not reactionary, which subtly shifts the balance of power in your favor. People naturally lean into someone who speaks thoughtfully, as it signals confidence and control. Your restraint becomes your strength, making your presence felt even in silence. Another layer of observation is understanding emotional currents. People often communicate their true feelings through nonverbal signals rather than words. Facial expressions, hand gestures, or even a simple sigh can reveal what they're unwilling or unable to articulate. Developing an awareness of these cues requires patience and a willingness to study human behavior without judgment. As you refine this skill, you'll notice patterns, how stress manifests in body language, how excitement quickens speech, or how discomfort causes avoidance. These insights allow you to respond not just to what someone says, but to what they feel, creating deeper connections and better outcomes. Observation also teaches you when to engage and when to hold back. There's power in knowing when silence is more impactful than words. Many arguments and misunderstandings could be avoided if people pause to observe before speaking. Silence can be a tool to diffuse tension, giving others space to reconsider their words or actions. In negotiations, for example, a well-placed silence can make the other party reveal more than they intended, tipping the scales in your favor. This is not manipulation, but a strategic use of observation to guide interactions toward a constructive resolution. Careful observation also exposes the intentions of those who underestimate you. People who doubt you often telegraph their thoughts through subtle actions, underhanded remarks, dismissive glances, or evasive behavior. Instead of reacting emotionally, use these moments to gather information. Their actions reveal their insecurities, giving you the upper hand. When you remain calm and observant, they become more transparent, their underestimation of you becoming their vulnerability. In relationships, observation strengthens trust and understanding. When you truly listen to someone, they feel seen and valued. It's not about agreeing with everything they say, but about showing genuine interest in their perspective. This creates a foundation of respect, even in disagreement. Observation also helps you discern whether someone's intentions align with their words. A person's actions often speak louder than their promises, and by paying attention, you protect yourself from being misled. Observation is also a powerful tool for self-awareness. In studying others, you begin to notice your own tendencies, how you respond under pressure, the habits you fall into, or the assumptions you make. This self-awareness is critical for growth. It allows you to course correct, ensuring your actions align with your values and goals. For instance, you might notice that you interrupt during conversations when you feel strongly about something. Recognizing this habit gives you the opportunity to practice patience, strengthening your ability to listen deeply. Another benefit of observation is its ability to reduce impulsivity. When you take the time to observe before acting, you gain perspective that prevents rash decisions. This is especially valuable in high-stress situations where emotions can cloud judgment. Observation creates a buffer, a moment to evaluate your options and choose a response that serves your best interests. This deliberate approach not only protects your peace, but also enhances your credibility. People respect those who act thoughtfully rather than impulsively. The skill of observation also extends to recognizing opportunities. In silence, you notice openings that others miss. Whether it's spotting a chance to contribute in a meeting or identifying a gap in the market, observation equips you to act strategically. By paying attention to the details, you position yourself to seize opportunities that align with your strengths and ambitions. This proactive mindset separates you from those who rush forward blindly, giving you a distinct advantage. Strategic silence and observation are particularly powerful in conflict resolution. When emotions run high, stepping back to observe allows you to understand the root cause of the tension. Is the disagreement really about the issue at hand, or is it fueled by deeper frustrations or misunderstandings? Observation gives you the clarity to address the true problem, diffusing conflicts more effectively. It also prevents escalation, as your calm presence can inspire others to match your composure. Developing the art of observation also enhances your ability to adapt. Life is unpredictable, and the ability to read situations accurately allows you to navigate change with ease. Observation helps you anticipate shifts in dynamics, whether in relationships, work, or broader circumstances. By staying attuned to subtle changes, you can adjust your approach proactively rather than reacting out of necessity. This adaptability becomes a strength that others admire, reinforcing your resilience and effectiveness. Observation teaches humility. By listening more, you acknowledge that you don't have all the answers. This openness to learning fosters growth as you gain insights from others' experiences and perspectives. It also builds stronger connections as people are drawn to those who respect their viewpoints. Humility doesn't diminish your strength. It enhances it by grounding you in the reality that growth is a continuous process. Listening more and speaking less is not about silencing yourself, but about amplifying your understanding. Each moment of observation adds to your arsenal of knowledge, equipping you to act with purpose and clarity. Over time, this habit reshapes how you interact with the world, making you not only more aware, but also more impactful. The ability to observe deeply and respond thoughtfully is a skill that transcends situations, serving you in every area of life. When you master this art, you gain an edge that no amount of noise or posturing can replicate. Understanding the world through silence and observation reveals truths that often remain hidden. Yet, observation alone is not enough. The ability to take what you've learned and use it to grow is where transformation begins. Criticism, especially when rooted in negativity, can feel like a weight dragging you down. But what if that weight could become a tool for building strength? What if every harsh word, every unfair judgment, could be reshaped into a stepping stone that propels you forward? The secret lies in transforming criticism into personal growth, a process that not only enhances your abilities, but also fortifies your character. The first step in using criticism as a catalyst for growth is to separate the message from the messenger. Often, criticism comes wrapped in layers of emotion, anger, envy, or frustration that have little to do with you. It's easy to take these emotional undertones personally, but doing so clouds your judgment and makes it harder to extract value from what's being said. Instead, focus on the core message. Ask yourself, is there any truth in their words? Even when delivered harshly, feedback often contains kernels of insight that can guide you toward improvement. To extract this value, approach criticism with curiosity rather than defensiveness. Curiosity shifts your mindset from reacting emotionally to seeking understanding. When criticized, pause and ask questions, either internally or directly to the person offering the critique. What specific actions are they referencing? What outcomes are they expecting? This approach not only helps you clarify their perspective, but also demonstrates maturity and a willingness to grow. It disarms negativity, turning potentially hostile interactions into opportunities for constructive dialogue. Another powerful tool in transforming criticism is self-reflection. Criticism, whether fair or unfair, can serve as a mirror, reflecting areas where you can grow. Take time to evaluate your actions objectively. Are there patterns in the feedback you receive? If multiple people point out similar issues, it may indicate a blind spot you need to address. Self-reflection isn't about beating yourself up. It's about honest assessment and setting intentions for improvement. Keeping a journal can be invaluable here, allowing you to track feedback and document the steps you're taking to grow. Criticism also provides an opportunity to practice resilience. Negative feedback can sting, but resilience is built by learning to absorb that sting without letting it define you. Start by acknowledging the discomfort criticism brings instead of suppressing it. This acknowledgement allows you to process your emotions and move past them rather than being stuck in a cycle of frustration or self-doubt. Resilience grows with each instance where you face criticism and choose to grow from it rather than shrink under its weight. A key aspect of using criticism for growth is focusing on what you can control. You can't change how others perceive you or the words they choose to deliver their feedback. What you can control is how you respond and what you do with that feedback. Channel your energy into actionable steps that align with your goals. For example, if someone critiques your presentation skills, consider taking a public speaking course or practicing with trusted colleagues. When criticism becomes a roadmap for improvement rather than a source of frustration, it loses its power to harm and instead becomes a tool for empowerment. Another way to harness criticism is by viewing it as free education. Every critique, whether warranted or not, gives you insights into how others view your work, behavior, or skills. This perspective transforms criticism from a personal attack into a learning opportunity. By analyzing the feedback, you gain a better understanding of the expectations and perceptions of those around you, which can help you adapt and refine your approach. It's also important to remember that not all criticism is valid or worth internalizing. Part of personal growth is discerning which feedback aligns with your values and goals. Some criticism stems from misunderstanding, bias, or the critic's insecurities, and absorbing it would do more harm than good. Developing this discernment requires self-awareness and a clear sense of purpose. When you know what you stand for and where you're headed, it becomes easier to filter out noise and focus on feedback that genuinely helps you grow. Criticism can also fuel creativity. Negative feedback often highlights areas where innovation is needed. If someone critiques your approach or results, use that as motivation to think outside the box and explore new methods. Creativity thrives in challenges, and criticism, when reframed as a challenge to improve, can spark fresh ideas and solutions. Instead of resisting critique, lean into it as an invitation to expand your skills and perspectives. One of the most rewarding aspects of transforming criticism into growth is the confidence it builds. Each time you use feedback to enhance your abilities, you prove to yourself that you are capable of learning and evolving. This self-assurance becomes a foundation for facing future criticism with grace and determination. Confidence born from growth isn't rooted in ego, but in the quiet knowledge that you have the resilience and adaptability to thrive in any situation. Turning criticism into growth also involves practicing gratitude. While it may seem counterintuitive, being thankful for feedback, even when it's delivered poorly, shifts your mindset. Gratitude allows you to focus on the opportunity to learn rather than the discomfort of the critique. This doesn't mean ignoring the sting of harsh words, but acknowledging that they pushed you toward improvement. Over time, this mindset creates a positive feedback loop where you actively seek out constructive criticism because you recognize its value in helping you reach your potential. To fully transform criticism into personal growth, it's essential to surround yourself with a supportive network. Seek out mentors, peers, and friends who provide honest feedback with your best interests at heart. Their constructive criticism serves as a counterbalance to the negativity you may encounter elsewhere. Having a trusted circle also gives you a safe space to process feedback and brainstorm ways to act on it. This support system reinforces your growth journey, reminding you that you're not alone. Embracing feedback as part of your growth process also strengthens your emotional intelligence. Learning to manage your reactions to criticism, whether it's staying calm under fire or showing empathy toward the critic, deepens your emotional awareness. This emotional intelligence enhances your relationships and helps you navigate challenges with greater ease. Over time, you'll find that your ability to respond thoughtfully to criticism becomes one of your greatest strengths. Criticism, at its core, is a reflection of how others perceive you, but it doesn't define who you are. By choosing to grow from it rather than be diminished by it, you reclaim your power. This transformation isn't about proving your critics wrong, but about proving to yourself that you can rise above negativity. Each step you take toward growth is a testament to your resilience, adaptability, and commitment to becoming your best self. Ultimately, criticism is only as powerful as the meaning you assign to it. By reframing it as a catalyst for growth, you strip it of its ability to harm and turn it into a force for good. Growth through criticism is not just about building skills, it's about building character. It's about showing yourself that no matter what others say or how they say it, you have the strength to rise, evolve, and thrive. Through this journey, you don't just grow, you transform. Growth through criticism builds a foundation of resilience, But self-improvement elevates you to a level where external opinions no longer dictate your worth. There's a profound strength in quietly honing your abilities, progressing in silence while the world takes notice only through the results you achieve. This silent confidence, born from dedicated self-improvement, is unshakable. It doesn't seek applause or validation. It thrives in the quiet satisfaction of knowing you are becoming your best self, not to prove anything to others, but because you deserve it. Self-improvement begins with a commitment to mastery, the pursuit of excellence in whatever you choose to focus on. It requires deliberate practice, not random bursts of effort. Deliberate practice means identifying specific skills to develop, setting measurable goals, and consistently working toward them. This approach builds competence step by step, creating a solid foundation rather than relying on fleeting moments of brilliance. For example, if you aim to improve your communication skills, you might dedicate time each week to refining your articulation, studying the techniques of great speakers, or practicing active listening. Progress in these small, focused efforts accumulates over time, creating visible and meaningful growth. Silent confidence grows when you trust the process of self-improvement without needing immediate validation. In a world where results are often flaunted prematurely, keeping your progress private can feel counterintuitive. Yet, it's in this privacy that you find freedom. You aren't improving for recognition, so you're not shackled by the pressure to perform for an audience. This independence allows you to focus entirely on the work at hand. Each milestone becomes a celebration of your discipline, unclouded by external expectations. It's a quiet triumph that reinforces your belief in your ability to achieve whatever you set your mind to. Part of self-improvement is understanding that growth is non-linear. Progress often comes in cycles, periods of rapid advancement followed by plateaus. Silent confidence means embracing these plateaus as part of the process rather than signs of failure. These quieter phases allow for reflection and refinement, giving you time to assess your direction and recalibrate. For instance, if you're learning a new skill and feel stuck, shifting your perspective to focus on incremental progress can reignite your motivation. This patience not only keeps you moving forward, but also deepens your appreciation for the journey itself. Another layer of silent self-improvement is recognizing the value of solitude. Growth requires time and space to reflect, experiment, and push boundaries without the distractions of external noise. Solitude isn't isolation, it's an intentional retreat to focus on your goals. During these moments, you can evaluate your progress honestly, without comparison to others. Solitude creates clarity, allowing you to connect with your aspirations on a deeper level. It's here that silent confidence takes root, as you realize that your worth is defined by your effort, not by how others perceive you. Building silent confidence also involves cultivating discipline. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishments. It's waking up early to work on your craft, showing up even when motivation wanes, and making sacrifices that others might not understand. Discipline isn't glamorous, but it's where real progress happens. Each small act of discipline reinforces your belief in your ability to follow through. Over time, this self-trust grows into confidence that doesn't waver, even in the face of challenges or setbacks. One of the most transformative aspects of silent self-improvement is the ability to surprise others, not through grand announcements, but through undeniable results. When you let your accomplishments speak for themselves, you project a quiet strength that commands respect. There's no need for boasting or seeking validation. Your progress is evident in your actions and achievements. This understated confidence is magnetic, drawing others to you without you having to demand their attention. It's a power that feels effortless because it's built on genuine effort and authenticity. Self-improvement also requires humility, the ability to acknowledge where you need to grow without letting it undermine your self-worth. Humility doesn't mean downplaying your strengths. It means being honest about your weaknesses and addressing them head-on. This honesty fosters a growth mindset where every challenge is an opportunity to learn. Silent confidence thrives in this mindset because it's rooted in the belief that improvement is always possible. Instead of fearing failure, you see it as a natural part of growth, a stepping stone on the path to mastery. Another essential component of silent self-improvement is consistency. True growth doesn't come from sporadic bursts of effort, but from sustained, intentional practice over time. Consistency builds momentum, turning small daily actions into habits that drive lasting change. For example, reading a chapter of a book on leadership each day might seem insignificant at first, but over a year it can transform your perspective and decision-making skills. This quiet, steady approach to self-improvement becomes a source of confidence because you know you're making progress, even if it's not immediately visible to others. Silent confidence also grows through the relationships you cultivate. Surrounding yourself with people who inspire and challenge you creates an environment that supports your growth. These relationships aren't about competition or validation, but about mutual respect and encouragement. Being part of a community that values growth helps you stay accountable while also reminding you that self-improvement is a shared journey. At the same time, silent self-improvement requires setting boundaries with those who drain your energy or undermine your efforts. Protecting your focus is an act of self-respect that reinforces your commitment to growth. Another critical aspect of self-improvement is the ability to adapt. Growth often requires you to step out of your comfort zone and embrace uncertainty. Silent confidence comes from knowing that you can handle whatever challenges arise because you've prepared yourself through consistent effort. This adaptability allows you to seize opportunities that others might shy away from, further fueling your progress. It's a mindset that says, "I may not know everything now, but I trust my ability to learn and grow." Self-improvement is also about aligning your actions with your values. Silent confidence flourishes when you live authentically, making choices that reflect your true priorities rather than external expectations. This alignment creates a sense of inner peace, as you know you're staying true to yourself. For example, if one of your values is creativity, dedicating time each day to artistic pursuits becomes an act of self-respect. This quiet commitment to living in alignment with your values builds a confidence that doesn't rely on external validation. Silent self-improvement is about celebrating progress without complacency. Each milestone, no matter how small, is a testament to your effort and determination. Acknowledging these achievements reinforces your belief in your ability to grow, while also motivating you to continue pushing forward. This balance between satisfaction and ambition creates a cycle of growth that feels both fulfilling and sustainable. When you focus on self-improvement with quiet determination, you create a confidence that speaks louder than any words ever could. It's a confidence rooted in effort, authenticity, and resilience, a strength that no one can take from you. As you continue to elevate yourself, you'll find that the need for recognition fades, replaced by the profound satisfaction of knowing you're becoming the best version of yourself. Silent self-improvement builds an inner strength that speaks for itself, but to truly protect and nurture that growth, boundaries are essential. Boundaries are not barriers. They are the structure that ensures your energy, focus, and values remain intact. Yet, the most powerful boundaries don't require words. They are established through consistent actions and unspoken cues that communicate your standards without the need for confrontation. These silent boundaries become a shield, allowing you to maintain your peace while interacting with the world on your terms. Setting boundaries through actions begins with self-awareness. You must understand your own limits and priorities before you can enforce them effectively. Reflect on situations where you feel drained, disrespected, or overwhelmed. These moments often highlight areas where boundaries are lacking. By identifying what you need to feel respected and supported, you lay the groundwork for creating boundaries that align with your values. This clarity eliminates the confusion that often leads to over-explaining or justifying your decisions. Once you're clear about your boundaries, the key to enforcing them lies in consistency. Actions speak louder than words, and people respond to patterns more than declarations. For example, if you value uninterrupted focus during work hours, consistently avoid engaging in distractions or non-urgent matters during that time. Over time, your actions create an unspoken rule that others learn to respect. Consistency sends a clear message. This is what I expect, and I will honor it through my behavior. Body language plays a crucial role in non-verbal boundary setting. A confident posture, steady eye contact, and calm demeanor can convey strength and self-respect without saying a word. When someone encroaches on your boundaries, subtle cues like stepping back, crossing your arms, or maintaining a neutral expression can signal your discomfort without escalating the situation. These cues are especially effective because they are immediate and instinctual, often prompting the other person to adjust their behavior in real time. Time management is another powerful way to enforce boundaries silently. By controlling how and when you allocate your time, you establish clear limits on your availability. For instance, if you regularly decline last-minute requests or avoid overcommitting to obligations, you communicate that your time is valuable and cannot be taken for granted. Setting specific time blocks for your priorities and sticking to them reinforces this message. Over time, people will come to understand and respect your schedule without requiring lengthy explanations. One of the most challenging aspects of boundary setting is dealing with those who test your limits. Silent boundaries are particularly effective here because they minimize conflict. Instead of engaging in arguments or justifications, you can use your actions to enforce your limits. For instance, if someone interrupts you repeatedly during a conversation, pausing briefly and resuming your point calmly signals that their behavior won't derail you. This approach maintains your authority without escalating tension. Learning to say no without words is another skill that strengthens silent boundaries. Declining requests or invitations doesn't always require verbal refusal. Actions like not responding immediately, redirecting the conversation, or focusing on your priorities can communicate your decision. For example, if someone persistently tries to involve you in gossip, redirecting the topic to something neutral or excusing yourself subtly shifts the dynamic without confrontation. This non-verbal approach often feels less abrasive while still protecting your boundaries. Silent boundaries also involve controlling access to your energy and resources. Not everyone deserves the same level of access to your time, attention, or emotional investment. By being selective about who you engage with and how deeply, you create a natural filter that preserves your well-being. For instance, limiting your interaction with individuals who consistently drain your energy sends a clear signal that their behavior is unacceptable without the need for direct confrontation. Another critical aspect of silent boundary setting is leading by example. When you model the behavior you expect from others, you establish a standard that encourages respect. If you value punctuality, consistently arriving on time communicates your commitment and sets an expectation for others to do the same. If you prioritize kindness, treating others with respect reinforces the kind of interactions you're willing to engage in. Leading by example eliminates the need for lengthy explanations because your actions clearly demonstrate your values. Boundaries are also reinforced through silence itself. When someone pushes against your limits, choosing not to respond immediately can be a powerful statement. Silence creates space for reflection, allowing the other person to consider their behavior without the distraction of a verbal reaction. This pause often leads to self-correction as they recognize the boundary you've set. Silence can also be used to de-escalate tension, ensuring that your interactions remain constructive rather than confrontational. It's important to remember that silent boundaries are not about avoidance, but about clarity. They are not an excuse to dodge difficult conversations, but a way to communicate respect and self-worth through your actions. For instance, if someone constantly interrupts your personal time with work-related issues, responding only during designated hours reinforces the boundary you've set without the need for repeated explanations. This approach demonstrates that you respect both your time and theirs, creating a more balanced dynamic. Practicing silent boundary setting also requires emotional discipline. When someone challenges your boundaries, it's natural to feel frustration or a desire to defend yourself. However, reacting emotionally often undermines the strength of your boundary. Instead, focus on maintaining composure and redirecting your energy toward enforcing your limits through actions. This discipline not only strengthens your boundaries, but also builds your resilience as you learn to navigate challenges without being derailed by emotional reactions. Silent boundaries can also be strengthened through intentional disengagement. Walking away from situations or relationships that consistently violate your boundaries sends a powerful message. This doesn't mean giving up at the first sign of difficulty, but recognizing when efforts to maintain a respectful dynamic are no longer effective. By choosing to disengage, you protect your well-being and create space for healthier connections. This act of self-respect often inspires others to re-evaluate their behavior as they realize the consequences of their actions. Maintaining silent boundaries also involves embracing self-care as a priority. When you take care of yourself, you reinforce the message that your well-being matters. Actions like setting aside time for rest, pursuing activities that bring you joy, and maintaining a healthy lifestyle communicate that you value yourself. These habits not only strengthen your boundaries, but also create a ripple effect, encouraging others to treat you with the same respect you show yourself. Over time, silent boundaries become second nature. They are not about isolating yourself, but about creating a space where you can thrive. Through consistent actions, thoughtful choices, and emotional discipline, you establish a presence that commands respect without the need for words. These boundaries become a reflection of your self-worth, protecting your peace while allowing you to engage with the world authentically. They are a quiet but powerful testament to the strength that comes from honoring yourself. Silent boundaries protect your energy and create space for growth, but true freedom comes when you detach yourself from the need for external validation. The constant chase for approval from others can feel like running on a treadmill, exhausting, unending, and ultimately futile. Letting go of that need isn't about isolation or indifference. It's about reclaiming your sense of worth from within. Detachment isn't a lack of care. It's the liberation that comes from valuing your opinion of yourself more than anyone else's. Detachment begins with understanding the roots of validation-seeking behavior. Often, the desire for approval stems from early experiences where praise felt tied to love, worth, or acceptance. Recognizing this pattern is the first step toward change. When you realize that the approval you seek is often a reflection of someone else's standards, not your own, you begin to see how unnecessary it is. Awareness helps you separate what truly matters to you from the expectations others may have imposed. Releasing the need for validation requires redefining success on your terms. External validation often pushes you to meet goals that don't align with your values, creating a constant sense of dissatisfaction. By taking time to reflect on what genuinely fulfills you, you shift your focus inward. Success becomes less about applause and more about personal growth and alignment with your principles. For example, instead of seeking recognition at work, you might prioritize contributing meaningfully to your projects. This shift not only frees you from external pressures, but also deepens your sense of purpose. One of the most powerful tools for mastering detachment is self-awareness. Pay attention to moments when you feel the urge to seek approval, whether it's posting on social media, over-explaining your decisions, or hesitating to take action without reassurance. These moments are opportunities to pause and ask yourself why external validation feels necessary. Over time, this practice weakens the habit, replacing it with a stronger reliance on your own judgment and self-assurance. Another key to letting go of the need for validation is learning to value process over outcome. Seeking external approval often focuses on results, achievements that others will notice and applaud. Detachment, on the other hand, allows you to find joy in the effort and growth that comes with pursuing your goals. When the process itself becomes rewarding, the opinions of others hold less sway. For instance, if you're learning a new skill, the satisfaction of improving day by day becomes more important than whether others notice your progress. Detachment also involves building emotional independence. The need for validation often ties your happiness to the opinions of others, making you vulnerable to their judgments. Emotional independence means finding contentment within yourself, regardless of external circumstances. Practices like gratitude journaling, mindfulness, or simply spending time alone can help you strengthen this independence. When you cultivate a sense of inner peace, you become less reliant on others to affirm your worth. A significant part of mastering detachment is embracing imperfection. The desire for validation often stems from a fear of judgment or rejection. By accepting that you are human, with flaws and strengths alike, you disarm the power of criticism. Imperfection becomes a natural part of your journey rather than something to hide or avoid. This acceptance doesn't mean complacency. It means acknowledging where you are while working toward where you want to be. It's freeing to realize that growth, not perfection, is the ultimate goal. Letting go of the need for validation also requires understanding that not everyone's opinion is valuable. The voices that matter most are those that align with your values and encourage your growth. Learning to discern constructive feedback from mere judgment allows you to filter out noise and focus on what truly helps you improve. For example, if a trusted mentor offers insights into your work, it's worth considering, while a casual critique from someone uninformed about your efforts can be dismissed. Detachment becomes easier when you surround yourself with supportive environments. People who value you for who you are, not what you do, create a foundation of unconditional respect and acceptance. This environment helps you internalize the belief that your worth is not tied to external achievements or opinions. Conversely, minimizing time spent with those who consistently undermine or belittle you reinforces your boundaries and strengthens your detachment. Another strategy for mastering detachment is focusing on intrinsic motivation. When your actions stem from your own desires and values, they carry a deeper sense of fulfillment. This intrinsic drive replaces the fleeting satisfaction of external praise with lasting contentment. For instance, if you pursue a creative hobby purely because it brings you joy, the lack of external recognition won't diminish its value. This shift in motivation empowers you to act authentically and unapologetically. Detachment also involves practicing non-reaction. Validation-seeking behavior often manifests as over-explaining, defending your choices, or seeking reassurance. By choosing silence in these moments, you reclaim your power. Non-reaction doesn't mean ignoring feedback, but rather pausing to assess its relevance before responding. This pause creates space for reflection, allowing you to act intentionally rather than out of habit. Over time, this practice builds a quiet confidence that needs no external reinforcement. Mastering detachment is deeply tied to self-trust. When you trust your ability to make decisions, handle challenges, and navigate uncertainty, the need for others' approval diminishes. Building this trust requires consistent action. Each time you make a choice based on your own values and follow through with integrity, you reinforce your belief in yourself. This trust becomes a foundation that supports you even when external validation is absent. A powerful mindset for detachment is focusing on the long term. External approval often satisfies short-term desires, but rarely contributes to lasting fulfillment. By keeping your long-term goals in mind, you prioritize what truly matters over fleeting validation. This perspective helps you make decisions that align with your values and aspirations, even if they go unnoticed by others. It reminds you that your journey is your own and doesn't need to be constantly validated to hold meaning. Detachment also involves cultivating a sense of neutrality toward praise and criticism. Both are temporary and often influenced by factors outside your control. By recognizing that neither defines your worth, you create emotional balance. This neutrality doesn't mean dismissing all feedback, but rather approaching it with curiosity and discernment. You take what's useful and leave the rest, maintaining your inner equilibrium regardless of external input. Letting go of validation requires ongoing practice and patience. It's a gradual process of unlearning deeply ingrained habits and replacing them with healthier alternatives. Celebrate small victories along the way, moments when you choose to trust yourself, embrace imperfection, or prioritize your own values. Each step strengthens your detachment, building a sense of self-worth that no external opinion can shake. As you master detachment, you'll discover a profound freedom. Without the constant need for validation, you can focus on what truly matters: your growth, your goals, and your peace. The opinions of others may come and go, but your confidence, built from within, will remain steady. This freedom is not about rejecting connection or feedback. It's about approaching both with a sense of strength and autonomy. It's about knowing that your worth has never depended on external approval and never will. Detachment frees you from the grip of validation, but understanding your critics with empathy turns potential conflict into an unexpected source of strength. Empathy is often misunderstood as a vulnerability, yet it carries a quiet power that few recognize. It's not about agreeing with those who undermine you. It's about seeing beyond their words to understand the emotions and motivations driving their behavior. This perspective allows you to respond with grace, unsettling their intent while reinforcing your own strength. Empathy begins with recognizing that criticism often reveals more about the critic than the criticized. People who lash out or undermine others are frequently projecting their own insecurities, frustrations, or fears. By understanding this, you can separate their words from their underlying struggles. This separation removes the sting of their comments, as you realize their negativity is more a reflection of their inner turmoil than a valid assessment of your actions or worth. Approaching critics with empathy requires emotional maturity. Instead of reacting defensively, take a moment to consider what might have prompted their behavior. Are they struggling with unmet expectations, jealousy, or a fear of being overshadowed? By seeking to understand their perspective, you gain a deeper insight into the dynamics at play. This understanding doesn't excuse their actions, but equips you to navigate the situation with calm and clarity. Listening deeply is one of the most effective ways to demonstrate empathy. When critics voice their concerns, resist the urge to interrupt or defend yourself. Let them express their thoughts fully before you respond. This not only shows respect, but also allows you to identify the emotions underlying their words. Often, people who criticize harshly feel unheard or undervalued, and giving them space to speak can diffuse their aggression. Your willingness to listen can transform a confrontation into a conversation, opening the door to a more constructive interaction. Empathy also involves recognizing the shared humanity in your critics. Everyone has insecurities, challenges, and moments of weakness. Acknowledging this common ground doesn't diminish your strength. It enhances it by grounding you in compassion. For example, if someone criticizes your work harshly, consider that they might be under pressure themselves or projecting their own fear of failure. This perspective shifts your focus from their hostility to their humanity, making it easier to respond with poise. Showing empathy doesn't mean tolerating disrespect or compromising your boundaries. It means responding in a way that reflects your strength and values. If a critic's words cross the line into personal attacks or malicious intent, empathy can still guide your response. Instead of lashing out, you might calmly state, "I value constructive feedback, but I won't engage with disrespect." This approach asserts your boundaries while maintaining your dignity, leaving no room for escalation. One of the most surprising effects of empathy is its ability to disarm critics. When someone seeks to undermine you, they often expect a defensive or angry reaction. Responding with calm understanding disrupts this expectation, leaving them unsure of how to proceed. This disruption is not about manipulation, but about breaking the cycle of negativity. Your empathy becomes a mirror, reflecting their behavior back to them in a way that encourages introspection. Empathy also strengthens your emotional resilience. Understanding your critics reduces the emotional impact of their words, as you no longer take them at face value. This resilience allows you to stay focused on your goals and values, even in the face of opposition. Instead of being derailed by negativity, you use it as an opportunity to practice compassion and reinforce your inner strength. Another powerful aspect of empathy is its ability to build bridges. While some critics may never change their perspective, others might be open to dialogue once they feel understood. By addressing their concerns with empathy, you create an opportunity for connection and mutual respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, but it allows for a more meaningful exchange of ideas. Over time, this approach can transform adversarial relationships into ones marked by understanding, even if agreement is never reached. Empathy also fosters self-awareness. By analyzing your critic's feedback through an empathetic lens, you gain insight into how your actions are perceived and how you can improve. This self-awareness doesn't mean conforming to their expectations, but refining your approach in ways that align with your values. For example, if a colleague criticizes your communication style, listening empathetically might reveal areas where clarity could be improved. This willingness to grow demonstrates strength and adaptability, turning criticism into a tool for development. Practicing empathy requires patience and intention. It's not always easy to extend understanding to those who undermine you, especially when their words or actions feel unjust. However, empathy is not about excusing behavior, but about empowering yourself to respond from a place of strength rather than reactivity. Each time you choose empathy over anger, you reinforce your ability to navigate challenges with grace. Empathy also enhances your leadership skills. People are drawn to those who listen and seek to understand, even in difficult situations. By demonstrating empathy toward your critics, you set an example for others to follow, creating an environment where constructive dialogue thrives. This approach doesn't just benefit you, it elevates the entire dynamic, fostering respect and collaboration. Understanding your critics with empathy also helps you avoid unnecessary conflicts. When you approach criticism with curiosity instead of defensiveness, you diffuse tension and reduce the likelihood of escalation. This doesn't mean avoiding difficult conversations, but approaching them with a mindset that seeks resolution rather than victory. Over time, this approach builds a reputation for fairness and thoughtfulness, earning you respect even from those who disagree with you. Empathy can also be a tool for self-protection. By understanding the motivations behind criticism, you can assess whether the feedback is valid or simply a reflection of the critic's personal struggles. This discernment helps you filter out unhelpful noise while focusing on what truly matters. For example, if someone consistently undermines your efforts out of envy, recognizing this motivation allows you to disengage emotionally while staying focused on your goals. Ultimately, empathy is a reflection of your inner strength. It shows that you are confident enough in yourself to extend understanding even to those who challenge you. This strength is not about being unshakable, but about being adaptable and open to growth. Empathy transforms criticism from a source of conflict into an opportunity for connection and self-discovery. It is a quiet power that unsettles those who seek to undermine you while reinforcing your own resolve. As you cultivate empathy toward your critics, you'll find that their negativity loses its grip on you. Instead of reacting with frustration or doubt, you respond with clarity and compassion, turning challenges into opportunities for growth. This approach not only strengthens your character, but also inspires others to see the world and themselves through a more understanding lens. Empathy grants you clarity and strength in the face of criticism, but true transformation comes when you elevate your standards and demand respect through your actions. It's not about shouting your worth to the world. It's about living in a way that leaves no room for doubt. When you refuse to settle for less than what aligns with your values, you create a life that reflects your true worth. Respect, whether in relationships, ambitions, or daily interactions, is not given freely. It is cultivated through consistency, integrity, and the quiet power of unwavering standards. Elevating your standards begins with self-awareness. You must know what you stand for before you can demand respect for it. Reflect on your values, goals, and boundaries, and identify where you might be compromising out of fear, convenience, or habit. This self-assessment is not about dwelling on past mistakes, but about setting a clear vision for the life you want to lead. When you understand what matters most to you, your actions naturally align with those priorities, sending a powerful message to others about who you are and what you expect. One of the most effective ways to elevate your standards is to lead by example. Your actions set the tone for how others treat you. If you prioritize punctuality, follow through on commitments, and communicate with respect, you create a standard that others are more likely to mirror. This consistency reinforces your expectations without the need for lengthy explanations. People observe how you conduct yourself, and your behavior serves as a silent reminder of the respect you expect in return. Demanding respect doesn't mean imposing your standards on others. It means embodying them so fully that others feel compelled to rise to meet them. For example, if you value honesty, practice it unwaveringly in your own life. This integrity sets a precedent, making it clear that dishonesty has no place in your relationships or interactions. By holding yourself to the same standards you expect from others, you create an environment of mutual respect that fosters authenticity and trust. Another critical aspect of elevating your standards is knowing when to walk away. Staying in situations that compromise your values or diminish your worth sends the message that mediocrity is acceptable. Leaving such situations isn't always easy, but it's an essential act of self-respect. Whether it's ending a toxic relationship, declining an opportunity that doesn't align with your goals, or setting boundaries with someone who disrespects you, these decisions reinforce your commitment to a life that reflects your worth. Elevating your standards also requires setting clear boundaries. These boundaries are not about creating walls, but about defining the limits that protect your energy, time, and values. Boundaries don't need to be announced loudly. They are most effective when communicated through consistent actions. For instance, if you're committed to personal growth, prioritizing time for self-improvement over unproductive activities naturally establishes a boundary that others learn to respect. A powerful way to demand respect is by mastering the art of saying no. Every time you say yes to something that doesn't align with your values, you dilute your focus and compromise your standards. Saying no is not about being difficult. It's about preserving your energy for what truly matters. Each no you confidently deliver reinforces your priorities, teaching others that your time and attention are not to be taken for granted. Your relationships play a significant role in shaping your standards. Surrounding yourself with people who uplift, challenge, and respect you creates a supportive environment for growth. Conversely, distancing yourself from those who consistently drain your energy or disregard your boundaries is an act of self-respect. These choices signal that you value quality over quantity in your connections, inspiring others to treat you with the respect you show yourself. Elevating your standards also involves setting ambitious but achievable goals. Settling for mediocrity in your aspirations sends a message to yourself and others that you're willing to accept less than your potential. By aiming higher and working diligently toward your goals, you demonstrate a commitment to excellence that commands respect. Your progress becomes a reflection of your standards, inspiring others while affirming your belief in your own worth. The way you carry yourself physically and emotionally also communicates your standards. Confidence, even in silence, speaks volumes. Maintaining eye contact, standing tall, and speaking with clarity all convey self-assurance, signaling to others that you expect to be taken seriously. Emotional composure, especially in challenging situations, reinforces this message. When you remain calm and focused, even under pressure, you project a strength that demands respect without needing to ask for it. Another aspect of elevating your standards is cultivating self-discipline. Respect begins with how you treat yourself, and self-discipline is a cornerstone of self-respect. Whether it's maintaining healthy habits, pursuing continuous learning, or managing your time effectively, your discipline reflects your commitment to growth. This consistency not only benefits you, but also sets an example for those around you, reinforcing the standards you expect in return. In professional settings, your work ethic and attention to detail are key indicators of your standards. Delivering high-quality work, meeting deadlines, and approaching challenges with a solutions-oriented mindset demonstrate your commitment to excellence. These actions build a reputation for reliability and integrity, earning respect from colleagues, clients, and leaders alike. Over time, this reputation becomes a powerful testament to your standards, influencing how others perceive and interact with you. Elevating your standards also involves embracing continuous growth. Stagnation signals complacency, while a commitment to improvement shows that you value progress over comfort. This growth mindset doesn't mean you're never satisfied, but rather that you're always looking for ways to refine and expand your abilities. By challenging yourself to learn new skills, explore different perspectives, and push beyond your comfort zone, You embody the principle of striving for excellence, inspiring respect from those who witness your journey. Respecting others is equally important in maintaining elevated standards. Treating people with kindness, fairness, and understanding sets a precedent for how you expect to be treated in return. Respect is reciprocal, and your actions create a ripple effect, encouraging others to rise to the level you exemplify. This mutual respect fosters stronger, more meaningful connections, reinforcing the foundation of your elevated standards. Another powerful tool in demanding respect is maintaining accountability. Owning your actions, admitting mistakes, and taking responsibility for your choices demonstrate integrity. Accountability shows that you hold yourself to the same high standards you expect from others, creating a sense of trust and reliability. This trust becomes the cornerstone of respect, both in personal and professional relationships. Elevating your standards also means embracing the power of patience. Demanding respect through actions takes time, as people often need to observe your consistency before they adjust their behavior. Patience allows you to stay true to your values, even when immediate results aren't apparent. Over time, your unwavering commitment to your standards creates a lasting impression, earning respect that is both genuine and enduring. Your standards are not just about what you demand from others, but also about what you demand from yourself. By striving for excellence, maintaining integrity, and staying true to your values, you create a life that reflects your worth. This commitment to living with purpose and intention becomes a quiet but powerful force, inspiring others while solidifying your own sense of self-respect. As you elevate your standards, you'll find that respect becomes a natural byproduct of the life you lead. Elevating your standards creates a foundation of respect, but it is through your actions that the world truly understands your values. Words, no matter how eloquent, often fade in the face of consistent, purposeful effort. Actions, however, leave a lasting impact. They speak in a language that cannot be misinterpreted or ignored. By choosing to act with intention and integrity, you defy doubts and criticisms without needing to defend yourself. This quiet power reshapes how others perceive you and reinforces your own sense of purpose. When your actions align with your values, they naturally carry more weight than any verbal declaration. People notice consistency. They see when someone not only claims to value honesty or hard work, but lives it daily. This congruence builds trust and commands respect because it leaves no room for contradiction. Consistent actions are a testament to your commitment and reliability, qualities that speak louder than any words ever could. For example, if you value kindness, showing it in your interactions, even when faced with negativity, sends a stronger message than claiming to be kind ever would. Purposeful effort begins with clarity of intent. Before taking action, ask yourself what you aim to achieve and why it matters. This reflection ensures that your actions align with your goals and values, amplifying their impact. When your efforts are guided by a clear sense of purpose, they carry a quiet confidence that needs no validation. They resonate not because they seek recognition, but because they reflect authenticity and resolve. Consistency is the backbone of actions that overshadow words. Sporadic effort can draw attention briefly, but it's the steady, unwavering pursuit of excellence that leaves a lasting impression. Whether it's showing up every day to improve a skill, delivering on commitments without fail, or maintaining your principles in the face of challenges, consistency speaks volumes. It demonstrates reliability and strength, proving that you are someone who follows through, regardless of the circumstances. Purposeful action also requires focus. In a world filled with distractions, staying committed to your goals sets you apart. This focus doesn't just show determination, It signals that you value your time and energy too much to waste on unproductive pursuits. When others see this dedication, it challenges their doubts and shifts their perception. Focused effort communicates that you are serious about your aspirations, leaving no room for skepticism. Another aspect of letting actions speak louder than words is embracing humility. While words can be used to boast or exaggerate, actions quietly reflect reality. When you achieve success without seeking attention, your accomplishments shine brighter. This humility not only strengthens your character, but also earns genuine respect. People are drawn to those who let their actions define them rather than their words, as it signals integrity and confidence. Actions also have the power to dispel doubts. Criticism often comes from a lack of understanding or belief in your abilities. Instead of defending yourself verbally, channel your energy into proving those doubts wrong through your efforts. Over time, your consistent achievements will overshadow any negativity, leaving no room for doubt. For instance, if someone questions your ability to lead, demonstrating strong leadership through decisive action and thoughtful decision-making silences criticism far more effectively than any rebuttal could. Purposeful effort also requires patience. Actions often take time to bear fruit, and their impact may not be immediately visible. Patience ensures that you stay the course even when recognition or results are delayed. This long-term perspective allows your actions to build momentum, gradually creating an undeniable narrative of growth and success. Patience also shows maturity, reinforcing the message that you are not acting for applause, but for genuine progress. Another way actions speak louder than words is by creating tangible results. While words can inspire, actions produce outcomes that can't be disputed. Whether it's a completed project, a new skill mastered, or a relationship strengthened through consistent effort, these results stand as evidence of your capabilities and commitment. They tell a story of perseverance and determination that words alone could never convey. Authenticity is at the heart of meaningful action. When your actions align with who you truly are, they resonate more deeply with others. Authenticity is compelling because it reflects honesty and courage. It shows that you are not trying to fit a mold or impress anyone. You are simply living in accordance with your values. This kind of authenticity is rare and impactful, making your actions stand out even more. Another important element is adaptability. Letting your actions speak doesn't mean rigidly sticking to one path. It means being flexible enough to adjust your approach while staying true to your goals. Adaptability shows that you are willing to learn and grow, which adds depth to your actions. It communicates resilience and resourcefulness, qualities that often speak louder than words in times of change or uncertainty. Actions also foster credibility. Over time, people come to associate you with the qualities your actions reflect, whether it's reliability, kindness, or excellence. This credibility is a powerful asset, as it builds trust and solidifies your reputation. It ensures that when you do speak, your words carry more weight because they are backed by a history of consistent, purposeful effort. Another way actions overshadow words is through their ripple effect. When you act with integrity and purpose, you inspire others to do the same. Your actions create a standard that encourages those around you to rise to the occasion. This influence extends far beyond any words you could say, as it demonstrates the impact of leading by example. Purposeful action also protects your energy. Instead of wasting time and effort defending yourself or arguing with detractors, you focus on what truly matters, your growth and goals. This focus not only propels you forward, but also sends a clear message. You are not swayed by distractions or negativity. This unshakable resolve is a testament to your strength and self-assurance, qualities that cannot be conveyed through words alone. Actions also offer clarity. While words can be misinterpreted or twisted, actions leave little room for doubt. They show exactly who you are and what you stand for, cutting through noise and ambiguity. This clarity builds confidence in your relationships and endeavors as people come to trust your consistency and authenticity. Letting actions speak louder than words also involves taking responsibility. When things go wrong, owning your mistakes through corrective action demonstrates accountability and integrity. It shows that you are not afraid to face challenges head-on and that you are committed to growth. This level of accountability earns respect far more effectively than excuses or justifications ever could. Ultimately, letting actions speak louder than words is about living with intention. It's about making choices that reflect your values, following through on your commitments, and staying focused on your goals. This approach not only silences doubts and criticism, but also builds a life that resonates with purpose and fulfillment. Your actions become your voice, and through them, you tell a story of strength, resilience, and authenticity that no words could ever match. Actions that speak louder than words have the power to define who you are, but life often throws challenges that test your resolve. These adversities can feel overwhelming, but they carry within them the seeds of wisdom and strength. Challenges are not the end of the road. They are silent teachers, offering lessons that shape your resilience and refine your perspective. Adversity, when embraced, becomes a powerful tool for growth, allowing you to emerge stronger, wiser, and more determined than before. Transforming adversity into a teacher begins with shifting your mindset. Challenges are often seen as obstacles, but they are also opportunities to learn. Every difficulty carries a lesson, whether it's patience, perseverance, or adaptability. Instead of asking why something happened to you, ask what it is trying to teach you. This shift in perspective transforms adversity from a source of frustration into a catalyst for growth. It reminds you that challenges are not meant to break you, they are meant to build you. Adversity often brings discomfort, but growth rarely happens in comfort zones. Facing challenges forces you to stretch beyond your limits, revealing strengths you didn't know you had. These moments of discomfort become turning points when you approach them with curiosity and openness. Whether it's navigating a setback at work or dealing with personal rejection, leaning into the discomfort rather than avoiding it allows you to uncover insights about yourself and your abilities. Rejection, in particular, can be a powerful teacher. It often feels personal, but it's rarely a reflection of your worth. Instead, rejection provides clarity about what aligns with your goals and values. Each no brings you closer to the yes that truly matters. It teaches resilience, the ability to bounce back and keep moving forward despite setbacks. Resilience is not about avoiding rejection, but about using it as fuel to refine your approach and strengthen your determination. Adversity also teaches you the value of persistence. When faced with challenges, it's easy to feel defeated, but persistence is what separates those who succeed from those who give up. Each time you choose to keep going despite difficulties, you build mental and emotional strength. This persistence doesn't mean ignoring the pain of adversity. It means acknowledging it and continuing to move forward. Over time, this practice creates a deep sense of resilience that carries you through even the toughest challenges. Another lesson adversity teaches is the importance of adaptability. Life rarely goes according to plan, and challenges often require you to pivot and find new solutions. This adaptability is not about abandoning your goals, but about finding new paths to reach them. Each time you adapt, you demonstrate flexibility and creativity, qualities that not only help you overcome adversity, but also prepare you for future challenges. Adapting to change shows that you are not defined by circumstances, but by how you respond to them. Adversity also deepens your sense of empathy. Experiencing difficulties helps you understand the struggles of others, making you more compassionate and supportive. This empathy enriches your relationships and enhances your ability to connect with others. It reminds you that everyone faces challenges, and your response to adversity can inspire those around you to face their own with courage and grace. Turning adversity into a teacher also involves learning to let go. Some challenges stem from situations beyond your control, and holding on to frustration or anger only prolongs your pain. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means accepting what you cannot change and focusing on what you can. This acceptance creates space for healing and growth, allowing you to move forward with clarity and purpose. Letting go is an act of strength, not weakness, as it requires the courage to release what no longer serves you. Another key lesson from adversity is the importance of perspective. Challenges often feel overwhelming in the moment, but when viewed from a broader perspective, they become less daunting. Reflecting on past adversities can remind you of your ability to overcome difficulties and put current challenges into context. Perspective helps you see that adversity is temporary and that its lessons can lead to long-term growth. It reminds you that setbacks are not the end of the story, but a part of the journey. Adversity also builds gratitude. Facing difficulties often highlights what truly matters in your life, from supportive relationships to personal strengths. This gratitude doesn't erase the pain of adversity, but it provides a counterbalance, reminding you of the resources and resilience you have to overcome challenges. Gratitude shifts your focus from what you've lost to what you still have, creating a foundation of hope and positivity even in tough times. Another valuable lesson adversity teaches is patience. Growth takes time, and challenges often require you to slow down and reevaluate your approach. Patience allows you to stay committed to your goals even when progress feels slow. It teaches you to trust the process, knowing that each step, no matter how small, contributes to your overall growth. Patience also helps you avoid impulsive decisions, allowing you to respond to challenges thoughtfully and effectively. Adversity can also reveal hidden opportunities. Challenges often force you to explore paths you wouldn't have considered otherwise, leading to unexpected growth and success. These opportunities might not be immediately apparent, but by staying open and curious, you can discover new possibilities within adversity. For example, losing a job might lead you to pursue a passion you had put aside, ultimately creating a more fulfilling career. Challenges often redirect you toward paths that better align with your potential. The process of overcoming adversity also strengthens your self-trust. Each challenge you face and overcome reinforces your belief in your ability to handle difficulties. This self-trust becomes a source of confidence, reminding you that you have the resilience and resourcefulness to navigate future challenges. It's a quiet assurance that no matter what comes your way, you can rise to meet it. Adversity also highlights the importance of a strong support system. Facing challenges alone can be isolating, but leaning on trusted friends, family, or mentors provides encouragement and perspective. This support doesn't diminish your strength. It amplifies it by reminding you that you're not alone. Building and maintaining these connections enriches your life and reinforces the lesson that resilience is often a collective effort. Through adversity, you also learn the value of self-compassion. Challenges can trigger self-doubt or self-criticism, but treating yourself with kindness during tough times is essential for growth. Self-compassion means acknowledging your struggles without judgment and recognizing that setbacks are a natural part of life. This mindset fosters resilience by allowing you to learn from adversity without being weighed down by guilt or shame. Adversity also teaches the power of action. When faced with challenges, taking even small steps forward creates momentum. These actions don't need to solve the problem immediately. They simply need to move you in the right direction. Each step you take reinforces your agency, showing that you are not powerless in the face of adversity. This sense of control empowers you to tackle challenges with confidence and determination. Adversity reminds you of your ability to transform pain into purpose. The lessons you learn from challenges often inspire you to help others facing similar difficulties. This transformation creates meaning from adversity, turning it into a source of strength and connection. By sharing your experiences and insights, you not only support others, but also deepen your own resilience and sense of purpose. Through every challenge and rejection, adversity becomes a silent teacher, shaping your character and expanding your perspective. It reveals strengths you didn't know you had and opens doors to growth you never anticipated. By embracing these lessons, you turn adversity from an obstacle into an ally, guiding you toward a life of greater wisdom, resilience, and fulfillment. Adversity refines your resilience and reveals strengths you never knew existed, but silent dedication transforms that strength into an unstoppable force. There is something profoundly powerful about focusing on your goals with quiet, unwavering persistence. It's not loud, it's not boastful, it's deliberate, intentional, and unyielding. Silent dedication doesn't just help you achieve, it becomes the ultimate response to disrespect, disbelief, or doubt. It shifts the narrative, proving through action that nothing can deter you from your path. Silent dedication starts with clarity. Knowing exactly what you're working toward eliminates distractions and gives you a sense of purpose. Without clarity, it's easy to waver when faced with obstacles or criticism. Setting clear, measurable goals anchors your efforts, providing a roadmap that keeps you grounded in your vision. This clarity doesn't need to be shared or explained to anyone else. It's a private contract between you and your aspirations. Persistence is the cornerstone of silent dedication. When others doubt or disrespect you, their intention is often to derail your progress. Silent dedication is the antidote to this, as it focuses your energy entirely on your actions rather than their words. Each day you show up and work toward your goals, you create a ripple effect of progress that speaks for itself. Over time, this persistence erases doubts, not through argument, but through undeniable results. Discipline is what sustains silent dedication. While motivation may fluctuate, discipline ensures consistency. This discipline isn't about forcing yourself to work endlessly, but about creating habits that align with your goals. Small, deliberate actions taken daily build momentum, transforming effort into achievement. Discipline becomes a shield against distractions and negativity, protecting your focus and reinforcing your commitment to your goals. Silent dedication also requires resilience. Challenges, setbacks, and criticism are inevitable, but resilience allows you to absorb these blows without losing your focus. Resilience is not just about enduring, it's about adapting and finding ways to move forward despite adversity. Each setback becomes an opportunity to refine your approach and strengthen your resolve. This resilience is the quiet strength that fuels your dedication, proving that no external force can deter you. Another powerful aspect of silent dedication is self-reliance. While support from others can be valuable, silent dedication thrives on the understanding that your success depends on your own effort. This self-reliance fosters a sense of empowerment as you realize that you hold the tools to create your own future. It also shields you from being overly influenced by external opinions, allowing you to stay true to your path. Patience is an often overlooked component of silent dedication. Results rarely come overnight, and the persistence required for long-term success demands patience. This patience is not passive. It's an active choice to continue working, refining and growing, even when progress feels slow. Patience allows you to focus on the process rather than being consumed by the outcome, creating a deeper sense of fulfillment in your efforts. Silent dedication also builds credibility. While words can be doubted or dismissed, consistent action builds trust and respect. People come to associate you with reliability, determination, and excellence, not because you told them, but because you showed them. This credibility becomes a powerful asset, influencing how others perceive and interact with you. It ensures that your accomplishments are recognized, even by those who once doubted you. Another key to silent dedication is adaptability. Staying dedicated doesn't mean rigidly following a single path. It means remaining flexible while staying true to your goals. Adaptability allows you to navigate challenges creatively, finding new ways to move forward when old strategies no longer work. This willingness to adapt demonstrates both intelligence and resilience, reinforcing the power of your dedication. Silent dedication also involves celebrating progress, even if it's only visible to you. Acknowledging small wins along the way keeps you motivated and reinforces your belief in your abilities. These moments of recognition don't need to be shared with others. They are private affirmations of your hard work and determination. Celebrating progress reminds you that every step, no matter how small, contributes to your larger journey. Another essential element of silent dedication is focus. In a world filled with distractions, staying committed to your goals requires unwavering attention. This focus doesn't mean ignoring everything else in your life. It means prioritizing what truly matters. By eliminating distractions and concentrating your energy on meaningful efforts, you amplify the impact of your dedication. Focus is the filter that ensures every action aligns with your goals, creating a powerful sense of direction. Silent dedication is also deeply tied to integrity. When your actions align with your values, they carry a weight that cannot be dismissed. This alignment creates a sense of authenticity that resonates with others, even if you never articulate it. Integrity ensures that your dedication is rooted in purpose, making your efforts not only effective but also meaningful. It reinforces the message that your work is guided by principles rather than external pressures. Time management is another critical aspect of silent dedication. Your time is your most valuable resource, and how you allocate it reflects your priorities. Effective time management involves setting aside focused blocks for your goals while balancing other responsibilities. This intentional use of time demonstrates commitment as you prioritize what matters most without neglecting other aspects of your life. Over time, this consistency builds a rhythm that enhances your productivity and progress. Silent dedication also teaches the importance of letting go of the need for recognition. Seeking approval or validation from others can dilute your focus and derail your efforts. When you dedicate yourself to your goals for their own sake, rather than for applause, your actions carry a deeper sense of purpose. This independence from external validation allows you to work with clarity and conviction, knowing that your efforts are meaningful regardless of whether they are noticed. Your mindset is another crucial factor in silent dedication. Believing in your ability to achieve your goals, even in the face of doubt or disrespect, reinforces your commitment. This belief is not about blind optimism, but about trusting in your capacity to learn, adapt, and persevere. A strong mindset keeps you grounded in your purpose, allowing you to navigate challenges with confidence and determination. Silent dedication also involves continuous learning. Growth is a lifelong process, and staying open to new knowledge and skills enhances your ability to achieve your goals. This learning doesn't always need to be formal. It can come from experiences, mistakes, or insights gained along the way. By embracing a mindset of growth, you ensure that your dedication evolves, becoming more effective with each passing day. As you dedicate yourself silently to your goals, you create a ripple effect. Your persistence, focus, and integrity inspire those around you, even without words. This influence extends beyond your immediate circle, as others observe and are motivated by your example. Silent dedication not only shapes your own life, but also impacts others, showing them the power of consistent, purposeful effort. Ultimately, silent dedication is about living with intention. It's about channeling your energy into actions that align with your values and goals, regardless of external opinions or obstacles. This quiet determination becomes a force that transforms your aspirations into reality, proving that persistence is the most powerful form of retaliation against doubt or disrespect. Through silent dedication, you build a life that speaks volumes, leaving no need for explanation or defense. Silent dedication proves your worth through consistent action, but there comes a time when the strongest move is to let go. Walking away gracefully is not a sign of weakness. It is an act of profound strength. It's a choice to protect your peace and reclaim your energy from relationships or environments that no longer serve you. Non-attachment is not about indifference, but about freeing yourself from the weight of toxic influences, creating space for growth and harmony. Letting go begins with acknowledging your worth. When you hold on to people or situations that diminish your value, you send a message to yourself that you are willing to accept less than you deserve. Walking away is an act of self-respect, a quiet declaration that your dignity and well-being are not negotiable. This decision is not about proving anything to others, but about affirming your own commitment to living authentically and peacefully. Recognizing the signs of toxicity is essential. Toxic relationships or environments drain your energy, disrupt your focus, and erode your confidence. These situations often come with patterns of manipulation, negativity, or disrespect. Acknowledging these patterns without denial or justification is the first step toward releasing them. When you see clearly how these influences impact your life, it becomes easier to make the decision to walk away. Non-attachment is not about cutting ties impulsively. It's about understanding when a relationship or situation has run its course. This discernment requires self-awareness and reflection. Ask yourself whether the connection aligns with your values and contributes to your growth. If it doesn't, letting go becomes an act of alignment with your priorities. This clarity allows you to release attachments without guilt or regret, knowing that your decision is rooted in self-respect. Walking away gracefully also requires courage. It's natural to fear the unknown or worry about the consequences of letting go, but courage means trusting yourself to navigate what comes next. This trust is built through self-reliance and a belief in your ability to create a fulfilling life without relying on external validation. Courage doesn't eliminate fear, it empowers you to act despite it, proving to yourself that your peace is worth protecting. Non-attachment is deeply tied to forgiveness, not necessarily of others, but of yourself. It's easy to hold on to guilt or self-blame for staying in toxic situations for too long. Forgiving yourself for past choices is a crucial step in moving forward. This forgiveness is not about ignoring lessons learned, but about releasing the burden of shame and embracing the opportunity to grow. It's an act of compassion toward yourself, a reminder that you are allowed to evolve and choose differently. Walking away gracefully is also about maintaining composure. Leaving a toxic situation doesn't require drama or explanation. Your actions speak for themselves. By stepping away with dignity, you preserve your energy and avoid unnecessary conflict. This composure reflects strength, showing that you value your peace more than proving a point. It also leaves the door open for positive change, should the other party choose to grow and align with your values in the future. Non-attachment requires letting go of control. Often, the hardest part of walking away is accepting that you cannot change others or force situations to improve. This acceptance is liberating, as it shifts your focus from trying to fix what's broken to nurturing what can thrive. Letting go of control allows you to redirect your energy toward areas of your life where you have influence, creating a sense of empowerment and clarity. Another key to non-attachment is focusing on the present. Holding on to the past or worrying about the future keeps you tethered to situations that no longer serve you. By grounding yourself in the present moment, you free yourself from these attachments. Practices like mindfulness or journaling can help you process your emotions and stay centered, allowing you to move forward with clarity and confidence. Walking away gracefully also involves creating boundaries. These boundaries are not about shutting people out, but about defining what you are willing to accept in your life. They protect your energy and ensure that your relationships and environments align with your values. By setting and maintaining boundaries, you create a space where you can thrive, free from the weight of toxic influences. Non-attachment is not about isolation, it's about connection on your terms. Letting go of unhealthy relationships creates room for connections that uplift and inspire you. It allows you to surround yourself with people who respect and support you, fostering a sense of belonging and mutual growth. This shift is not about rejecting others, but about choosing relationships that reflect your worth and values. Walking away gracefully is also a practice of self-trust. Trusting yourself to make the right decisions reinforces your confidence and resilience. This trust grows with each step you take toward prioritizing your well-being. It reminds you that you are capable of creating a life that aligns with your values, even if it means making difficult choices. Non-attachment teaches you the value of impermanence. Relationships and situations evolve, and not everything is meant to last forever. Accepting this impermanence allows you to cherish what was meaningful without clinging to what no longer serves you. This perspective creates a sense of freedom as you release the need to hold on to the unchangeable and embrace the opportunities that come with change. Walking away gracefully also involves redefining your priorities. Letting go of toxic influences creates space for what truly matters in your life. This redefinition is not about filling a void, but about aligning your time and energy with your goals and values. It's an opportunity to focus on growth, creativity, and connection, building a life that reflects your true self. Non-attachment also fosters gratitude. Letting go allows you to appreciate the lessons and growth that came from even the most challenging relationships or situations. Gratitude shifts your focus from loss to growth, reminding you of the resilience and wisdom you've gained. This perspective transforms letting go from an act of loss to an act of empowerment. Walking away gracefully is a journey, not a single act. It requires patience, reflection, and ongoing commitment to your well-being. Each step you take toward non-attachment reinforces your strength and clarity, creating a life where peace and purpose thrive. It's a process of releasing what no longer serves you and embracing the freedom to grow and evolve on your own terms. Through this journey, you discover that walking away is not the end. It's the beginning of a more authentic and fulfilling chapter of your life. Walking away gracefully creates space for clarity and peace, but silence is where the true transformation begins. In the quiet moments, when the world's noise fades, there is an unmatched opportunity for growth. Stillness is not emptiness, It's a profound tool that allows you to confront life's complexities with a clear mind. Silence is not just the absence of words, but the presence of understanding, a space where self-awareness deepens and challenges reveal their hidden lessons. This quiet strength becomes the foundation for thoughtful action and meaningful change. Silence invites introspection. In a world that constantly demands attention, carving out moments of stillness allows you to reconnect with your inner self. This introspection is not about overthinking, but about gently observing your thoughts, emotions, and reactions. It creates a safe space to assess what drives you, what holds you back, and what truly matters. Through this reflection, you uncover patterns and beliefs that may have gone unnoticed, giving you the power to reshape them in alignment with your values. In silence, clarity emerges. Without the distractions of noise or external pressures, your mind finds the space to untangle complexities. Problems that once felt overwhelming begin to appear more manageable as you break them down in stillness. Silence allows you to sift through emotions and distinguish between temporary feelings and lasting truths. This clarity equips you to approach challenges with a calm and focused mind, turning confusion into confidence. Reflection in silence also strengthens your emotional resilience. By taking the time to process your experiences without rushing to react, you cultivate a balanced response to life's ups and downs. This practice helps you understand your triggers and learn how to navigate them with grace. Over time, this emotional resilience becomes a core strength, enabling you to face challenges without being overwhelmed by them. Moments of stillness foster gratitude. In the quiet, you become more attuned to the small, often overlooked joys in your life. The absence of noise creates room to appreciate the things that bring comfort, inspiration, and meaning. Gratitude nurtures a sense of abundance, reminding you of the resources and support that sustain you even during difficult times. This perspective enriches your ability to face challenges with hope and optimism. Silence also enhances your decision-making. Without the rush of external input, you can evaluate options more thoughtfully and align your choices with your long-term goals. This deliberate approach reduces impulsivity, ensuring that your actions reflect your priorities. Silence becomes a space for planning, where you can map out strategies with a clear and focused mind. In the stillness, creativity flourishes. When you step away from constant stimulation, your mind is free to wander and explore new ideas. Silence provides fertile ground for innovation, allowing connections to form between thoughts that might otherwise remain separate. This creative energy not only enriches your problem-solving abilities, but also enhances your capacity to express yourself authentically and purposefully. Self-awareness grows in silence. As you turn inward, you become more attuned to your strengths, weaknesses, and aspirations. This awareness fosters humility, as you acknowledge areas for improvement, and confidence, as you recognize your unique abilities. Self-awareness is the foundation of growth, as it enables you to take ownership of your actions and align them with your values. Silence also teaches you the value of patience. In stillness, you learn to embrace the process rather than rushing toward outcomes. This patience cultivates a deeper sense of trust in yourself and the natural flow of life. It reminds you that growth takes time and that each step, no matter how small, contributes to your journey. Patience becomes a source of strength, allowing you to navigate challenges with steady determination. Reflection in silence helps you develop a greater sense of empathy. By understanding your own emotions and experiences more deeply, you become better equipped to relate to others. This empathy strengthens your relationships, creating connections that are rooted in authenticity and mutual understanding. In silence, you find the space to consider different perspectives, broadening your ability to engage with compassion and respect. Silence is also a powerful tool for healing. The quiet allows you to process pain and release it in a way that words often cannot. Stillness creates a sanctuary where you can confront your vulnerabilities without fear or judgment. This healing process is not about forgetting, but about integrating your experiences into a narrative of resilience and strength. Silence becomes a refuge, offering peace and restoration. The practice of stillness enhances your focus. In a world filled with distractions, silence sharpens your ability to concentrate on what truly matters. This focus extends beyond your immediate tasks to encompass your long-term goals and aspirations. By eliminating unnecessary noise, you create space to prioritize your energy and attention, ensuring that your actions align with your values. Silence nurtures inner peace. As you embrace moments of stillness, you let go of the need to control or fix everything around you. This surrender is not about complacency, but about finding balance in the midst of chaos. Inner peace allows you to approach life with a sense of calm and confidence, knowing that you have the strength to navigate whatever comes your way. It becomes a source of resilience, sustaining you through both triumphs and trials. Stillness deepens your connection to the present moment. In silence, you become more aware of your surroundings, your emotions, and your thoughts. This mindfulness enriches your experiences, allowing you to engage with life fully. It reminds you that growth is not a destination, but a continuous process that unfolds in the here and now. Silence also strengthens your relationship with yourself. By spending time in stillness, you develop a deeper understanding of your needs, desires, and boundaries. This self-knowledge empowers you to make choices that honor your well-being and align with your purpose. It fosters a sense of self-trust, reminding you that you are your own best ally in the journey of growth. In the quiet, you discover the power of reflection. This reflection is not about dwelling on the past, but about learning from it. By examining your experiences with honesty and compassion, you uncover valuable insights that guide your future actions. Reflection transforms mistakes into lessons and challenges into opportunities, turning the stillness into a wellspring of wisdom. Silence teaches you to embrace simplicity. In the absence of noise, you become more attuned to what truly matters, shedding distractions and unnecessary complexity. This simplicity creates a sense of freedom, allowing you to focus on what brings meaning and fulfillment to your life. It reminds you that growth is not about adding more, but about refining and prioritizing. Through silence, you cultivate resilience. The stillness strengthens your ability to remain grounded and focused, even in the face of adversity. It reminds you that challenges are temporary and that your inner strength is constant. This resilience becomes a cornerstone of your growth, enabling you to face life's uncertainties with confidence and courage. Silence as a tool for reflection and growth is not about withdrawing from the world. It's about engaging with it more deeply. It's about creating space to understand yourself, navigate challenges, and align your actions with your values. In the quiet moments, you find the clarity, strength, and wisdom needed to grow and thrive. Silence reveals truths about yourself and the world, but gratitude transforms those truths into a profound source of strength. In the face of criticism, gratitude becomes an anchor, grounding you in the richness of what you have and who you are. It shifts your focus from the external noise of negativity to the internal wealth of your experiences, values, and relationships. Gratitude is not a loud declaration, but a quiet yet powerful way to reclaim your narrative and diminish the weight of criticism. Gratitude begins with awareness. It's the act of pausing to acknowledge what is good in your life, even when faced with challenges or negativity. Criticism often attempts to overshadow your accomplishments or undermine your confidence, but gratitude brings those accomplishments and strengths back into focus. By consciously appreciating your efforts, talents, and progress, you create a shield against the impact of unwarranted criticism. One of the most profound aspects of gratitude is its ability to reframe your perspective. When others criticize you, it's easy to dwell on what's lacking or flawed. Gratitude shifts your attention to what's already strong and valuable. This shift doesn't dismiss the potential for growth, but places it within a context of abundance rather than deficiency. It allows you to approach criticism with a sense of balance, seeing it as feedback rather than a verdict. Gratitude also strengthens your self-worth. When you focus on what you're grateful for, you're reminded of the unique qualities and contributions that make you who you are. Criticism loses its sting when you have a solid foundation of self-respect built on gratitude. This practice helps you internalize a sense of value that is not dependent on external opinions or validation. Criticism often thrives on comparison, but gratitude eliminates the need for it. When you're content with what you have and who you are, there's no need to measure yourself against others. Gratitude fosters contentment, a quiet confidence that allows you to appreciate your own journey without being distracted by someone else's. This mindset not only neutralizes the power of criticism, but also enhances your ability to celebrate the successes of others without feeling diminished. Gratitude also empowers you to respond to criticism with grace. When you're rooted in appreciation for what you have, you're less likely to react defensively or emotionally. Instead, you can evaluate criticism objectively, separating what's constructive from what's not. This balanced response reflects inner strength, showing that you're secure enough to learn from feedback without being shaken by negativity. Another benefit of gratitude is its ability to foster resilience. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you build a sense of resourcefulness and determination. This resilience allows you to bounce back from setbacks or criticism, seeing them as opportunities to grow rather than reasons to doubt yourself. Gratitude shifts your focus from what's wrong to what's possible, turning challenges into stepping stones. Gratitude also cultivates emotional intelligence. By acknowledging and appreciating the positive aspects of your life, you become more attuned to your emotions and the emotions of others. This awareness helps you navigate criticism with empathy, understanding that it often stems from someone else's insecurities or struggles. Gratitude enables you to respond to negativity without absorbing it, maintaining your emotional balance and perspective. A quiet practice of gratitude can also disarm critics. When faced with negativity, responding with genuine appreciation for your own progress and circumstances can be unexpectedly powerful. It demonstrates that your confidence isn't shaken by criticism, which often disrupts the critic's intention. This approach is not about proving them wrong, but about staying true to yourself, showing that your value is not up for debate. Gratitude connects you to the present moment. Criticism often pulls you into the past or projects fears onto the future, but gratitude anchors you in the now. By focusing on what you're thankful for in the current moment, you reclaim your power and perspective. This presence allows you to address criticism thoughtfully without being overwhelmed by it. Practicing gratitude also reinforces your priorities. It reminds you of what truly matters in your life, helping you distinguish between meaningful feedback and noise. When you're clear about your values and goals, criticism that doesn't align with them becomes easier to dismiss. Gratitude strengthens your focus, ensuring that your energy is directed toward what's important rather than what's distracting. Gratitude also nurtures relationships. By expressing appreciation for the support and encouragement of those around you, you build stronger connections that act as a buffer against criticism. These relationships provide perspective and encouragement, reminding you that you're not defined by negative opinions. Gratitude creates a sense of community, reinforcing the idea that you're supported and valued. Another transformative aspect of gratitude is its ability to inspire growth. Criticism, when viewed through the lens of gratitude, becomes an opportunity to learn and improve. Instead of seeing it as a threat, you can appreciate the chance to refine your skills or approach. Gratitude turns criticism into a catalyst for growth, empowering you to rise above negativity with a sense of purpose. Gratitude also enhances your sense of perspective. By focusing on the bigger picture, you realize that criticism is often fleeting and insignificant in the grand scheme of your life. This perspective helps you avoid overreacting or taking negativity too personally. Gratitude reminds you of the abundance in your life, making it easier to let go of small annoyances or unhelpful comments. Practicing gratitude also boosts your mental and emotional well-being. It shifts your focus from what's wrong to what's right, creating a positive mindset that supports resilience and confidence. This mental shift not only helps you handle criticism, but also enhances your overall quality of life. Gratitude becomes a daily practice that strengthens your ability to navigate challenges with grace and optimism. Gratitude is a quiet but powerful response to criticism because it's rooted in authenticity. It's not about denying challenges or pretending everything is perfect. It's about choosing to focus on what's meaningful and valuable. This authenticity makes gratitude a source of true strength, one that diminishes the power of negativity and reinforces your inner peace. Focusing on gratitude transforms how you experience criticism. It allows you to see feedback as an opportunity rather than a threat, fostering growth and resilience. By anchoring yourself in appreciation for what you have and who you are, you create a foundation of strength that criticism cannot shake. Gratitude becomes your quiet response to negativity, a reflection of the abundance and confidence that define your life. Gratitude fortifies your spirit against criticism, reminding you of your strengths and blessings. But true victory lies in the realm of inner peace, where quiet resilience outshines every external judgment. Invisible victories are not marked by applause or recognition. They are the subtle, transformative moments when you choose growth, calm, and strength over chaos and negativity. These victories are deeply personal, and their power lies in their ability to redefine how you engage with the world. Inner peace begins with self-mastery. The ability to remain composed in the face of challenges is not a denial of difficulties, but a refusal to let them control your inner state. This calmness is a triumph over the chaos that often defines external situations. It is a strength cultivated through deliberate practices like mindfulness, reflection, and intentional living. Each moment you choose to maintain your equilibrium is an invisible victory, a quiet testament to your resilience. The path to inner peace often requires releasing the need for validation. External recognition can be fleeting, but the satisfaction of knowing you acted with integrity lasts. When you detach your sense of worth from the opinions of others, you reclaim control over your happiness. This detachment doesn't mean apathy, but rather a focus on living authentically and staying aligned with your values. Each decision made without seeking approval becomes a quiet triumph. Another invisible victory comes from embracing self-awareness. Knowing your triggers, strengths, and areas for growth empowers you to navigate challenges thoughtfully. This self-awareness is not always easy to attain, as it requires honesty and introspection, but it allows you to respond to life with clarity rather than reaction. Understanding yourself is a foundation for inner peace, as it enables you to make choices that align with your true self. Inner peace also thrives on the power of forgiveness. Holding on to resentment or anger often weighs down the spirit, keeping you tethered to past hurts. Forgiveness is not about excusing wrongdoing, but about releasing its hold on you. Letting go of grievances is a profound victory, as it liberates your energy for more meaningful pursuits. This act of forgiveness strengthens your inner peace, allowing you to move forward with clarity and purpose. Invisible victories are often rooted in consistency. Showing up for yourself each day, whether through small habits or larger commitments, builds a sense of trust in your abilities. This consistency reinforces your resilience, proving that you can rely on yourself regardless of external circumstances. Each time you honor your commitments, even when no one is watching, you create a quiet but powerful momentum toward growth. Maintaining inner peace also involves cultivating patience. In a fast-paced world, the ability to wait without frustration is a rare strength. Patience allows you to see the bigger picture and trust the process of growth. It tempers impulsivity, ensuring that your actions are thoughtful and aligned with your goals. This patience is not passive but active, a steady commitment to perseverance and resilience. Invisible victories shine in moments of humility. Acknowledging your limitations while striving for improvement reflects strength, not weakness. Humility grounds you, reminding you that growth is an ongoing process. It allows you to accept feedback without defensiveness and to learn from every experience. This quiet humility builds inner peace, as it frees you from the need to prove yourself and focuses your energy on genuine growth. Another silent triumph lies in the ability to adapt. Life is unpredictable, and clinging rigidly to one path often leads to frustration. Adaptability is a strength that allows you to pivot and find new opportunities within challenges. Each time you adjust your approach while staying true to your values, you demonstrate resilience and creativity. This flexibility reinforces your inner peace, showing that you are capable of navigating whatever comes your way. Inner peace is also nurtured through gratitude, as it shifts your focus from what is lacking to what is abundant. This perspective allows you to approach life with a sense of contentment, reducing the power of negativity. Gratitude fosters a mindset of abundance, reminding you that even small joys can contribute to a sense of fulfillment. Each moment spent appreciating the present becomes an invisible victory, a quiet celebration of life's richness. Setting boundaries is another powerful act of inner peace. Protecting your energy and time ensures that you remain focused on what truly matters. Boundaries are not about shutting people out, but about creating space for your priorities and well-being. Each time you enforce a boundary with kindness and firmness, you affirm your commitment to your own peace. These moments of self-respect build a strong foundation for resilience and fulfillment. Inner peace flourishes in the practice of acceptance. Life is full of uncertainties, and resisting them often leads to unnecessary stress. Acceptance is not about complacency, but about finding peace within the reality of your circumstances. It allows you to focus on what you can control while letting go of what you cannot. This acceptance is a profound victory, as it shifts your energy from resistance to growth. The ability to focus on the present is another cornerstone of inner peace. Worrying about the future or dwelling on the past often disrupts your calm. Engaging fully with the present moment allows you to experience life more deeply and respond to challenges with clarity. This mindfulness creates a sense of balance, ensuring that your energy is directed toward meaningful actions rather than distractions. Resilience is a quiet triumph that defines inner peace. Bouncing back from setbacks with strength and determination shows that you are not defined by circumstances. Resilience is not about ignoring difficulties, but about facing them with courage and finding ways to grow through them. Each time you rise after a fall, you reinforce your inner strength, proving to yourself that you are capable of overcoming adversity. The pursuit of inner peace also requires detachment from outcomes. Focusing solely on results can create unnecessary pressure and disappointment. When you prioritize the process over the outcome, you find fulfillment in the effort itself. This detachment allows you to approach goals with a sense of purpose rather than desperation, creating a balanced and peaceful mindset. Self-care is an invisible victory that sustains inner peace. Taking the time to nurture your physical, emotional, and mental well-being is not a luxury, but a necessity. Each act of self-care reinforces your resilience, reminding you that you deserve to thrive. This care creates a ripple effect, enhancing your ability to handle challenges with grace and focus. Another silent triumph lies in the ability to remain calm under pressure. In moments of stress or conflict, choosing composure over reaction reflects immense strength. This calmness is not about suppressing emotions, but about responding thoughtfully and intentionally. It demonstrates a level of self-control that protects your peace and influences those around you. Inner peace also involves cultivating a sense of purpose. Knowing what drives you provides a sense of direction and fulfillment. This purpose becomes a guiding light, ensuring that your actions align with your values. Each step taken toward your goals becomes a victory, a reflection of your commitment to living authentically. Invisible victories are not about proving yourself to others, but about affirming your own worth and resilience. They are the quiet moments of strength and growth that define who you are. By cultivating inner peace, you create a life where your calm and determination overshadow any attempts to diminish your value. These victories are your ultimate triumph, a testament to the power of living with intention and authenticity. Inner peace is cultivated through quiet victories and resilient choices, but sometimes the greatest act of strength is stepping away. Walking away doesn't signal defeat. It reflects profound wisdom and self-mastery. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher-emperor, taught that detachment and the courage to leave behind what hinders growth are among the most powerful tools in life. Removing yourself from environments, relationships, or pursuits that compromise your values and well-being isn't just an escape. It's a declaration of freedom and clarity. The power of getting away starts with understanding what no longer serves you. This requires deep self-awareness, a willingness to assess the things in your life that drain your energy, challenge your peace, or hinder your growth. It's not about blaming external circumstances, but recognizing where your efforts are met with resistance that offers no meaningful return. This clarity allows you to discern when staying becomes more harmful than walking away. Getting away is rooted in self-respect. When you leave behind what no longer aligns with your values, you affirm your worth and refuse to settle for mediocrity. Staying in situations that demand constant compromise of your dignity erodes confidence over time. Walking away is not an act of selfishness. It's a choice to preserve your integrity and protect the essence of who you are. It reflects a commitment to yourself that cannot be shaken by external pressures. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of detachment, not as a withdrawal from life, but as a freedom from unnecessary entanglements. Letting go of attachment to outcomes, possessions, or relationships frees you from the weight of expectations. This detachment doesn't mean indifference, but rather the ability to face life with flexibility and openness. It's an acknowledgement that clinging to what no longer serves you only stifles growth and creativity. Walking away requires courage. It often feels safer to remain in familiar discomfort than to step into the unknown. But growth happens in the space beyond fear, where you trust yourself enough to leave behind what's holding you back. This courage isn't about being fearless, it's about taking action despite the fear. Each time you choose to walk away from something that limits you, you strengthen your ability to face uncertainty with confidence and resilience. Getting away also involves recognizing the boundaries of your control. Marcus Aurelius famously wrote about the dichotomy of control, understanding what is within your power and what is not. When you walk away, you acknowledge that some situations cannot be fixed, no matter how much effort you invest. This acceptance is not about giving up. It's about redirecting your energy toward things you can influence and where your impact can be meaningful. Stepping away fosters clarity. When you remove yourself from a toxic or limiting environment, you gain perspective that's difficult to find while you're immersed in it. Distance allows you to evaluate your experiences with greater objectivity, uncovering lessons that might have been obscured by emotional entanglement. This clarity not only informs your decisions, but also helps you realign with your values and priorities. Walking away also creates space for new opportunities. Often, staying in a situation that no longer serves you prevents you from pursuing paths that better align with your goals and aspirations. Getting away clears the clutter, making room for growth, exploration, and unexpected possibilities. It's a reminder that letting go is not about loss, but about making space for something better. Marcus Aurelius taught the value of simplicity, which walking away often provides. When you strip away the distractions and complications of situations that drain you, life becomes clearer and more manageable. This simplicity enhances your focus, allowing you to direct your energy toward what truly matters. It's a return to essentials, where your choices reflect your core values rather than external pressures. Another power in getting away lies in the act of choosing yourself. Too often, people remain in situations out of a sense of obligation or fear of disappointing others. Walking away is a declaration that your well-being is not negotiable. It's an act of self-love that reinforces your right to live authentically and fully. This choice doesn't diminish your care for others, but ensures that you're not sacrificing yourself in the process. Walking away also strengthens resilience. Each time you choose to step away from something that no longer serves you, you reinforce your ability to adapt and thrive. This resilience becomes a cornerstone of your character, proving that you can face change and uncertainty with strength. It shows that you are not defined by circumstances, but by your ability to navigate them with wisdom and courage. Getting away also cultivates a sense of freedom. When you release attachments to situations or people that confine you, you reclaim your autonomy. This freedom is not about escaping responsibility, but about choosing how and where you invest your time and energy. It empowers you to live intentionally, guided by your values rather than by external demands. Another strength of walking away lies in its ability to inspire others. When you choose to leave behind what no longer aligns with your values, you demonstrate courage and integrity that others may find inspiring. Your example can encourage those around you to reevaluate their own lives and make choices that reflect their worth and priorities. It's a ripple effect that shows the power of living authentically. Getting away also deepens your relationship with yourself. By stepping away from external noise, you create space to reconnect with your inner voice. This connection fosters self-trust, reminding you that you are your own best advocate and ally. It's an opportunity to rediscover what drives you, what fulfills you, and what brings you joy. This deeper understanding of yourself becomes a source of strength and clarity. Walking away is also an act of renewal. It allows you to shed what no longer serves you and start fresh. This renewal is not about erasing the past, but about using it as a foundation for growth. It's a chance to redefine your path and align your actions with your evolving values and goals. Each step away from what limits you is a step toward greater freedom and fulfillment. Marcus Aurelius believed in the importance of focusing on what truly matters, and walking away embodies this principle. It's a practice of prioritizing your peace, values, and growth over the fleeting satisfaction of external approval or comfort. By choosing to get away from what drains you, you align your life with what enriches you, creating a foundation for lasting contentment and resilience. Getting away is not always easy, but it's a powerful reminder that you are not bound by circumstances. It's an affirmation of your ability to choose, to change, and to grow. By walking away with intention and courage, you embrace a life that reflects your true self, free from the weight of what no longer serves you. This act of detachment is not just a step toward freedom, it's a declaration of your strength and clarity. Choosing to walk away with clarity and courage reveals the depths of your strength, but the ability to calm your mind amidst life's storms is an equally profound mastery. The Stoics taught that peace begins within, not as a result of external circumstances, but through intentional practices that anchor your thoughts and emotions. A calm mind is your greatest ally in navigating challenges, and its cultivation is both an art and a skill. By learning to steady your inner world, you unlock the resilience to face whatever life presents. Calming your mind begins with controlling your breath. The Stoics understood that the breath is a bridge between the body and the mind. When stress threatens to overwhelm, slowing and deepening your breaths sends a signal to your nervous system that it's safe to relax. This simple yet powerful act is not just about calming your immediate state, but also about creating a habit of mindfulness. By regularly practicing intentional breathing, you build a foundation of calm that you can return to in any moment of difficulty. The practice of focusing on the present moment is another cornerstone of a calm mind. Much of the turbulence in your thoughts arises from dwelling on the past or fearing the future. The present is where life unfolds, and grounding yourself in it allows you to let go of unnecessary worry. Engaging fully with what you are doing, whether it's washing dishes or having a conversation, shifts your attention away from mental noise. This focus doesn't ignore challenges, but places them in the context of the here and now, where you have the power to act. Journaling is a transformative tool for calming your mind. Writing down your thoughts allows you to declutter your mental space, organizing emotions and concerns into a tangible form. The Stoics, including Marcus Aurelius, used journaling to reflect on their days and clarify their thoughts. This practice helps you identify patterns, recognize triggers, and gain perspective. It's not about solving every problem, but about creating a space where your mind can untangle itself from chaos. A calm mind thrives on routine. Establishing daily rituals, whether it's morning meditation, evening reflection, or a simple walk, gives your mind a sense of stability. Routine creates a rhythm that anchors your thoughts and provides a sense of control amidst unpredictability. This structure doesn't have to be rigid, but should be consistent enough to offer a reliable framework for your day. When life feels overwhelming, these routines act as a refuge, grounding you in familiarity. Limiting unnecessary stimulation is also key to calming your mind. Constant exposure to information, notifications, and noise overloads your senses, leaving little room for peace. The Stoics valued simplicity and intentionality, principles that can guide you in curating your environment. Reducing screen time, setting boundaries with technology, and carving out quiet moments all contribute to mental clarity. By creating space for stillness, you allow your mind to breathe and reset. Practicing gratitude shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant. Gratitude calms the mind by reminding you of the positive aspects of your life, even in challenging times. It's a practice that doesn't erase difficulties, but reframes them within a broader perspective of appreciation. By regularly reflecting on what you're thankful for, you train your mind to find peace in abundance rather than restlessness in lack. Engaging with nature is a powerful way to soothe your mind. The Stoics believed in aligning with the natural world, and spending time outdoors connects you to something larger than yourself. Whether it's a walk in the park or sitting by a stream, these moments of connection ground your thoughts and reduce mental clutter. Nature has a calming rhythm that reminds you of the impermanence of stress and the constancy of renewal. Acceptance is a core Stoic principle that brings calm to the mind. Fighting against what cannot be changed creates unnecessary tension. Acceptance is not about resignation, but about recognizing reality as it is and focusing your energy on what you can influence. By practicing acceptance, you free yourself from the mental struggle of wishing things were different and channel your efforts into productive action. Regular reflection helps you calm your mind by providing clarity and perspective. Taking a few moments at the end of the day to review your actions and thoughts creates a sense of closure and understanding. This practice is not about judgment, but about learning and growth. Reflection allows you to process your experiences, identify areas for improvement, and let go of lingering negativity. This act of closure each day reduces mental carryover and fosters a sense of peace. Cultivating inner dialogue rooted in self-compassion is another strategy for calming your mind. Negative self-talk often amplifies stress and anxiety. By replacing harsh criticism with kind and constructive thoughts, you create a mental environment that supports calm and confidence. Self-compassion doesn't ignore mistakes, but approaches them with understanding and a desire to improve without self-punishment. Physical movement is a practical way to calm your mind. Exercise, whether it's yoga, running, or stretching, releases tension stored in the body and clears mental fog. The connection between physical and mental well-being is profound, and moving your body can often shift your mindset. The Stoics valued the care of the body as a vessel for the mind, emphasizing balance and moderation in physical practices. Focusing on your values provides a mental anchor that calms the mind. When you're clear about what matters most, distractions and stressors lose their grip. Your values become a compass, guiding your decisions and providing a sense of purpose. This alignment creates mental clarity as you prioritize actions that resonate with your principles over those driven by fleeting emotions. Mindful detachment from external opinions is a Stoic practice that brings peace to the mind. Placing too much weight on others' judgments creates unnecessary mental turbulence. By focusing on your own integrity and actions, you free yourself from the need to please everyone. This detachment fosters a sense of inner stability, as your peace is no longer tied to external validation. Acts of kindness have a calming effect on the mind. Helping others shifts your focus outward, reducing the tendency to dwell on personal worries. Kindness creates a sense of connection and purpose, grounding your thoughts in positive action. These acts don't have to be grand. Even small gestures can create a ripple of peace in your own mind and in the lives of others. Focusing on your breath, practicing gratitude, engaging with nature, reflecting daily, and embracing acceptance are not just isolated strategies. They are interconnected habits that reinforce one another. Together, they form a foundation for a calm mind that navigates life's complexities with resilience and clarity. The Stoics taught that peace begins within, and by cultivating these practices, you embody their wisdom in your own life. The pursuit of inner calm and clarity often leads to hard truths, and one of them is that not every person in your life deserves your help. The Stoics emphasized living in harmony with reason, and part of that wisdom is recognizing when your efforts are wasted on individuals whose patterns of behavior are harmful, unchanging, or exploitative. Helping others is a noble pursuit, but it becomes destructive when it enables toxicity. Understanding who to help and when to step back is a crucial skill for preserving your peace and energy. Helping someone who perpetually manipulates others erodes your sense of fairness and undermines your boundaries. Manipulative individuals often use guilt or charm to bend situations to their advantage, and assisting them only strengthens these tendencies. Stoic wisdom teaches discernment, choosing actions that align with your values and contribute to overall harmony. Offering help to those who manipulate distorts this balance, draining your energy while enabling behaviors that harm others. People who refuse to take accountability for their actions are another group where your help may not be effective. These individuals often deflect blame, avoid responsibility, and repeat harmful patterns without reflecting on their impact. Offering assistance to someone who lacks accountability creates a cycle where your efforts serve as a crutch rather than a catalyst for change. The Stoics believed in self-mastery, and by prioritizing your peace, you model the importance of responsibility rather than enabling its absence. Those who consistently reject growth or self-improvement also fall into the category of individuals who may not benefit from your help. The Stoic path is one of continual refinement, recognizing that growth requires effort and introspection. If someone repeatedly resists opportunities for improvement, offering them assistance becomes an exercise in futility. Your energy is better spent supporting those who value progress and demonstrate a willingness to act on it. Chronic negativity is another trait to consider when deciding whom to help. While everyone faces hardships, those who choose to dwell perpetually in negativity often resist the very solutions that could improve their circumstances. Helping such individuals can feel like pouring effort into a bottomless pit where no progress is ever truly made. The Stoics encouraged focusing on what you can control, and spending time with people who perpetuate negativity detracts from your ability to foster positivity and growth. Toxic relationships marked by repeated disrespect or exploitation also warrant careful boundaries when it comes to offering help. These individuals often take advantage of kindness without reciprocating it, leaving you depleted and disillusioned. The Stoics taught that your primary responsibility is to maintain your character and peace. Helping someone who disregards your boundaries and well-being violates this principle, pulling you into unnecessary conflict and emotional strain. Those who engage in self-destructive behaviors without any desire to change pose another challenge. It's natural to want to help people who are struggling, but when someone is unwilling to take steps toward their own betterment, your efforts become ineffective. Helping them without clear boundaries risks entangling you in their destructive patterns, leaving you drained and frustrated. The Stoics believed in empowering others to find their own strength, not in shouldering burdens they refuse to address themselves. Individuals who consistently violate your trust should prompt reflection before offering help. Trust is a cornerstone of meaningful relationships, and when it's repeatedly broken, extending help can feel more like an obligation than a genuine desire. The Stoics valued relationships based on mutual respect and integrity, and continuing to support someone who disregards these principles undermines your own values. It's not about withholding kindness, but about ensuring that your efforts contribute to meaningful connections rather than reinforcing betrayal. Understanding who to help and when to step back is not about judgment, but about protecting your energy and peace. The Stoics teach us to act with wisdom, aligning our efforts with what is constructive and meaningful. By recognizing these toxic patterns, you free yourself to focus on relationships and endeavors that enrich your life and the lives of others. Let your compassion remain strong but guided by reason, ensuring that your kindness contributes to harmony rather than enabling harm. Recognizing the boundaries of your compassion is a profound act of wisdom, but the next step is cultivating a mindset resilient enough to face any challenge. A fortified mindset is not built on fleeting motivation, but on unwavering principles and deliberate practices. The Stoics understood that the ability to overcome adversity lies in how you perceive and respond to the world around you. Developing a mindset that can defeat anything requires clarity, discipline, and the courage to confront life with purpose. The foundation of a resilient mindset starts with understanding the dichotomy of control. The Stoics believed that peace comes from focusing on what you can influence and letting go of what lies beyond your power. This principle shifts your energy away from frustration and toward productive action. Each time you choose to direct your thoughts and efforts toward what is within your reach, you strengthen your ability to navigate challenges with composure and resolve. Cultivating mental discipline is another essential step. A resilient mindset thrives on consistency and intentionality. Training your mind to stay focused on your goals, even amidst distractions or setbacks, builds a habit of perseverance. This discipline is not about rigid control, but about aligning your actions with your values. By practicing small daily acts of focus, whether through meditation, reflection, or deliberate practice, you create a mental framework that can weather life's uncertainties. Perspective plays a crucial role in developing a mindset capable of defeating anything. The Stoics taught that events themselves are neutral. It is your interpretation that gives them meaning. Reframing challenges as opportunities for growth transforms adversity into a stepping stone rather than a roadblock. This perspective doesn't deny the difficulty of hardships, but recognizes their potential to strengthen and refine you. Each moment of reframing becomes a tool for resilience. The practice of self-reflection enhances your mindset by fostering self-awareness. By examining your thoughts, behaviors, and emotions with honesty, you gain insight into your strengths and areas for improvement. This self-knowledge empowers you to make intentional choices, ensuring that your actions align with your goals and values. Reflection is not about dwelling on mistakes, but about learning from them, turning setbacks into sources of wisdom. A resilient mindset also requires embracing discomfort. The Stoics believed in the value of voluntary hardship, choosing to face challenges willingly to build strength and adaptability. When you step outside your comfort zone, you expand your capacity to handle the unexpected. This practice is not about seeking suffering, but about developing the courage to face life's difficulties head-on. Each moment of discomfort you endure willingly prepares you for greater challenges. Gratitude is a powerful tool for cultivating resilience. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you create a foundation of contentment and abundance. Gratitude shifts your perspective from scarcity to sufficiency, reminding you of your resources and strengths even in tough times. This practice enhances your ability to face challenges with optimism and hope, as it reinforces the belief that you have what you need to overcome. Developing a resilient mindset also involves setting clear intentions. Knowing your purpose provides a sense of direction and motivation, even when obstacles arise. This clarity ensures that your efforts are focused and meaningful, reducing the likelihood of being derailed by distractions. When your actions are guided by intention, you approach challenges with a sense of purpose rather than fear or doubt. Emotional regulation is another cornerstone of a resilient mindset. The Stoics emphasized the importance of mastering your reactions rather than being ruled by them. By observing your emotions without judgment and responding thoughtfully, you create a sense of stability that withstands external pressures. This practice doesn't suppress emotions, but channels them constructively, ensuring that your responses align with your values and goals. Fostering a growth mindset reinforces your resilience. Viewing challenges as opportunities to learn and improve shifts your focus from fear of failure to curiosity and determination. Each setback becomes a lesson, and each success reinforces your belief in your ability to adapt and thrive. This mindset transforms adversity into a catalyst for growth, ensuring that obstacles strengthen rather than weaken you. Surrounding yourself with supportive influences enhances your ability to develop a strong mindset. The people you spend time with shape your thoughts, behaviors, and attitudes. By seeking out individuals who inspire, challenge, and uplift you, you create an environment that nurtures resilience. This community provides encouragement and perspective, reminding you that you are not alone in your journey. Practicing mindfulness strengthens your mindset by anchoring you in the present moment. Worrying about the future or regretting the past often disrupts your mental clarity. Mindfulness allows you to engage fully with the here and now, where your power to act resides. This practice fosters a sense of calm and focus, ensuring that your energy is directed toward what truly matters. A resilient mindset also requires adaptability. Life is unpredictable, and rigid thinking often leads to frustration and stagnation. Flexibility allows you to pivot and find new solutions when circumstances change. This adaptability is not about abandoning your values, but about finding creative ways to uphold them. Each moment of flexibility demonstrates your ability to navigate uncertainty with confidence and grace. Commitment to self-care reinforces your resilience. Taking care of your physical, emotional, and mental well-being ensures that you have the energy and strength to face challenges. Self-care is not a luxury, but a necessity, a practice that sustains your ability to persevere. By prioritizing rest, nutrition, and activities that replenish your energy, you create a foundation for enduring resilience. Developing a mindset that can defeat anything also involves practicing patience. Growth takes time, and rushing the process often leads to frustration. Patience allows you to trust in the journey, recognizing that each step contributes to your progress. This practice fosters a sense of calm and determination, ensuring that you remain focused on your goals even when results are slow to materialize. Cultivating resilience involves a deep commitment to your values. When your actions are guided by principles rather than fleeting emotions or external pressures, you create a sense of stability and purpose. This alignment ensures that your efforts are meaningful and that you remain grounded even in the face of adversity. Living in accordance with your values is the ultimate expression of a resilient mindset, as it reflects a life of authenticity and strength. Each of these practices, perspective, discipline, gratitude, mindfulness, and more, builds upon the others, creating a mindset capable of overcoming any challenge. By embracing these principles, you embody the wisdom of Stoic philosophy and cultivate a life of resilience, clarity, and purpose. A resilient mindset sets the foundation for conquering life's challenges, but true transformation begins within the subconscious mind. The Stoics recognized that the patterns and beliefs ingrained deep within shape the actions and thoughts that guide our lives. Reprogramming your subconsciousness is not about quick fixes. It is a deliberate and empowering process of aligning your inner world with your values and goals. The subconscious mind is like fertile soil. What you plant and nurture will grow. By cultivating intentional thoughts and practices, you can reshape your subconscious for success and fulfillment. Reprogramming your subconscious begins with awareness. You must first identify the beliefs and patterns that operate beneath the surface, often shaping your decisions and reactions without your conscious input. This requires honest self-reflection, the willingness to observe your thoughts and behaviors without judgment. The Stoics emphasized the power of self-awareness, recognizing that understanding your inner workings is the key to mastering them. Awareness allows you to see which beliefs serve you and which ones need to be redefined. Visualization is a powerful tool for reprogramming the subconscious. The Stoics practiced imagining scenarios where they upheld their values and demonstrated resilience. By vividly focusing on desired outcomes and the steps needed to achieve them, you create a mental blueprint that guides your subconscious. This practice trains your mind to align your actions with your aspirations, reinforcing a sense of purpose and possibility. Affirmations are another effective method. Repeating positive, empowering statements helps replace limiting beliefs with constructive ones. The Stoics used affirmations rooted in their principles, reminding themselves daily of their strength, discipline, and ability to overcome challenges. Affirmations work by reinforcing neural pathways in the brain, gradually shifting your subconscious thought patterns toward confidence and clarity. Consistency is essential. Each repetition strengthens the new belief until it becomes second nature. Gratitude plays a significant role in reprogramming the subconscious. By regularly focusing on what you appreciate, you shift your mindset from scarcity to abundance. This practice rewires the brain to seek and recognize positivity, creating a foundation of contentment and hope. Gratitude transforms your perspective, enabling you to approach challenges with a sense of resilience and resourcefulness. The Stoics valued gratitude as a way to remain grounded and focused on what truly matters. Meditation is a gateway to accessing and influencing the subconscious. The Stoics engaged in moments of stillness to center themselves and connect with their inner thoughts. Meditation allows you to quiet the noise of the conscious mind and tap into the deeper layers of your consciousness. Through regular practice, you can observe the thoughts and patterns that arise, gently redirecting them toward more constructive and empowering directions. Meditation is not about control, but about cultivating awareness and presence. Reprogramming the subconscious also involves questioning and reframing limiting beliefs. Often, these beliefs stem from past experiences or societal influences that no longer align with your values or goals. By examining these beliefs through a lens of reason and objectivity, you can challenge their validity and replace them with empowering narratives. The Stoics encouraged questioning assumptions, understanding that wisdom comes from clarity and alignment with truth. Repetition is a crucial aspect of subconscious reprogramming. The subconscious mind learns through consistent exposure to new ideas and practices. Whether through affirmations, visualization, or mindful habits, repeated actions and thoughts gradually reshape your inner world. The Stoics believed in the power of daily practice, reinforcing their principles through consistent reflection and deliberate action. Repetition creates a sense of familiarity and certainty that strengthens new patterns over time. Another vital element is aligning your actions with your reprogrammed beliefs. The subconscious mind is influenced not just by thoughts, but also by behaviors. When you take consistent actions that reflect your desired outcomes, you reinforce the belief that success is attainable. This alignment between thought and action creates a feedback loop where each reinforces the other. The Stoics emphasized living in accordance with one's values, understanding that actions solidify beliefs. Surrounding yourself with positive influences further supports subconscious reprogramming. The environment you immerse yourself in, whether through relationships, media, or daily routines, shapes your subconscious impressions. The Stoics advised seeking wisdom from mentors and aligning with those who share your principles. By curating an environment that uplifts and inspires, you create fertile ground for your subconscious to absorb empowering messages and perspectives. Letting go of past failures is essential for reprogramming your subconscious for success. Holding on to regrets or mistakes reinforces limiting beliefs about your abilities and worth. The Stoics taught that the past cannot be changed, but your perception of it can. By reframing failures as lessons and focusing on the growth they inspired, you release their hold on your subconscious mind. This shift allows you to approach the future with confidence and openness. Practicing intentional gratitude deepens the transformation of your subconscious. Gratitude is not limited to moments of ease. It is especially powerful when applied to challenges. By finding value in difficulties, you train your subconscious to recognize growth opportunities, even in adversity. The Stoics valued gratitude as a tool for maintaining perspective and balance, a practice that rewires your mindset toward resilience and resourcefulness. Focusing on what you can control is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy and a powerful way to reprogram the subconscious. When you redirect your energy from external outcomes to internal actions, you reinforce the belief that you have agency over your life. This focus empowers your subconscious to prioritize effort, discipline, and intentionality, aligning your thoughts and behaviors with what truly matters. Developing habits that align with your goals reinforces the reprogramming process. Habits are the physical embodiment of subconscious patterns. When you establish routines that support your aspirations, whether it's morning meditation, journaling, or exercise, you create a foundation of consistency and purpose. The Stoics emphasized daily practices as a way to embody their principles, recognizing that small, consistent actions lead to profound transformation. Patience is crucial in reprogramming the subconscious. Deeply ingrained patterns take time to change, and rushing the process often leads to frustration. The Stoics understood the value of perseverance, approaching growth as a lifelong journey rather than a destination. Patience allows you to remain committed to your practices, trusting that each effort contributes to lasting change. Celebrating progress, no matter how small, further reinforces the transformation of your subconscious. Acknowledging milestones creates a sense of achievement and motivates continued effort. The Stoics valued gratitude for incremental growth, understanding that each step forward reflects alignment with your values and goals. Celebrating progress shifts your focus from what remains undone to what has been accomplished, reinforcing positive beliefs about your abilities. Reprogramming your subconscious for success is a deliberate and empowering process that requires awareness, consistency, and alignment. By integrating Stoic principles into your thoughts, actions, and environment, you cultivate a mindset that supports your aspirations and values. This transformation is not about erasing who you are, but about refining and aligning your inner world with the life you seek to create. Each practice, from visualization to reflection, becomes a step toward reprogramming your subconscious for resilience, clarity, and success. Reprogramming your subconscious mind equips you with clarity and purpose, but living fully requires bringing that transformation into each day. Stoicism teaches that greatness is not about comparison or competition, but about showing up as the best version of yourself. The power of the present lies in its ability to be a canvas for your excellence, where you can align your actions with your highest values. Each moment offers a choice, to act with intention or to let it pass unclaimed. Recognizing that no one else can live your life better than you can is the essence of this practice. Being your best today starts with self-awareness. The Stoics taught that knowing yourself is the foundation of virtuous action. When you understand your strengths, weaknesses, and goals, you can channel your energy where it matters most. Self-awareness is not static. It evolves as you grow. Each day provides an opportunity to refine your understanding, ensuring that your efforts are aligned with your unique path. Action rooted in purpose is essential to embodying your best self. Purpose provides direction and clarity, preventing you from being swept away by distractions or fleeting desires. The Stoics emphasized acting with reason, focusing on what contributes to your growth and the well-being of those around you. Purposeful action doesn't require grand gestures. It's found in the consistency of small, meaningful choices that build momentum over time. Living with integrity is another cornerstone of showing up as your best self. Integrity is the alignment between your values and actions, a commitment to living authentically regardless of external pressures. When you act with integrity, you strengthen your sense of self-worth and build trust with others. The Stoics valued honesty and authenticity, recognizing that a life lived in alignment with one's principles is inherently fulfilling. Presence is a powerful tool in being your best today. Worrying about the future or dwelling on the past diminishes your ability to engage fully with the present. The Stoics taught the importance of focusing on what is directly before you, where your power to act lies. Being present enhances your awareness and allows you to make deliberate, thoughtful choices that reflect your highest standards. Resilience is key to maintaining your best self, especially in the face of challenges. The Stoics understood that obstacles are inevitable, but saw them as opportunities for growth. Resilience is not about avoiding difficulties, but about meeting them with courage and adaptability. Each time you navigate a setback with grace, you reinforce your ability to rise above circumstances and remain grounded in your purpose. Gratitude is a practice that elevates your perspective and grounds you in abundance. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you create a mindset of sufficiency that empowers you to give your best. Gratitude shifts your attention away from comparison and toward appreciation, fostering contentment and clarity. The Stoics saw gratitude as a way to remain anchored in what truly matters, enabling you to act from a place of strength and joy. Discipline is a quiet but essential aspect of being your best today. Discipline is not about rigid control, but about the consistency of effort in pursuit of your goals. The Stoics valued discipline as a means of mastering the self and ensuring that actions were guided by reason rather than impulse. Each disciplined choice reinforces your commitment to excellence and creates a foundation for sustained growth. Humility allows you to embrace growth without being hindered by ego. Being your best self doesn't mean being better than others. It means striving to improve upon who you were yesterday. The Stoics valued humility as a way to remain open to learning and to connect meaningfully with others. Humility fosters a mindset of curiosity and collaboration, ensuring that your actions are guided by wisdom rather than pride. Consistency is the bridge between effort and achievement. Being your best today is not about perfection, but about showing up with intention and focus. The Stoics believed in the power of daily practice, recognizing that excellence is built through repetition and dedication. Each small, consistent action contributes to the larger picture of your growth and fulfillment. Compassion is an often overlooked aspect of being your best self. Compassion for others fosters connection and understanding, while compassion for yourself ensures that you approach growth with kindness rather than harshness. The Stoics valued the interconnectedness of humanity, understanding that acting with compassion enriches both the giver and the receiver. Compassion transforms challenges into opportunities for collaboration and empathy. Flexibility enhances your ability to adapt and thrive. While purpose and discipline provide structure, flexibility ensures that you can adjust to the unexpected without losing sight of your goals. The Stoics taught the importance of adapting to circumstances with wisdom and creativity. Flexibility is not a compromise of values, but a recognition of the need to navigate life's complexities with grace. Reflection reinforces your ability to show up as your best self by providing clarity and insight. Taking time at the end of each day to review your actions and thoughts creates a sense of accountability and growth. Reflection allows you to celebrate progress, learn from missteps, and refine your approach. The Stoics practiced daily reflection as a way to ensure that their actions aligned with their principles and aspirations. Empowerment comes from recognizing that no one else can live your life for you. The Stoics believed in taking full responsibility for one's choices, embracing the freedom and accountability that come with it. When you take ownership of your life, you free yourself from the constraints of comparison and external validation. Empowerment is the realization that you are uniquely equipped to navigate your journey and that your value is intrinsic. Joy is a natural result of living fully in alignment with your values. The Stoics didn't equate joy with fleeting pleasure, but with a deeper sense of fulfillment that arises from meaningful action. When you act with purpose, integrity, and resilience, joy becomes a byproduct of your efforts. This joy reinforces your commitment to showing up as your best self, creating a cycle of growth and satisfaction. Being your best today is not about waiting for ideal circumstances or comparing yourself to others. It's about embracing the opportunities before you, acting with intention, and staying true to your principles. The Stoics understood that greatness is found in the present moment, in the quiet determination to live authentically and purposefully. By committing to this practice, you create a life of resilience, joy, and meaning, one day at a time. In a world often driven by noise and chaos, the most profound power lies in silence, calm strength, resilience, observation, and intentional action. These silent actions not only disarm those who seek to undermine you, but also reflect the unshakable fortitude of your character. Through tranquility, detachment, and quiet dedication, you hold the key to a life defined by self-respect, growth, and inner peace. Every challenge you face becomes an opportunity to refine your spirit and elevate your standards, proving that your strength lies not in loudness, but in purposeful living. By choosing silence over reaction, observation over assumption, and growth over resentment, you show that true power isn't asserted, it's embodied. Let your actions, your boundaries, and your quiet victories speak volumes. No one can diminish your value unless you allow it. Your ultimate triumph lies in how you transform adversity into wisdom and let your resilience light the way forward. If this resonates with you, let us know in the comments. Which silent action are you ready to embrace first? Share your thoughts below. We'd love to hear your perspective. And if this journey towards Stoic strength inspires you, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more wisdom that empowers you to master your mind and elevate your life. Let's continue building this community of growth, one lesson at a time. Have you ever wondered why so many people set big goals but never follow through? The world is full of dreamers, people with grand ambitions and plans to change their lives. But year after year, their dreams remain just that, dreams. They tell themselves that someday things will be different, but that day never comes. And for many, life becomes a cycle of frustration, excuses, and regret. The truth is, most people never achieve success, not because they aren't smart or talented, but because they fail to adopt the right mindset and habits that lead to greatness. They let fear hold them back, get distracted by short-term comfort, or wait for the perfect moment. But waiting won't get you anywhere. There is no magic day when things fall into place on their own. Success is not something that happens by chance. It's built, step by step, through discipline, persistence, and hard choices. If you've ever felt stuck or wondered why others seem to succeed while you struggle, know that you are not alone. Success isn't easy, but the good news is that it's within your control. Right now, you have a choice: to settle for less than you deserve, or to rise above the challenges and make your goals a reality. No one is coming to rescue you or hand success to you on a silver platter. The life you want is entirely in your hands, and the only thing standing in the way is the person you see in the mirror. Most people start with excitement, full of energy and hope, but that enthusiasm fades as soon as obstacles appear. They give up when things get hard, or convince themselves that success is only for the lucky. But here's the truth: success is not about luck. It's about persistence. Those who achieve their goals are the ones who refuse to quit, no matter how tough things get. They know setbacks are part of the journey, not the end of it. You've probably experienced moments when doubt creeps in, when the fear of failure whispers, "What if you're not good enough?" But the fear of failure is a trap, keeping you from even trying. It tricks you into thinking that it's safer to stay where you are. But the real danger lies in standing still. Failure isn't the enemy. Giving up is. Every step forward, no matter how small, brings you closer to success. What truly separates those who succeed from those who don't is the ability to keep going, even when the path feels uncertain. Many people waste years waiting for motivation, but motivation is unreliable. It comes and goes like the weather. Successful people understand that discipline is far more important. They don't rely on how they feel in the moment. They build habits that keep them moving forward, even on the hardest days. It's not about doing things perfectly. It's about showing up day after day, even when it's uncomfortable or inconvenient. Another trap that keeps people stuck is the pursuit of shortcuts. There are no shortcuts to lasting success. The road to greatness demands effort, patience, and resilience. But many get lured by quick fixes, hoping to bypass the hard work. They jump from one trend to another, looking for the secret formula to success, only to end up right where they started, frustrated and empty-handed. The real secret? Consistency. Success comes to those who are willing to put in the work, even when no one is watching. Distractions are another silent killer of dreams. In today's world, it's easier than ever to get sidetracked by social media, meaningless entertainment, or other people's opinions. Time slips away, and before you know it, months or even years have passed without any real progress. Success demands focus, clear priorities, and the ability to say no to the things that don't move you closer to your goals. Those who succeed are not necessarily more talented or smarter. They are just better at managing their time and staying focused on what truly matters. Then there's fear, the fear of failure, the fear of rejection, the fear of being judged. It paralyzes so many people, convincing them that it's better to stay in their comfort zones. But comfort is the enemy of growth. If you stay comfortable, you stay the same. Every person who has ever achieved something great had to step into the unknown, face their fears, and push beyond what felt safe. Growth happens at the edge of discomfort. If you want to change your life, you have to be willing to get uncomfortable. The path to success isn't a straight line. There will be moments of doubt, failure, and frustration. You'll face obstacles that test your patience and resilience. But every challenge you overcome strengthens you. Every setback you face offers a lesson. Success isn't about never falling. It's about learning to rise each time you do. Those who succeed are not those who never struggle. They are the ones who refuse to stay down. It's also easy to fall into the trap of comparing yourself to others. Social media makes it seem like everyone else is living their dream life, achieving success effortlessly. But success isn't a highlight reel. It's the result of hard work, late nights, sacrifices, and failures that no one sees. Don't measure your progress by someone else's timeline. Your journey is unique, and the only competition you need to focus on is the person you were yesterday. True success isn't just about reaching a destination. It's about becoming the kind of person who can achieve your goals. It's about building character, resilience, and self-discipline. It's about mastering your emotions and learning to stay calm under pressure. It's about aligning your actions with your values and living with integrity. Success isn't just about what you achieve, it's about who you become in the process. Many people quit right before their breakthrough because they expect success to come quickly. But meaningful success takes time. It's not about sprinting, it's a marathon. The people who achieve their dreams are the ones who keep going, even when progress feels slow. They understand that every small effort counts, and they trust the process. Success isn't always glamorous. It's often built in the quiet moments when no one is watching. It's built in the small choices you make every day. The choice to get up early, to keep learning, to take one more step forward, even when you feel like giving up. You don't need to be perfect to succeed. You just need to be persistent. It's okay to fail, to struggle, to make mistakes. What matters is that you keep moving forward. Each setback is a lesson, each challenge an opportunity for growth. Success is not about how fast you get there. It's about never giving up on the journey. Right now, you have everything you need to begin. Success is not reserved for a select few. It's available to anyone willing to put in the work. It doesn't matter where you start or how many times you've fallen short in the past. What matters is what you do next. The decision to take control of your life, to commit to your goals, and to push through every obstacle is yours alone. Success is a choice, and it's one you can make today. This is your moment. There's no need to wait for the right time or perfect conditions. Success isn't something you wait for, it's something you create. And it starts now, with the small steps you take each day. Your future self is counting on you to rise above the fear, the doubt, and the excuses. It's time to stop hoping for success and start building it. Because the only thing standing between you and the life you want is the decision to take action. And that decision is yours to make, right here, right now. Are you ready? The road to success is not a straight path, but a complicated journey filled with pitfalls and barriers. Many start with excitement and hope, but only a few cross the finish line. What makes the difference? Often, it's not talent or luck, but the subtle mistakes most people make. Mistakes that seem small but accumulate over time, slowly dragging dreams out of reach. These are the traps that go unnoticed, the habits that sabotage progress, the missteps that make people give up too soon. But once you uncover these patterns, you can take back control. You are about to learn how these mistakes silently destroy success, and more importantly, how to overcome them step by step. Each lesson builds upon the last, arming you with the insights you need to stay ahead of these traps. Let's dive deep into what holds most people back, and with clarity, remove those barriers from your path. Many people begin their journey with excitement, but that initial enthusiasm fades because they fail to focus on what truly matters. They get overwhelmed by chasing too many goals at once. Trying to succeed in multiple areas simultaneously divides energy and focus, leaving little room for meaningful progress. Those who excel know that progress comes from choosing one direction and staying consistent. Focusing on fewer goals allows for mastery, while spreading yourself thin leads to mediocrity. One of the biggest obstacles is fear. Fear of not being good enough, fear of rejection, fear of failure. It paralyzes people, preventing them from taking the first step. But fear feeds off inaction. The longer you wait, the stronger it grows. The key to breaking through fear is action. Even small actions weaken fear's grip. Success belongs to those who are willing to fail, learn, and try again without hesitation. Self-discipline is often underestimated, yet it is the foundation for all success. Many give up as soon as the excitement fades because they rely too heavily on motivation. Motivation is fleeting. It comes and goes. But self-discipline ensures that you keep going even when motivation disappears. Discipline means doing what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel. It turns ordinary days into productive ones, building momentum toward your goals. A common mistake is seeking approval from others. It's easy to get caught up in worrying about what people think, and many waste years trying to meet others' expectations. But living for others pulls you away from your true path. Those who succeed learn to define their own goals and ignore the noise. Approval-seeking behavior is exhausting and never satisfying. True freedom comes when you stop needing validation and focus on building a life that aligns with your own values. Another hidden trap is the constant pursuit of shortcuts. Many get distracted by promises of quick success, believing that there is an easy way to achieve greatness. But there are no shortcuts to lasting success. The process demands time, patience, and consistent effort. People who look for shortcuts often end up back where they started, frustrated and tired. In contrast, those who commit to the journey, however long it takes, build something that stands the test of time. Procrastination is a silent enemy. It robs you of time and opportunity, leaving only regret in its wake. Most people put off what matters, telling themselves they will get to it later. But later rarely comes. Success requires urgency, the ability to act now, not tomorrow. Every moment spent waiting is a moment lost forever. Those who succeed cultivate the habit of acting immediately, no matter how small the task. Success demands focus, but today's world is filled with distractions. Many people fall into the trap of multitasking, believing they are being productive. But multitasking divides attention and leads to mistakes. Those who thrive learn to eliminate distractions and immerse themselves in deep work. They block out everything that doesn't serve their goals and dedicate uninterrupted time to their most important tasks. People often give up too soon because they expect success to come quickly. When progress is slow, they assume they are failing. But success is rarely immediate. It requires patience and persistence. The ability to keep going, even when results are not visible, is what separates those who make it from those who quit. Growth often happens beneath the surface before it becomes visible. The reward goes to those who are willing to wait and keep working through the dry spells. Another common mistake is focusing only on outcomes. Many people attach their happiness to the result, believing they will feel fulfilled only when they reach their goal. But this mindset creates frustration. Those who find lasting success learn to enjoy the process. They understand that success is built in the everyday actions, the small victories that accumulate over time. Enjoying the process ensures you stay motivated, even when the final outcome feels far away. Burnout is a serious threat to long-term success. Many push themselves too hard, neglecting rest, believing that success requires constant effort. But success isn't about working endlessly, it's about working smart. Rest and recovery are not signs of weakness. They are essential for sustained performance. Those who succeed know how to balance effort with rest, ensuring they remain focused and energized over the long haul. Self-doubt is another barrier that quietly undermines success. People second-guess themselves, thinking they are not capable or worthy of achieving their goals. This negative inner dialogue erodes confidence. But confidence is not a gift, it is built through action. Each time you take a step forward, regardless of the outcome, you strengthen your belief in yourself. Those who succeed cultivate confidence by proving to themselves, over and over, that they can handle whatever comes their way. Many people fall into the trap of comparison. They look at others' achievements and feel inadequate, forgetting that everyone's journey is different. Comparison breeds resentment and insecurity, pulling you away from your path. Those who succeed learn to stay in their own lane, focusing only on their progress. They understand that someone else's success doesn't diminish their own potential. Another mistake is failing to set clear boundaries. Many people say yes to everything, spreading themselves too thin, trying to please everyone. But success requires boundaries, knowing when to say no. Those who achieve their goals protect their time and energy, dedicating it only to what truly matters. They are not afraid to disappoint others if it means staying true to their mission. Clutter, both physical and mental, can slow progress. A cluttered environment leads to a cluttered mind. Successful people understand the power of simplicity. They eliminate unnecessary distractions, both in their surroundings and in their thoughts, making room for focus and creativity. One overlooked mistake is neglecting health. Many sacrifice their well-being in pursuit of success, only to burn out before they reach their destination. But health is the foundation of performance. Without it, everything crumbles. Those who succeed prioritize their physical and mental well-being, understanding that a healthy body and mind are essential for sustained effort. Neglecting personal growth is another trap. Many stop learning once they achieve a certain level of success, believing they no longer need to improve. But growth is a lifelong process. The moment you stop growing, you begin to decline. Those who achieve lasting success remain students of life, always curious, always learning, and always evolving. Poor time management is one of the biggest reasons people fall short of their goals. Time is the most valuable resource, yet many waste it on things that don't matter. Successful people treat time like an investment. They allocate it carefully, ensuring every minute serves their purpose. They understand that how you use your time determines the quality of your life. Emotional mastery is another key factor. Many people let emotions control their decisions, reacting impulsively to challenges. But success requires emotional discipline, the ability to respond thoughtfully, not react emotionally. Those who succeed learn to manage their emotions, staying calm under pressure and making decisions based on logic, not impulse. Lack of purpose is a hidden barrier that leaves many people feeling lost. Without a clear sense of purpose, even the smallest obstacles feel overwhelming. Purpose provides direction, giving meaning to the struggle. Those who succeed align their actions with a deeper purpose, making it easier to stay committed even when the journey gets tough. Many people fall into the trap of blaming external factors for their lack of progress. They blame the economy, their upbringing, or their circumstances. But blaming others is a dead end. Those who achieve success take full responsibility for their lives. They understand that while they cannot control everything, they can control their actions and decisions. Taking responsibility empowers them to make better choices and stay in control of their future. Success is not reserved for a chosen few. It is available to anyone willing to learn from these mistakes and take intentional steps forward. By avoiding these traps and committing to a path of discipline, focus, and growth, you unlock the door to a life of achievement and fulfillment. Every choice matters, and every step forward brings you closer to becoming the person you were meant to be. Now, it's up to you. The mind is both your greatest ally and your biggest obstacle. Success isn't just about talent or effort. It's about the mindset you build to carry you through challenges, setbacks, and uncertainties. A strong mind will keep you grounded when the pressure mounts and determined when doubt threatens to take over. The right mindset allows you to face adversity with confidence, knowing that every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. Now is the time to explore how to develop an unbreakable mindset, one that empowers you to succeed no matter what life throws in your path. Developing mental strength starts with mastering your thoughts. The mind naturally gravitates toward negativity if left unchecked, creating unnecessary fear and doubt. Those who succeed recognize the importance of monitoring their inner dialogue, replacing self-doubt with self-encouragement. By carefully choosing their thoughts, they shift their focus toward progress, training their minds to seek solutions instead of problems. A key part of building mental strength is learning to stay present. Many people become trapped in worries about the future or regrets about the past, draining their energy. A strong mindset centers itself in the present moment, fully engaged in what can be controlled today. The present is where decisions are made, where actions take place, and where progress is possible. Resilience begins by accepting that not everything will go your way. People often waste energy resisting difficulties, but strong individuals understand that adversity is inevitable. They welcome challenges as part of life's rhythm, knowing that resistance only creates frustration. This acceptance helps them adapt quickly, making it easier to shift strategies and keep moving forward. A powerful mindset also requires a deep sense of purpose. Success becomes more attainable when your actions align with a meaningful goal. Purpose gives you the emotional fuel to persevere through setbacks, acting as a compass that keeps you on track even when motivation dips. Without purpose, the journey becomes aimless, and small obstacles feel overwhelming. Mental strength involves detaching from the desire for control. Most stress comes from trying to control the uncontrollable. Those with unbreakable mindsets learn to focus only on what is within their power, their thoughts, actions, and attitude. Letting go of the rest frees them from unnecessary anxiety and allows them to respond more calmly to life's unpredictability. Discomfort is often the place where growth begins. Developing a strong mindset requires embracing discomfort instead of avoiding it. Most people shrink from challenges because they associate discomfort with failure. Mentally tough individuals understand that discomfort is a sign of growth, a necessary step toward new levels of achievement. They step into discomfort willingly, knowing that it sharpens their character. Failure is not a final destination, it's part of the process. People with weak mindsets see failure as proof they're not good enough, but mentally strong individuals view it differently. They treat failure as feedback, a signal of what needs to be improved. This shift in perspective allows them to learn from mistakes quickly and move forward without hesitation. An unbreakable mindset thrives on discipline. Success isn't built on bursts of motivation, but on consistent action. Discipline bridges the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Those who rely on willpower alone struggle to maintain momentum, but those who build disciplined habits succeed regardless of how they feel on any given day. Gratitude strengthens the mind by shifting focus from what's missing to what's present. A mind that constantly dwells on what it lacks becomes trapped in scarcity, breeding frustration. Mentally tough individuals cultivate gratitude, finding strength in the small victories and appreciating progress, no matter how incremental. A sharp mind is also a curious one. Curiosity keeps you engaged, open to learning, and ready to adapt. The mentally strong ask questions, seek answers, and explore new ways of thinking. They understand that knowledge is never complete and that growth requires constant learning. Curiosity keeps the mind sharp, preventing stagnation and fueling innovation. Emotional control is another cornerstone of mental strength. While emotions are natural, they should not dictate your actions. A strong mindset manages emotions with care, acknowledging them without being ruled by them. This emotional discipline ensures that decisions are thoughtful, not reactive, and that setbacks do not derail progress. Patience is essential in building an unbreakable mindset. Success rarely comes quickly, and those who lack patience often give up before they see results. Patience isn't passive. It's the ability to remain steady and committed during slow progress. It's the quiet strength that allows you to keep going, trusting that your efforts will pay off in time. Mentally strong people cultivate self-awareness. They regularly assess their thoughts, behaviors, and motivations, making adjustments as needed. This introspection helps them identify patterns that no longer serve their growth and replace them with healthier habits. Self-awareness creates clarity, helping them stay aligned with their goals. A strong mindset requires setting boundaries. Mentally tough individuals protect their energy by saying no to distractions and obligations that don't align with their purpose. They understand that boundaries are not selfish. They are necessary for focus and productivity. With clear boundaries, they guard their time and mental space fiercely. Visualization is a powerful tool for developing mental strength. Mentally strong people visualize themselves succeeding, not just imagining the outcome, but experiencing the effort it takes to get there. This practice strengthens their belief in their ability to achieve their goals, making success feel more tangible and within reach. They also develop a habit of seeking discomfort intentionally. Whether it's through cold showers, fasting, or other challenges, they push their limits regularly. These controlled experiences with discomfort teach them that they can handle more than they thought possible, building resilience that carries over into every area of life. Mentally tough individuals cultivate a sense of inner calm. They practice techniques like mindfulness or meditation to maintain emotional balance, especially during high-pressure situations. This inner calm helps them respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively when faced with challenges. A strong mindset involves embracing impermanence. Nothing in life stays the same, and mentally resilient individuals accept this reality. They let go of the need for permanence, knowing that change is constant. This acceptance allows them to adapt quickly and thrive in any situation, without clinging to past successes or failures. Accountability plays a vital role in mental strength. Mentally tough people take full responsibility for their actions and outcomes. They don't blame external circumstances or make excuses. Instead, they own their decisions, learning from every experience and adjusting their strategies as needed. They also cultivate the ability to delay gratification. Success often requires giving up short-term pleasure for long-term rewards. Mentally strong individuals develop the discipline to stay focused on their goals, resisting distractions that offer immediate satisfaction but derail long-term progress. Forgiveness is a lesser-known aspect of mental strength. Holding on to resentment weighs the mind down, draining energy that could be used productively. Mentally strong individuals practice forgiveness, not for others' benefit, but to free themselves from the burden of anger and bitterness. They remain adaptable, understanding that flexibility is essential in a changing world. An unbreakable mindset isn't rigid. It adjusts strategies as circumstances evolve. This adaptability ensures they stay on course even when life throws unexpected challenges their way. They also know the value of rest. While persistence is crucial, so is recovery. Mentally tough people understand that rest is not a luxury, but a necessity. They take time to recharge, ensuring they have the energy to perform at their best when it matters most. They develop emotional resilience through reflection. After every setback, they reflect on what went wrong, what could be improved, and what lessons were learned. This habit of reflection transforms failures into stepping stones for future success. Mentally strong people prioritize consistency over perfection. They understand that success isn't about doing everything perfectly. It's about showing up consistently, even when conditions aren't ideal. This consistency builds momentum, making progress inevitable. They cultivate humility, recognizing that there is always room for improvement. Success does not inflate their ego, but serves as a reminder of the ongoing journey of growth. Humility keeps them open to learning and improvement, ensuring they never become complacent. They build a network of supportive relationships. Mental strength doesn't mean going it alone. It means knowing when to seek help and surround yourself with people who uplift and challenge you. These connections provide encouragement and accountability during difficult times. They also manage expectations wisely. Mentally tough individuals understand that not every effort will lead to immediate success. They temper their expectations, focusing on progress rather than perfection, which keeps them motivated even when results take time. Self-talk is another powerful tool. Mentally strong people speak to themselves with kindness and encouragement, reinforcing positive beliefs. This inner dialogue strengthens their resolve, reminding them of their abilities when doubt arises. They learn to appreciate setbacks, understanding that every obstacle contains a hidden lesson. These challenges, rather than being roadblocks, become opportunities for deeper growth and insight. They take action without hesitation. Mental strength involves trusting yourself enough to act, even when the outcome is uncertain. They know that waiting for the perfect moment only delays progress. They remain focused on long-term goals, resisting the temptation to chase every new trend. This focus ensures that their efforts align with what matters most, avoiding distractions that dilute their energy. They understand that the journey itself is the reward. Success isn't just about reaching a destination, it's about who you become along the way. With an unbreakable mindset, every step forward becomes a victory, and every challenge becomes a chance to grow stronger. Despite developing a resilient mindset, many still stumble before reaching their goals. Strength alone isn't always enough. Knowing what holds people back is equally critical. Even the most determined can fail if they unknowingly repeat patterns that sabotage their progress. Success requires not just persistence, but awareness of these hidden pitfalls. Now, let's delve into the reasons people fall short of their goals and the strategies needed to overcome them, ensuring your path remains steady and focused. People often set goals without clarity, treating vague desires as plans. A goal like, "I want to be successful," or "I want to get fit," lacks definition, leaving too much room for inconsistency. Without a specific target, there's no clear direction. Those who succeed define their goals with precision, breaking them into actionable steps that lead them forward, one measurable milestone at a time. Another common mistake is overloading goals with too many expectations. Some people want to achieve everything at once, only to become overwhelmed. This creates pressure and reduces the ability to focus effectively. Success favors those who simplify their objectives, focusing their efforts on one or two meaningful pursuits, rather than scattering energy across multiple ambitions. Some fail because they seek instant gratification, expecting results without patience. Goals worth achieving take time, and frustration grows when progress isn't immediate. The ones who succeed develop the ability to delay gratification, appreciating the small victories along the way. They understand that every meaningful achievement requires consistent effort, regardless of how long it takes. Fear of failure often paralyzes people, preventing them from even trying. The possibility of setbacks intimidates them, and they avoid risks at all costs. However, failure is a part of the journey. Those who overcome this fear see mistakes as lessons. They embrace the fact that failure offers insights they wouldn't gain otherwise, propelling them closer to success. People frequently underestimate the importance of planning. Without a solid strategy, even the most passionate efforts can go to waste. Clear plans act as roadmaps, preventing the drift into procrastination and aimlessness. Those who succeed break down their goals into practical steps, ensuring that every action aligns with the bigger picture. Lack of accountability is another obstacle. Many fail because they have no one to check their progress or hold them responsible. Accountability provides motivation when willpower runs low. Those who achieve their goals often involve others in their journey, whether through mentors, friends, or coaches, ensuring they remain committed to their promises. Many people lose momentum because they set goals based on external pressure rather than personal conviction. They pursue what others expect of them, not what they genuinely want. When motivation fades, they abandon their efforts. Success follows those who align their goals with their values, ensuring that their journey stays meaningful even when challenges arise. One silent destroyer of goals is perfectionism. People believe they must get everything exactly right or not do it at all. This mindset leads to procrastination and discouragement. Success comes to those who accept imperfection, treating progress as more important than perfection. They act despite flaws, knowing that mastery grows through practice. Distractions often pull people away from their path. In a world full of competing priorities, it's easy to get sidetracked. Scrolling through social media, jumping between tasks, or chasing shiny new ideas drains focus. Those who succeed protect their attention fiercely, creating boundaries that shield their time and energy from unnecessary distractions. Some people give up because they lack emotional resilience. The journey toward any goal involves moments of doubt, failure, and frustration. When emotions take over, they derail progress. Successful individuals learn to manage their emotions, recognizing that temporary frustration is part of growth. They keep moving forward even when motivation is low, knowing that persistence wins over time. Another reason people fall short is their reluctance to adapt. When circumstances change, they stubbornly stick to their original plan, even if it no longer serves them. Flexibility is essential for long-term success. Those who reach their goals are willing to adjust their strategies, finding new paths when the old ones no longer work. Procrastination is a silent killer of progress. Many delay starting, believing there will always be more time. They tell themselves they'll begin tomorrow, only to find that tomorrow never arrives. Success belongs to those who take immediate action, no matter how small the step. Momentum builds through action, and every small effort brings them closer to their goal. Another obstacle lies in comparing progress to others. Many abandon their journey when they feel they aren't achieving as much as someone else. But comparison steals joy and weakens resolve. Successful individuals focus on their path, knowing that progress is personal and everyone's journey is unique. Lack of consistency also derails many people. They start strong, but fail to maintain their efforts over time. Sporadic bursts of energy won't carry you to your goal. Success demands daily commitment, even when enthusiasm fades. Those who achieve their goals treat consistency as a habit, understanding that small, consistent efforts compound into significant progress. Some people quit too soon, expecting results to come faster than they realistically can. They don't see the hidden progress happening beneath the surface and abandon their efforts prematurely. Success requires patience and trust in the process. Those who persevere understand that even when visible results are slow, every step forward is building something worthwhile. Poor time management leaves many dreams unrealized. Without clear priorities, people spend too much time on low-value activities, leaving little room for what truly matters. Successful individuals align their schedules with their goals, ensuring that the most important tasks receive their best energy and attention. Another reason people fail is neglecting self-discipline. They rely on fleeting motivation, which fades in difficult moments. Discipline bridges the gap when motivation runs out. Those who succeed create habits that keep them on track, even when they don't feel like working. They know that showing up matters more than waiting for inspiration. Some lose sight of their goals because they become too focused on outcomes. They tie their happiness to results, forgetting that the process is where real growth happens. Successful individuals learn to enjoy the journey, finding satisfaction in the effort itself. This mindset keeps them motivated, even when the finish line feels far away. Neglecting health also plays a role in failure. Physical and mental well-being are the foundations of sustainable effort. People who burn out or neglect self-care eventually lose the energy needed to pursue their goals. Those who succeed understand that rest, exercise, and proper nutrition are essential parts of their strategy. Overthinking prevents many people from taking action. They get stuck in analysis, trying to figure out every detail before they start. But excessive planning becomes a form of procrastination. Those who reach their goals act despite uncertainty, trusting that they can adjust their approach along the way. Fear of judgment holds people back as well. Worrying about what others think prevents them from pursuing their true desires. Success comes to those who let go of the need for approval, focusing on their journey without seeking validation from others. Another reason people fail is their tendency to dwell on past mistakes. Regret and self-criticism keep them trapped in old failures, draining energy that could be used for future progress. Successful individuals learn from the past without being defined by it. They forgive themselves and move forward with renewed focus. Some give up because they lack a sense of purpose. Goals that are not tied to deeper meaning lose their appeal over time. Purpose acts as a guiding force, giving direction and motivation when the road gets tough. Those who succeed align their goals with something meaningful, ensuring that every step feels worthwhile. People often underestimate the value of small steps. They believe progress must be grand and visible, overlooking the power of small, consistent actions. Success is built brick by brick. Every tiny effort, when sustained over time, adds up to something extraordinary. Perseverance is the quiet force behind every success story. Many give up when they are just steps away from a breakthrough because they fail to understand that the path to achievement is rarely smooth. True progress isn't about never facing challenges. It's about staying committed, especially when things don't go as planned. Stoicism teaches that life will inevitably present obstacles, and the power to endure comes from within. Now, let's explore how these 6 Stoic principles help you push through setbacks, build resilience, and stay on course when the journey becomes difficult. Commitment begins with controlling your perception. Events themselves are neutral. It is your interpretation that determines whether they become roadblocks or stepping stones. Those who persevere train themselves to see challenges as temporary. They ask what can be learned from each setback rather than being defeated by it. This shift in mindset turns adversity into opportunity. Endurance grows when you accept that life will test you. Resistance to difficulty creates frustration, while acceptance opens the door to growth. Perseverance means embracing the uncomfortable truth that struggles are part of the process. With every challenge faced head-on, you develop inner strength, making future obstacles easier to handle. Progress is rarely visible in the short term, and patience is required to stay the course. Those who persevere understand that great things take time. They focus on small daily improvements rather than expecting immediate results. This patient approach prevents burnout and helps them remain steady even when success feels distant. Another key to perseverance is learning to separate what is within your control from what is not. Many people waste energy trying to change things they cannot influence, leading to exhaustion. The Stoics teach that focusing only on what you can control, your thoughts, actions, and responses, keeps your efforts aligned with progress. This clarity of focus makes it easier to keep moving forward. Embracing discomfort is essential for building resilience. People often quit because they expect the path to success to be easy. Those who persevere accept discomfort as part of the journey. Whether it's early mornings, difficult conversations, or long hours of work, they understand that discomfort is a sign they are growing. They don't avoid it, they welcome it. Distractions will always appear, tempting you to abandon your commitments. Perseverance requires the discipline to stay focused on your priorities. Those who succeed develop habits that reinforce their goals, ensuring they don't lose sight of what matters. They block out distractions, knowing that success demands sustained attention over time. Consistency is more valuable than bursts of effort. Many start strong, only to lose momentum when motivation wanes. Those who persevere build routines that keep them on track, regardless of how they feel on any given day. They understand that showing up consistently, even when progress is slow, creates lasting momentum. The Stoics emphasize the importance of reflecting on progress. Taking time to review your actions helps you identify what is working and what needs adjustment. This habit of self-reflection strengthens commitment by ensuring that your efforts remain aligned with your goals. It also offers a chance to celebrate small wins, fueling further progress. Perseverance also requires managing setbacks without losing hope. Failure is inevitable, but those who stay committed know how to recover quickly. They analyze what went wrong, make adjustments, and move forward without hesitation. Every setback becomes part of the learning process rather than a reason to quit. Another principle that strengthens perseverance is finding meaning in the struggle. When your actions align with a deeper purpose, the effort becomes worthwhile, even during tough times. A meaningful goal provides emotional fuel, making it easier to stay committed when motivation fades. Resilient people avoid the trap of comparing their progress to others. Comparison creates unnecessary pressure and undermines perseverance. Instead, they focus on their journey, recognizing that everyone's path is different. This focus keeps them grounded, ensuring that their efforts remain consistent regardless of external distractions. They also develop the habit of starting before they feel ready. Waiting for the perfect moment often leads to inaction. Those who persevere take the first step, knowing they can adjust their course as needed. Action creates momentum, and momentum sustains commitment. Another key element is emotional regulation. Strong emotions can derail progress if left unchecked. Those who persevere learn to manage their emotions, responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. This emotional discipline helps them stay calm under pressure, making it easier to navigate difficult situations. They also cultivate the ability to detach from outcomes. While goals provide direction, those who persevere focus on the process rather than becoming obsessed with results. This detachment reduces anxiety and ensures they remain committed even when the finish line feels distant. Rest is an often overlooked part of perseverance. People who push themselves too hard without rest risk burnout. Those who persevere understand that recovery is essential for sustained effort. They build rest into their routines, ensuring they have the energy to keep going over the long term. A supportive environment strengthens perseverance. Those who succeed surround themselves with people who encourage growth and hold them accountable. These connections provide motivation during difficult moments, helping them stay committed to their goals. Stoicism teaches that setbacks are inevitable, but they are never final. Those who persevere treat setbacks as temporary detours, not dead ends. They remain flexible, adjusting their strategies when necessary, but never abandoning their goals. Self-compassion plays a role in perseverance as well. Beating yourself up for mistakes drains energy and motivation. Those who persevere practice self-compassion, treating themselves with kindness during tough times. This mindset keeps them emotionally balanced and ready to keep moving forward. They also learn to find joy in the effort itself. Success is not just about reaching a destination, it's about enjoying the journey. Those who persevere focus on the satisfaction that comes from doing their best, regardless of the outcome. This mindset makes it easier to stay committed, even when challenges arise. Another principle that strengthens perseverance is understanding that progress is not always linear. There will be ups and downs, but each step forward counts. Those who stay committed celebrate progress in all forms, knowing that small victories build momentum over time. They also develop the ability to reset after setbacks. Life will not always go according to plan, but those who persevere know how to pause, regroup, and begin again. This ability to reset prevents setbacks from becoming permanent obstacles. A sense of gratitude strengthens perseverance. Those who appreciate the progress they've made are more likely to stay committed. Gratitude shifts focus from what is lacking to what has been achieved, reinforcing a positive mindset. They also build resilience by facing small challenges regularly. These challenges prepare them for bigger obstacles, teaching them how to navigate difficulties with confidence. Each small victory strengthens their ability to persevere through more significant challenges. Those who persevere understand the importance of celebrating milestones. Recognizing progress along the way keeps motivation high, reminding them that their efforts are paying off. Celebrations, no matter how small, reinforce commitment and build momentum. Stoicism teaches that everything worthwhile takes time. Those who persevere embrace this truth, knowing that patience is essential. They trust that their efforts will eventually lead to success, even if the journey takes longer than expected. They also understand that doubt is a natural part of the process. Everyone experiences moments of uncertainty, but those who persevere learn to move forward despite doubt. They build confidence through action, knowing that each step forward strengthens their belief in themselves. They treat every obstacle as part of the journey, not as a reason to quit. Each challenge faced becomes a lesson learned, building resilience and strengthening their commitment to their goals. Perseverance requires a focus on what can be done today. Those who succeed avoid getting overwhelmed by the future, concentrating instead on the small actions they can take now. This focus on the present keeps them grounded and productive. They also develop the habit of setting realistic expectations. Unrealistic goals lead to frustration and burnout. Those who persevere set achievable targets, ensuring that each step forward feels manageable and rewarding. They learn to detach from the need for constant approval. Seeking validation from others can weaken commitment. Those who persevere trust their path, even when others don't understand their choices. They also build the ability to endure criticism. Not everyone will support your journey, and criticism is inevitable. Those who persevere listen to constructive feedback, but don't let negativity derail their progress. A sense of purpose anchors their efforts. Those who persevere align their actions with a deeper meaning, ensuring that their journey remains fulfilling even during challenging times. They also practice humility, recognizing that there is always more to learn. This humility keeps them open to new ideas and approaches, strengthening their ability to adapt and persevere. They develop the ability to enjoy the challenge itself. Those who persevere find satisfaction in solving problems and overcoming obstacles, treating each challenge as an opportunity to grow stronger. They also learn to view setbacks as stepping stones. Every failure provides valuable insights that bring them closer to success. This mindset ensures that they remain committed, no matter how difficult the journey becomes. Perseverance is not about never falling, it's about always rising. Those who stay committed understand that every challenge faced, every lesson learned, and every small victory builds the foundation for long-term success. With the power of perseverance, no goal is out of reach. Even with perseverance, many people find themselves paralyzed, held back by an invisible force, fear. Fear of failure is one of the most powerful roadblocks on the path to success. It whispers doubts, magnifies risks, and convinces you that taking the next step could end in disaster. But fear is just a mental illusion, and its grip weakens the moment you confront it. Stoicism offers timeless lessons on managing fear, helping you see it for what it truly is, a barrier that exists only in the mind. Now, let's dive deep into how fear of failure holds you back and explore Stoic principles to overcome it and reclaim your path to success. Fear often stops people before they even begin. It plants thoughts of what could go wrong, making every challenge seem bigger than it really is. Those trapped in fear focus on worst-case scenarios, convincing themselves that avoiding action is safer. But avoidance is a dangerous trap, as it guarantees missed opportunities and regret. Facing fear head-on is the only way to dismantle it. The fear of failure often roots itself in perfectionism. Many believe that unless they can succeed flawlessly, it's not worth trying. This mindset keeps them stuck, waiting for the perfect moment that never comes. Stoicism teaches that perfection is an illusion, and progress, not perfection, is the true measure of success. Every attempt, no matter how imperfect, moves you forward. Fear distorts reality, magnifying the risks while minimizing the rewards. It convinces people that failure will define them, making every misstep feel like a personal flaw. However, failure is not a reflection of your worth. It is part of learning. Those who embrace Stoic teachings view failure as feedback, a necessary part of growth that offers lessons for future success. One reason fear is so powerful is that it feeds on the unknown. The mind fills in the blanks with imagined dangers, creating anxiety about what might happen. Stoics remind us that uncertainty is a natural part of life and not something to fear. Instead of fearing the unknown, they teach us to accept it, knowing that we can only control how we respond. Another trap is the fear of judgment. People avoid pursuing their goals because they worry about what others might think if they fail. Stoicism encourages you to free yourself from the opinions of others. Your worth is not defined by external validation. The only judgment that matters is your own, whether you acted with integrity and gave your best effort. Fear thrives in inaction. The longer you avoid taking the first step, the stronger fear becomes. Those who overcome fear develop the habit of acting quickly, not allowing their minds time to overthink. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of immediate action, knowing that courage grows with each step forward, no matter how small. Many people fear the emotional discomfort that comes with failure. They want to avoid disappointment, embarrassment, or frustration. But Stoicism teaches that emotions are temporary. They do not define you. When you experience failure, the emotion will pass, leaving behind a lesson that strengthens you. Learning to sit with discomfort without running from it builds resilience. People often fear losing control when things don't go as planned, but control is an illusion. The only true control lies in how you